The headmaster's office. Dumbledore and Snape sat in grave silence, their expressions reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Although the Slytherin common room was ransacked, it doesn't seem like much was actually stolen, Dumbledore mused, his fingers steepled as he leaned back in thought. The thief, if we can call them that, wouldn't gain much from selling those items. In other words, Snape said slowly, emphasizing each word, this wasn't a theft for profit. The thief wasn't stealing, they were searching for something. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. It seems more like a distraction, a cover for their true intent. Risking so much to break into the Slytherin common room just to take inconsequential items doesn't make sense otherwise. Snape's scowl deepened. And if they were searching for something, what could it be? Dumbledore tilted his head slightly. Do you recall what I mentioned to you before the term began? The incident with Lucius Malfoy? The one where he planned to use the Weasley girl to bring a dark artifact into Hogwarts. Snape's brows furrowed as he recalled. But you searched her belongings. There was no sign of anything, and she's shown no symptoms of being under the influence of dark magic. Dumbledore's expression darkened. Perhaps the artifact came to Hogwarts through an unintended path. The source of this information, Dobby, the house elf freed from Lucius's household, was adamant about its existence. He claimed the artifact could open the Chamber of Secrets again. Snape's eyes narrowed. You're suggesting the thief was searching for the chamber? It is the most plausible explanation, Dumbledore said gravely. A heavy silence fell over the room as the two wizards contemplated the implications. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Everything was proceeding as summer solstice had anticipated. The events unfolding at Hogwarts felt like pieces of a puzzle clicking into place. Cassandra Hermione, summer solstice said cheerfully, how about we go see Harry? Cassandra nodded, curious as always. Hermione tilted her head, a knowing glint in her eyes. Has Harry transformed again? Summer solstice clicked his tongue and shook his head in mock dismay. Transforming back will be tricky. If I don't help him soon, it might get complicated. Snape had really gone overboard this time, creating a situation where Harry was stuck in his current form. Summer solstice couldn't let things go too far. Harry would be far too useful to him in the future. After finishing the last spoonful of millet porridge, Summer solstice grabbed a steamed bun, stuffing it into his mouth as he led Cassandra and Hermione toward their next destination. Ron's concern. Summer solstice, do you know where Harry is? Ron approached them with a concerned expression. He didn't come back to the dormitory last night. I thought he might have gone out, but he's not back this morning either. Summer solstice gave Ron a knowing smile. Well, let's just say there was a bit of an incident. He's currently in Professor Snape's office. Ron's eyes widened in horror. Snape? Harry's been with Snape all night? Merlin's beard, what could have happened to him? Summer solstice's grin widened. Why don't you come with us? You'll see for yourself. See what? Is he all right? Ron stammered, following closely despite his nerves. Wait, did you say she earlier? Hermione sighed, giving Summer solstice a look of exasperation. You and your bad taste, she muttered under her breath. Relax, Summer solstice said, clapping Ron on the shoulder. Snape isn't in his office right now. It's the perfect time to visit. How do you know Snape isn't there? Ron asked, his suspicion growing. Summer solstice didn't answer, instead leading the group to Snape's office. Snape's office. Inside the dark and foreboding room, Harry sat miserably on a simple cot, staring at the ceiling. The weekend had turned into a disaster. Instead of enjoying time with his friends, he was stuck here, unable to leave due to his condition. As Summer solstice's voice echoed from outside, Harry leapt to her feet. She flung open the door, only to find Ron standing there, eyes wide in shock. What the? Ron stammered, staring at the petite girl with a lightning bolt scar on her forehead. Merlin's pants, what did that old pervert Snape do to you? Harry's face flushed in embarrassment. It's not what you think, she snapped. Ron, however, was too stunned to process her words. We need to get you out of here. Let's find Dumbledore, he'll fix this. He grabbed her hand, ready to bolt. No. Harry cried, yanking her hand free. Where would I even go like this? Ron hesitated, glancing at her again. I mean, you don't look bad or anything. But still, this isn't right. He shook his head furiously, trying to clear his thoughts. Harry groaned. Ron, stop staring at me like that. Staring? I'm not staring. Ron protested. It's just, you're a girl now. How am I supposed to act normal? Harry sighed, realizing she'd probably react the same way if their roles were reversed. She looked helplessly at Summer Solstice, who was watching the exchange with an amused smirk. All right, Harry, Summer Solstice said, stepping forward. Let's fix this before Snape gets back. You can change me back? Harry asked hopefully.
Of course.
I worked all night on this antidote, Summer Solstice said, pulling out a small vial of silvery potion. But there might be minor side effects.
Side effects?
Harry asked nervously. Well, it's hard to say. I was in a bit of a rush, so, Summer Solstice trailed off with a mischievous grin. If you'd rather stay here for a few more days, I can perfect the formula.
No way.
Harry snatched the vial and gulped it down before Summer Solstice could finish.
For a moment, nothing happened. Harry's heart sank.
It's not working. Relax, Summer Solstice said.
Just concentrate.
Imagine yourself turning back. Harry closed her eyes, focusing with all her might. Slowly, her hair shortened, her features shifted, and moments later, she was back to her usual self.
I did it!
Harry exclaimed, tears of relief streaming down his face.
Thank you, Summer Solstice.
But Summer Solstice's expression was unusually serious.
So that's the side effect. Harry froze.
What side effect? Well, Summer Solstice said, scratching his chin, you might be able to switch between being a boy or a girl at will now. But hey, as long as you don't transform again, it won't matter.
Harry stared at him, horrified. You mean?
I'm not fully?
Don't worry about it.
Summer Solstice said, though his barely suppressed laughter betrayed his amusement. Beside him, Cassandra and Hermione exchanged knowing looks, stifling their giggles. Oh no, Harry groaned, burying his face in his hands. It seemed his troubles were far from over.
Harry's dilemma. Harry, it's fine.
As long as you don't intentionally try to turn into a girl, this side effect won't affect your life, Summer Solstice said, patting Harry on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Harry nodded, though his expression was heavy. The thought of being able to change genders at will was unsettling, but it was certainly better than other potential side effects, like losing parts of himself entirely. At least this is manageable, Harry muttered to himself, trying to find solace. You all go ahead, Summer Solstice said. I'll stay here and wait for Professor Snape. I should inform him that you've recovered and left. Harry exhaled in relief. All right, thank you, Summer Solstice. I don't want to see Snape's face again, if I can help it. As Harry and the others prepared to leave, Summer Solstice called after him, a mischievous glint in his eye. Oh Harry, he said nonchalantly, just one thing. If you ever do try to switch genders again, make sure you're completely focused. Otherwise what? Harry asked nervously. Summer Solstice smirked. Otherwise, you might end up as, let's say, a girl with boyish features. And it might be permanent. Harry stared at him in horror. I will never be a girl again, he vowed, practically fleeing with Cassandra and Hermione in tow. As they left, Summer Solstice could hear Ron's curious voice trailing behind them. Harry, what did it feel like, being a girl?
Oh, shut up, Ron.
Harry snapped, clearly done with the topic.
Snape's office.
Summer Solstice pulled a chair closer and sat down, a smirk playing on his lips. He says he won't turn into a girl again. But things like this tend to happen either 0 times or countless times, he muttered to himself, amused by the thought. He chuckled at the absurd idea of cultivating Harry's interest in women's clothing just to tease him. It was the kind of ridiculous thought that amused him when he was bored. Before long, Snape returned, his dark robes billowing behind him as he entered the office. His sharp eyes immediately noticed the open door and Summer Solstice sitting calmly inside.
Snape's heart sank.
He had intended to summon Summer Solstice to discuss the potion formula further and work on a permanent solution to Harry's predicament. But judging by the boy's relaxed demeanor, it seemed the problem was already resolved.
Where's Potter?
Snape asked, his voice cold and his gaze sharp as a dagger. Gone back, Summer Solstice replied simply. She's changed back? Snape asked, his tone carefully neutral. Yes, I spent the entire night working on the antidote. It worked, Summer Solstice said with a faint smile, watching Snape's reaction with interest. Snape's lips twitched as if trying to suppress a response. Finally, he sat down at his desk with forced composure. If you could do it yourself, why did you leave her with me in the first place? Summer Solstice leaned back, his smile widening. Because I thought you might want to see an old friend. With a sharp crack, Snape shot to his feet, his sudden movement knocking a cauldron off the desk. Potion remnants spilled across the floor. Calm down, Professor, Summer Solstice said, snapping his fingers. The mess vanished instantly. No need to get worked up. Snape's pale face was tense, his voice hollow as he asked, how much do you know? More than you think, Summer Solstice replied, his dark eyes meeting Snape's with unsettling calm. Snape slammed his hands onto the desk, leaning forward until his hooked nose was just inches from Summer Solstice's face. I'm warning you, stay out of my mind. Oh, Professor Snape, Summer Solstice said with a faint chuckle, pushing his chair back slightly. "I thought you had faith in your occlumency skills. But rest assured, I don't need legilimency to learn what I know." Snape glared at him, his anger barely contained. "Wherever you got this information, you'd better forget it."
Or else?
"Or else what?" Summer Solstice interrupted, his tone casual. "We both know you're not in a position to threaten me." Snape faltered, his frustration mounting. He knew all too well that Summer Solstice was beyond his control. After a moment of tense silence, Summer Solstice changed the subject. "I've been studying soul magic. It's fascinating, really, especially the connection between ghosts and the realm of the dead." Snape's eyes flickered with interest despite himself. "What are you implying?" Summer Solstice's voice dropped to a quiet, almost conspiratorial tone. "I recently encountered a ghost who had been to the land of the dead, and returned. She shared some rather intriguing knowledge with me." "The land of the dead?" Snape echoed, his expression hardening. "Do you really think that souls disappear entirely upon death?" Summer Solstice asked, tilting his head. "No, they simply go where they are meant to go. And theoretically, they can return." Snape stared at him, his breath shallow. "Are you saying it's possible to bring them back?" "Theoretically," Summer Solstice repeated. "It's only a matter of time before I perfect it." Snape's voice was strained as he asked, "What is the cost?"
Cost.
"What do you need me to do?" Snape's words were deliberate, heavy with emotion. Though he knew the chances were slim, this was a hope he couldn't ignore. Summer Solstice stood, brushing imaginary dust off his robes. "I'm not asking for anything, Professor. Consider it a gesture of friendship." He smiled faintly. "And I believe we've already been friends for some time, haven't we?" Snape was taken aback, watching as Summer Solstice left the office without another word. He had prepared himself to bargain, to offer whatever it took to grasp even a sliver of hope. But a simple offer of friendship? It was both baffling and disarming. As Snape sank back into his chair, his eyes fell on a ring left on the desk, a subtle reminder that Summer Solstice was a puzzle he had yet to unravel. Tom's awakening. Far away, Tom Riddle stirred. It felt like he had woken from a long repetitive dream, one where he was always running but never escaping. The details of the dream slipped away as consciousness returned.
"Where am I?" he thought.
His surroundings were pitch black, devoid of light or sound. Tom tried to move but quickly realized he had no hands, no feet, not even a mouth to scream. A wave of fear surged through him, stronger than anything he'd felt before. Memories flooded back, sharp and painful. He remembered Voldemort, the person he once was, the person who had split him into this fragment of a soul. The dark realization struck him: he was a Horcrux, a mere shard of the man he once was. Why? Tom thought bitterly. Why do I linger here in the dark while he enjoys the power and glory? The resentment grew, twisting his thoughts. He no longer thought of Voldemort as himself, but as a separate entity, a rival who had stolen the life he deserved. "Let me out!" Tom screamed into the void, though no sound escaped. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, a faint light pierced the darkness. A familiar voice reached him, laced with frustration.
"Tom, why won't you respond?"
"Have you disappeared? You said sacrificing a life would extend your time." Tom's fragmented consciousness trembled. Hope flickered amidst the anger. And so, the game began anew.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Xia Zhi took out his diary with a frustrated look on his face, then took out a pen and wrote on it. "Tom, are you still here? Why haven't you responded to me for months?" "I'm here, Xia Zhi. I seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep before." Xia Zhi saw the response in the diary, and his expression was first stunned, then surprised, and finally ecstatic. "I thought you were gone. Tom, glad you're still here. Why did you put me in a box again?" Tom was a little angry. "You didn't respond to me before. I was afraid that someone else would find you and put you back. But in the past few months, I have opened it every day to take a look at you. Look, today I opened it and saw that you have woken up." Xia Zhi wrote happily. "As long as you are still here, I will never put you in the box again." "Thank you, Xia Zhi. I actually don't like staying in the dark." Tom originally disliked Xia Zhi, thinking that he was just a fool with poor qualifications. But after hearing that he would never put him in the box again, he actually felt grateful. For some reason, he felt as if he had developed a sense of closeness to this honest little wizard. This was a feeling he had never felt before. However, Tom did not notice anything unusual, and only thought that this was a normal emotional fluctuation caused by Xia Zhi's release from the darkness. "Well, but the chicken you brought back then seems to be very beneficial to me." Tom remembered the big rooster that Xia Zhi brought as a sacrifice. This kind of big rooster has strong vitality and its soul power is surprisingly strong. Hey, I don't dare steal Hagrid's chickens for you again. I only sacrificed one last time, and you fell into a deep sleep for several months. You mean, I have been sleeping for several months? Tom finally noticed this. He carefully felt the strength of his soul, and then he immediately found that his soul seemed to be much more stable. However, it still seemed that he could not really show up. He felt that he was still a little short of it. Tom was not in a hurry. He wanted to use the summer solstice to help him revive, but this time it was not for Voldemort. It was really for himself. Xia Zhi, can you take me to class today? I haven't seen Hogwarts for a long time, and my soul is now much more stable and the range of perception has also increased. Of course. Tom, my next class is potions, I can take you with me. Oh, Tom, do you know how I spent these few months when you were away? Tom, Snape is so hateful. Xia Zhi complained to Tom excitedly. I'll help you, summer solstice. Great, it's getting late, let's go to potions class now. Okay, Tom replied. Xia Zhi kept his expression unchanged, and then he snapped his fingers with his right hand behind his back. The diary snapped shut. The expression on Xia Zhi's face finally relaxed, and he disdainfully threw the diary into the box and sealed it again. Of course, he would not carry the diary around with him, otherwise his image as a fool who was hated by everyone would be immediately shattered. Which annoying person would always be accompanied by two pretty girls. Tom's soul was tampered with by Xia Zhi, so although he was locked in the box, he could not notice it at all, because he was now trapped in the dream that Xia Zhi had tailored for him. In Tom's vision, he was not locked back into the box, but was following the sad-faced Xia Zhi to the hateful Professor Snape's potions classroom. In the dream, Xia Zhi's image was Xia Zhi, completely a one-to-one replica of Neville Longbottom. The whole Hogwarts knows how miserable Neville is in potions class, and after Xia Zhi's transformation, Tom is now very abnormal. The more miserable Xia Zhi is in the dream, the more Tom will like him. Xia Zhi put away the box, then took out a piece of parchment and wrote down a potion formula, which was exactly the potion formula in Tom's mind. The moment he woke up, Xia Zhi had already obtained all the secrets in his mind, and Xia Zhi continued to influence Tom's soul, making him question his own identity. This would not have been possible for Tom, who was a Horcrux. Because he was Voldemort, and Voldemort was him, how could he hate himself? But Xia Zhi made Tom have a trace of independent consciousness that could not have been born in the Horcrux, belonging to the 16-year-old Tom. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully obtained Tom's potion formula. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super improved version of the blood fusion potion formula. A potion formula suddenly appeared in Xia Zhi's mind. He drew another potion formula and wrote down the one given by the system. He compared Tom's formula with the one given by the system. After the comparison, Xia Zhi smacked his lips and burned Voldemort's potion formula. Compared with the system's formula, Voldemort's is garbage. This formula of Voldemort has strong side effects. When taking it, although it can obtain a powerful increase in magic power, it will also carry some of the magical animal's skills. However, people who take the medicine will also undergo an almost irreversible human transformation towards magical creatures. This is why, even though Voldemort improved the formula in the future, he still experienced several horrific human transformations and became that horrible appearance. The potion formula given by the system, although very similar to Tom's, has twice as many ingredients as Voldemort's. It's just that many of the ingredients above are not so easy to get. However, these are nothing in Xia Zhi's eyes. Many materials are difficult to obtain only because there are not enough galleons. And in the eyes of Xia Zhi, who owns a philosopher's stone, gold galleons are really not difficult. Yasili. Boom! Phoenix Yasili appeared beside Xia Zhi and rubbed her head against his arm affectionately. Xia Zhi hadn't seen her for a while. Help me send a letter to Dobby. Xia Zhi handed a piece of parchment and a purse to Phoenix Yasili. Yasili called out twice. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Okay, I will definitely go back for Christmas. Xia Zhi touched Yasili's head affectionately. Boom. Yasili disappeared on the spot. For ordinary materials, it would be fine to let Dobby go to buy them. Those material dealers generally do not look down on these house elves. Because not every wizard family has house elves. Behind every house elf who comes to buy materials, there is an ancient wizard family. This is inevitable and there is no exception. This means that the appearance of each house elf is a big business. So when Dobby goes to buy materials, not only will he not encounter any trouble, but he will also be treated as a guest of honor by the material dealers. When the materials are gathered, Xia Zhi will immediately brew this blood fusion potion. Xia Zhi decided to use the blood of the phoenix. It would be great if he could get some of the phoenix's talents and skills. Xia Zhi knew very well how outrageous the phoenix's talents and skills were. Just the fact that it can be reborn from the ashes after death can make Voldemort envious. In the following days, Xia Zhi communicated with Tom almost every day. Snape is really too much. I obviously succeeded in brewing the potion, but he actually deducted my points on the grounds that the potion was too diluted. Xia Zhi complained bitterly. He is picking on you on purpose? Xia Zhi, have you ever offended him before? I think he used me as a breakthrough to deduct Gryffindor points. You see, other professors didn't target me like this. Indeed, today Professor McGonagall gave you extra points for your progress, but Snape deducted points for your progress. It's incredible. Tom also wrote indignantly. Do you know Snape? He was also a student at Hogwarts. I don't know him, maybe he came to school after me. I have been around for a long time. However, I think he was an unpleasant character even when he was in school. Tom said indifferently. By the way, did you see those two girls today? Xia Zhi wrote excitedly. Of course, I saw them. Do you like them? Just kidding, who doesn't like pretty girls? Oh, indeed, but I didn't have much energy in this area before. No way, Tom, you are so handsome, but you have never been in a relationship. Well, women only hinder the speed of knowledge. You're not a... What? Oh, what are you thinking? I don't like men. Oh, I really want to pursue them. Summer solstice, you are only in the 2nd grade. But what if someone else gets there first? I still think that you shouldn't fall in love too early. Learning magical knowledge is the best thing in the world. Tom, I always think there is no conflict between the two. Well, then I suggest you pursue the blonde girl. Although she looks very proud, this kind of girl is the easiest to pursue. And her family background will be of great benefit to you in the future. Oh, Tom, no, why do you know so much? Have you never been in love? For me, I don't need to try everything myself to understand it. Well, I'm counting on you, Tom, just for today's homework. You should try to do the homework yourself. You can't become stronger just by relying on me. I can only provide you with some help. You also need to work hard. Don't you want to pursue Cassandra? You can only win her favor if you are stronger than her. Summer solstice, you are also very good looking. If you can be stronger than her, you can easily pursue her. Really? When did I ever lie to you? Tom didn't realize that his attitude towards Xia Zhi was getting different. If he just used Xia Zhi as a tool before and just wanted to use him. But now he gradually took Xia Zhi to heart. He would complain about Snape's coffin face with Xia Zhi, envy those beautiful girls with Xia Zhi, and do homework with Xia Zhi. Tom himself didn't notice his own changes at all. He gradually began to regard Xia Zhi as a friend. Tom has never had a real friend, not to mention Voldemort. This was unbelievable before. In Tom's heart, there is only himself, how could there be anyone else? But now, Tom, who was cleverly influenced by Xia Zhi, has become more and more abnormal. Xia Zhi hypnotized Tom again and put him back into the wooden box. Tom played a big role in his plan, so Xia Zhi had to spend more time on him. Xia Zhi put the box away and lay down on the bed. Although there are magic in this world, there are very few ways to entertain. Now he can only read 2 manuscripts left by Slytherin as storybooks. He has not gained nothing in the past few days. At least he found the method of breeding basilisks and the method of temporarily sealing the deadly black magic in the eyes of basilisks in a notebook with a black cover. The method of hatching basilisks is very simple, that is, using a toad to hatch a rooster egg. When the egg is hatched, it is a basilisk. I don't know how the first person to hatch a basilisk, the ancient Greek black wizard, the despicable Herpo, experimented with it. How idle must he be to find a toad to hatch a rooster egg? And what Xia Zhi is most interested in is the description of rooster eggs. Can roosters lay eggs? However, Xia Zhi searched the manuscript for a long time but could not find any record about rooster eggs. He really didn't know where rooster eggs came from. Maybe rooster eggs were a common potion material thousands of years ago, so Slytherin did not record them in detail. But now, the method of producing rooster eggs has been lost. This has to be said to be a pity. Xia Zhi put down the manuscript and sighed regretfully. If he knew how to get rooster eggs, he could hatch the basilisk himself. But, if a rooster is given a cup of the sex-changing potion that Harry drank, will the hen that this rooster turns into lay eggs? If so, then are the eggs it lays considered rooster eggs? Then Xia Zhi's thinking was distorted, and distorted to an outrageous degree. Xia Zhi thought of a question. Can Harry be both a father and a mother? When Harry grows up, if he doesn't want to get married, and then takes his own seed and seeds himself to Harry, can Harry successfully conceive his child? Grass, a 100 plant. Xia Zhi quickly stopped this terrible thought. People can't, at least shouldn't. But the experiment of turning a rooster into a hen and laying eggs can still be done. At this time, Harry in the next dormitory suddenly shuddered, and he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Dobby was a very capable and smart house elf. After receiving the letter from Xia Zhi, he did not dare to neglect it and went to Nocturne Alley without stopping. Dobby was actually very experienced in going to Nocturne Alley to buy things for his master. After all, Lucius Malfoy was not a serious person. He often followed Malfoy to Nocturne Alley to buy things. Dobby knew those vendors selling all kinds of strange potion materials. So, it didn't take long for Xia Zhi to receive a large package of materials. Due to Dobby's unyielding bargaining, he even saved 5,000 gold galleons for Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi was very happy to increase Dobby's salary and bonus, and rewarded him with a glittering golden nameplate with exquisite decorative patterns engraved on it, and Dobby's name glittered on the nameplate. Dobby happily pinned the golden nameplate carefully on his neat and tidy little suit. Thanks to Dobby's efficiency, Xia Zhi has now collected most of the materials, but the remaining materials are too precious and almost out of stock on the market. So Xia Zhi found Snape and asked him to use his connections as a potion master to help him collect these materials. Snape agreed to Xia Zhi's request without asking any more questions. Xia Zhi found that he was wearing the ring he left on his hand, even though he had made the ring invisible. It seems that although the conditions he offered were more like a blank check, Snape really couldn't refuse. The weather gradually became colder, and the heavy snow turned the entire Hogwarts into a world covered in silver. Xia Zhi has always disliked this severe winter. Although this severe cold can no longer threaten him, when everyone wears very thick clothes, some beautiful scenery will be lost. Although it was a little cold in the dormitory, Xia Zhi's body was warm. He liked this kind of magic that can keep warm. He took out the wooden box containing Tom, and then the expression on his face changed immediately. The sharpness and confidence in his eyes were all restrained. Now, no matter who sees him, they will think he is a timid and cowardly person. Tom, Christmas is coming soon. Do you want any Christmas present? My current state is like the summer solstice that cannot receive Christmas presents. How about I go to Hagrid's and get you another chicken? No, I don't want Hagrid's chicken. Tom thought that after absorbing the soul of a rooster, although he benefited a lot, he would sleep for a long time. He didn't want to experience the feeling of waking up and being surrounded by darkness and silence again. Tom felt a long-lost happiness during this period, which was a completely different feeling from the days he had spent in darkness and silence in the past. Although Xia Zhi was stupid and greedy, ambitious and incompetent, but he was really good to himself. At least now Tom never felt lonely again. Then I'll go to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and catch you a rabbit. Xia Zhi wrote. What about you? What do you want for Christmas? Me? You know Tom, no one's going to give me Christmas presents. I'm an orphan and I have no friends. Xia Zhi looked a little lonely. Tom suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. Xia Zhi's background was exactly the same as his, but his experience was completely different. At least he was very talented and loved by everyone, so he had many friends in Hogwarts. Xia Zhi, on the other hand, was an orphan, and no one around him liked him, so he had no friends. So when Christmas comes, Xia Zhi will not receive any Christmas gifts. Then, I'll give you a Christmas present. Tom suddenly wrote. No need, Tom. I'm used to it. And you're just a memory. How can I get a gift for you? To read the best novels, go to Follow Novel Network. I know a very interesting place. I think you will be surprised when you go there. Where? On the 8th floor of the teaching building, opposite a tapestry of a giant beating up a fool named Barnabas, there is a wall. Tom told Xia Zhi about the room of requirement he had discovered. As long as you walk back and forth 3 times and say you need a place to hide something, a door will appear on the wall. The door contains treasures hidden by Hogwarts students over the years. You will definitely find a lot of interesting things there. That's great. There's such an interesting place. This is the first Christmas present I've ever received since I was a child. Although he knew about the room of requirement, Xia Zhi still pretended to be very excited and happy. The first one? I remember in the orphanage. No, Tom, that's different. This is the first Christmas gift I ever received from a friend. Friends. Tom was puzzled. Why did this word, which he used to sneer at, make him feel warm now? You are my first and best friend, Tom. Oh, you too. Summer solstice. Tom hesitated. He didn't even know whether he was being perfunctory or sincere. It was strange. Why did he become so strange? Why didn't he feel any resistance to being treated as a friend by this stupid boy? He was even a little happy. Something is wrong? Something is wrong with me? Tom woke up suddenly. I am Tom Riddle. No, I am Voldemort. I am the real Voldemort. And Voldemort doesn't need friends. But I am also Tom, a broken soul stuffed into a diary. Tom is very lonely. Tom really needs friends, and why can't Tom have friends? Who said that Tom shouldn't have friends? Well then, Xia Zhi is now my friend, Tom Riddle. Xia Zhi is stupid? Not smart enough? It doesn't matter. I, Tom, don't need the other person to be smart to make friends. Anyway, no matter how smart he is, he can't be smarter than me, Tom thought proudly. By the way, Tom, I have collected most of the ingredients for the potion formula you gave me last time while you were asleep. Recipe. Where did you get the ingredients? You don't have much money, do you? Luckily, Tom, most of the materials are available in the Forbidden Forest. Did you go to the Forbidden Forest to collect materials by yourself? Tom was very surprised. Xia Zhi should be very timid, but he actually dared to secretly go to the Forbidden Forest to collect materials? Of course not, Tom. With my strength, I can't survive more than 10 minutes in the Forbidden Forest. How did you get these materials? Oh, I often go to help Hagrid with his work. He now considers me a friend. I have to say that this big guy is really easy to deceive, and he is very close to Gryffindor students. So, when I said I needed those materials, he helped me find them in the Forbidden Forest without saying a word. Well done, Xia Zhi. You have become smarter now. We don't need to do everything ourselves. We can find ways to let others help us achieve our goals. Tom said happily. Xia Zhi's method was also his favorite method back then. Yes, the most important thing is that I am not short of money now. I asked the big stupid Hagrid for his dirty cushion, and he agreed without hesitation. What are you doing with his cushion? Because I found out that his cushion was made of unicorn hair. Unicorn hair is worth 10 gold galleons each. I'm rich now, Tom. That stupid guy is so rich. He actually doesn't know how rich he is, Tom. By the way, when I have money, I can buy materials that are not available in the Forbidden Forest in the market. Xia Zhi wrote excitedly. Really? That's great. Tom is now in a dilemma. The formula is fake, and he has modified many parts. If Xia Zhi really drinks such a potion, he will definitely die miserably. He originally just used Xia Zhi as a tool, and planned to wait for him to help him open the Chamber of Secrets, so that he could absorb his vitality and soul to revive. Tom didn't intend to let Xia Zhi live at all, but now Tom hesitated. Using Xia Zhi's life to revive himself was a plan that had been decided long ago, but for some reason, he was extremely disgusted with this plan in his heart. Why is this? Xia Zhi is just a friend, and he had many friends like Xia Zhi back then. Shouldn't he not care about this kind of friend? Xia Zhi gave up his life to revive the great Voldemort. Shouldn't it be an honor for Xia Zhi? Why did he feel so sorry? Tom was a little confused. Could it be that I really regarded Xia Zhi as a friend? Tom suddenly realized that those friends in the past were not real friends, but tools that he wanted to use and win over. But now Xia Zhi is his real friend. There is a fundamental difference between the two. So although Tom is still cruel, arrogant, and greedy, he can't bear to be cruel to Xia Zhi. Once you have collected all the materials, let me know and I will take a closer look at them, Tom wrote hesitantly. Tom, could it be that you remember it wrongly? No, I want to see if it can be improved. Tom is still struggling now, whether to use Xia Zhi's life to exchange for his own resurrection. There seemed to be two fierce villains in his heart arguing endlessly. One said that for his own sake, the rest of the people can die, this is as it should be. The other retorted that Xia Zhi is a friend and cannot be killed. If he is killed, he will fall into loneliness again, which is a bad feeling. Xia Zhi, I feel a little tired now, let's talk next time. This is the first time Tom took the initiative to end the topic. Okay, I will catch a rabbit for you as soon as possible. You can't disappear again, or I will be sad. Don't worry, I won't. Snap. Xia Zhi snapped his fingers, and the diary closed. Tom was dragged into the dream again. In the dream, Tom was quietly sitting on Xia Zhi's desk, struggling repeatedly. However, in reality, Tom was locked back into the box by Xia Zhi. This was a good start. Tom seemed to be planning to use the name of improving the formula to change back the materials that were deliberately changed. This made Xia Zhi feel very happy, which proved that his previous preparation worked. He took out a stack of manuscripts and read them carefully. A few vague words were vaguely revealed on the title page of the manuscript. Rebuilding the body. Now that the secret in Tom's mind has been completely known by Xia Zhi, it is time to open the secret room. However, Xia Zhi still has another small experiment to verify. In Xia Zhi's suitcase, a huge hen is looking at Xia Zhi with a sad face. A few days ago, it was still a rooster with a proud and arrogant look. It can be said that it is peerless and has fascinated thousands of hens. But just a few days ago, it was fed a large cup of liquid by this unscrupulous human, and then its body became strange. With this little change, it didn't notice anything wrong at first, it just didn't like to crow these days. But when it found that it had laid an egg today, the whole chicken was stunned. It only then realized that something was wrong with it. It had turned into a little hen. This tragic experience made it doubt the life of a chicken for a while. Xia Zhi picked up the egg with great interest. The rooster drank the magic potion and turned into a little hen. Can it turn into a rooster egg? Xia Zhi took a look at it with the system panel, and his eyes were a little happy, but this experiment still failed. Through the system panel, Xia Zhi confirmed that this is indeed a rooster egg, but it is an unfertilized rooster egg and cannot be hatched at all. However, this also indirectly reflects that Xia Zhi's guess is correct. The eggs laid by the transformed rooster are rooster eggs. In other words, the effect of this potion is just to transform the person who takes it into the opposite sex. This is only a superficial transformation. Just like Harry on that day, after he became Harry, although he was physically a girl, if her blood was drawn for testing, it would be found that it was still a male's DNA. Magic is so amazing, Xia Zhi exclaimed. If this is the case, then if you want to get a fertilized rooster egg, then... Xia Zhi looked at the hen and let out a hee-hee, the evil laughter. The hen looked at Xia Zhi in horror. A few days ago, this human smiled at it in the same way, and it turned into a hen. What was he trying to do by smiling like this now? Xia Zhi took out a big, energetic rooster from the bag. The hen suddenly understood what Xia Zhi wanted to do. No. 2 days later, both the rooster and the hen huddled to one side, lying listlessly. Xia Zhi stood in front of them, happily looking at the rooster egg in his hand, which was 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary egg. He was convinced that this rooster egg was extraordinary, because both the hen that laid the egg and the fertilized rooster were special chickens that he had rebred with phoenix blood feed. Because time was tight, Xia Zhi used potions to grow them up. Fortunately, they developed very healthily without any side effects. So this rooster egg must have more potential than the one in Slytherin's hand 1,000 years ago. Now that the rooster egg has been taken care of, all that's missing is a toad. Xia Zhi put away the rooster egg, then smiled and gave the hen another bottle of potion. Then, under the gaze of the rooster, the hen turned back into a vigorous and proud rooster, and then the rooster who witnessed all this also became autistic. Neville? Can you lend me Rafe for a few days? Xia Zhi found Neville. Neville's pet Rafe is a toad, and toads are the same species. Neville agreed very straightforwardly, but he came back soon with a helpless look on his face. I lost Rafe again. Well, Xia Zhi almost forgot that Rafe is a good toad who loves to jailbreak and yearns for freedom. Here comes Laugh. Xia Zhi waved his wand, and a big toad flew out of Neville's robe pocket. Neville sighed with frustration. Why didn't I think it was hiding in my pocket again? I'll give it back to you soon. What are you borrowing Leffa for? To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Let it help me hatch an egg. See you later. Looking at the distant Xia Zhi, Neville's face was full of envy. If only I had such a sense of humor. He thought Xia Zhi was joking. Quack. What do you want to do by taking me away from my stupid master? Quack. Please help me hatch an egg. Quack. What the hell? Quack. Please help me hatch an egg. Quack, quack. I am a male, I don't hatch eggs. Xia Zhi sneered and took out his magic wand. Quack. Leaf was decisively scared. Xia Zhi took Leaf back to the suitcase and fixed the rooster egg on a table. He placed Leaf on the rooster egg and blindfolded it. Quack. Just stay there and don't move. Quack. I understand. Although Lihuo is a very smart toad, he can't figure out how a toad like him is related to the work of hatching eggs. 0 Please give me flowers. The egg took 3 days and 3 nights to incubate, but Radford was still lying firmly on the rooster egg. It wasn't because Radford was so hardworking and dedicated, but Xia Zhi had cast a petrification spell on it before leaving. Xia Zhi's patience was gradually wearing out. After so long, the rooster egg still didn't move. Could it be that his method was wrong? But Xia Zhi still didn't give up and was still waiting. He didn't let Cassandra and Hermione enter the suitcase these days, because even a basilisk is deadly even if it is just born. As for Xia Zhi himself, one is that he has a talent for crisis alertness and can accurately avoid danger and seek good fortune, and the other is that he has Slytherin's wand. As long as he has this wand in his hand, he can be immune to the gaze of the basilisk. Finally, at midnight on the 3rd night, the rooster egg finally moved. Xia Zhi, who was standing aside, quickly stood up, pulled out Slytherin's wand, and waited quietly. Click, click, there was a crack in the shell of the rooster egg, and there was a little life inside that wanted to break out of the shell. Xia Zhi quickly took Lihuo away. Newly born basilisks are also highly poisonous. If Lihuo got bit by one, it would be bad. Xia Zhi raised the Slytherin wand in his hand, and as if sensing something, the emerald on the wand emitted a faint green light. Crack, crack. The shell of the rooster egg broke into pieces. A small red snake raised its head and stared at Xia Zhi with its blood-red eyes. Xia Zhi suddenly felt a chill all over his body. The wand in his hand suddenly sent out a warm magic power, which dispelled this terrible chill. If it weren't for Slytherin's wand, Xia Zhi would have died just now. It seems that this basilisk seems to be different from ordinary basilisks. It seems to be more powerful, and it looks different. Ordinary basilisks are dark green all over, and their eyes are ginger. However, this basilisk is red all over, and its eyes are also red. The most important thing is that Xia Zhi found 2 slight bulges on its head. Maybe it was because its parents were raised by phoenix blood feed, it did mutate. Xia Zhi waved the wand towards its eyes, and then its blood-red eyes immediately dimmed and gradually turned dark red. He has temporarily sealed the deadly snake pupil magic of the basilisk. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Come, I'll take you to eat. The little snake seemed to understand Xia Zhi's words, and ignorantly climbed onto Xia Zhi's palm. Xia Zhi only felt the warmth of the touch. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, but this snake was actually hot all over. Xia Zhi knew that the only snake with fever was the fire ash snake, and he didn't expect that this snake monster also had such characteristics. The influence of phoenix blood was indeed too great. Xia Zhi took out a small bottle, which contained unicorn milk mixed with phoenix blood. Only Xia Zhi could come up with this thing. The little snake monster's eyes lit up, and he bit the bottle mouth excitedly. Xia Zhi was a little surprised. He had thought it was a bit funny to feed a snake milk, but he didn't expect this little snake to be so special that it would take the initiative to drink milk. The liquid in the bottle was completely drunk by the little snake monster in a short while. After sucking the milk, the little snake monster rubbed Xia Zhi's fingers affectionately, then rolled up on Xia Zhi's arm and didn't move. Xia Zhi poked it, and found that it fell asleep. Pills. Xia Zhi touched the snake's head, then lowered his sleeves to hide the snake. He took out the stiff Lihuo and removed the petrification spell on him. Lihuo suddenly became limp and lay on Xia Zhi's palm. Gua, gua. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Gugu. Thank you for your hard work, this is your compensation. Xia Zhi pinched Lihuo's mouth and poured a bottle of magic potion into it. Quack. What is this? I feel great now, I am fully revived. Quack. I'll take you back to your master. Next time, play less hide and seek with your master. Neville gets anxious every time he can't find you. Quack. Anxious? I thought he was happy playing hide and seek with me. Xia Zhi returned Lihuo to Neville. Neville didn't feel anything about Xia Zhi borrowing Lihuo for several days. In fact, even if Xia Zhi didn't borrow Lihuo, sometimes Lihuo would disappear for several days, so Neville was basically used to it. Xia Zhi. Cassandra crossed her arms and stared at Xia Zhi. What have you been doing these days? The dormitory door is locked, and the suitcase is also locked. If you hadn't come to class every day, I would have almost gone to Professor McGonagall. Hermione came over with a big book in her arms. This is the first time I've seen you in the common room in the past few days. 117. Oh, I'm doing something. Xia Zhi looked at the countless gossiping eyes around him and quickly shut up. Xia Zhi took Cassandra and Hermione to a hidden corner of the common room. In fact, I hatched an egg these days. Hatching eggs? Are you talking about the chickens you raise? Hermione looked at Xia Zhi suspiciously, not understanding why he raised chickens for no reason. If he raised them for meat, it would be fine, but they had never seen Xia Zhi kill chickens for his own cooking. Xia Zhi never did meaningless things. Xia Zhi raised his hand and cast a spell around him, isolating the sounds from here and outside. I did something very interesting, but also very dangerous. Dangerous. Cassandra's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous light. I thought I told you. Actually, it's not dangerous for me, but it's very dangerous for you, so I didn't call you. What's the danger of hatching an egg? Hermione was puzzled. I borrowed Lef from Neville to help me hatch the eggs. But, Ralph is a toad. Hermione became more and more curious. Toads hatch eggs. As far as I know, there is only one situation. Cassandra is a family of scholars, and she knows a little bit about everything. Are you secretly hatching a basilisk? What is a basilisk? Hermione has not read any records about basilisks. The basilisk is a very dangerous dark creature. Anyone who looks into its eyes will surely die, and the venom of this creature is extremely poisonous. Cassandra said seriously. Oh, Xia Zhi, don't tell me that you have been hatching basilisks these days, and you succeeded. Hermione looked at Xia Zhi with some fear. After all, from Cassandra's words, she could tell how terrifying the basilisk was. Well, successful. Xia Zhi nodded calmly. Hermione covered her mouth and looked at Xia Zhi in disbelief. Such a dangerous creature, you will be in danger, and if others knew that you raised a basilisk, then he will have to stay in Azkaban for the rest of his life. Cassandra said coldly. Xia Zhi had anticipated this situation since he planned to tell them about the basilisk, but he did not intend to hide it from them. Don't worry, the manuscripts left by Slytherin have detailed records of all the information about the basilisk, and he himself left one in Hogwarts. Xia Zhi took out a stack of manuscripts and handed them to them. The most important thing is that the basilisk only listens to the commands of Parseltongue. Moreover, I have sealed the little basilisk's black magic according to Slytherin's method. Hermione still looked at Xia Zhi with a worried face. It was too dangerous. Raising a basilisk in Hogwarts? It was like carrying a time bomb with you at all times, full of insecurity. Can I see that? That's the basilisk, Cassandra suddenly said. Cassandra, Hermione looked at Cassandra in surprise. She thought Cassandra would stop the summer solstice from raising a snake monster like her. Of course, come with me. Xia Zhi stood up, removed the magic around him, and walked towards his bedroom. The three of them got into the suitcase, and then Cassandra and the others saw the two big roosters who looked at each other in silence, with tears in their eyes. Oh, never mind, hatching a basilisk requires a rooster egg, so I can only take some special measures. Xia Zhi was vague. The three of them walked into the small building, and Cassandra noticed a broken eggshell on a table. Xia Zhi asked them to sit down, and then pulled up his sleeves in front of them. A red, crystal clear little snake appeared in front of them. The little snake monster was still sleeping soundly. It was still a baby, and babies always need more sleep. Is this a basilisk? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Beauty, Cassandra continued what Hermione hadn't finished saying. Indeed, they had only heard of the basilisk and thought it was hideous and terrifying, but they didn't expect it to be so petite and beautiful, and even a little cute. The basilisk is indeed a terrifying creature, and an adult basilisk is definitely not cute or beautiful. Xia Zhi put down his sleeves. It's just that mine is a little bit special. It has mutated. I want to know, why did you hatch a basilisk? I don't believe you just thought it was fun. Cassandra stares closely at the summer solstice. Yes, this creature is terrible. Once it gets out of control, the consequences will be disastrous. Why would you hatch one? Xia Zhi did not answer them directly. Instead of asking, he sat down slowly and poured each of them a glass of honey lemonade. Do you have any dreams? Or, what do you want to do after graduating from Hogwarts? Xia Zhi sat on the sofa, looking at the two girls in front of him with a pair of dark eyes. Dream. In fact, Hermione and Cassandra had not thought about this matter specifically. After all, they were still young and had not thought about this issue carefully. So Hermione and Cassandra did not speak. They both took the lemonade and sipped it. After you graduate, the biggest possibility is, Hermione, you will probably join the Ministry of Magic. And Cassandra, you will probably go home and inherit the family business. Xia Zhi interrupted the two girls' thoughts. After listening to Xia Zhi's words, they thought about it carefully and felt that what Xia Zhi said was very likely to happen. They found that these two paths might be the most suitable for them. There is no doubt that this is indeed the most suitable path for you. But, with all due respect, you chose these paths just for the sake of living. But what is your dream? What do you want most? Xia Zhi's voice seemed to have some kind of bewitching magic, like the whisper of a devil. The two girls fell into deep thought again. Oh, I really don't want to go back and inherit my parents' business, it's really boring. Cassandra frowned. I might join the Ministry of Magic, and there I'll be able to help the weak. Hermione still has sympathy for the house elves, who live at the bottom of society. Strictly speaking, they don't have any big dreams, nor do they have anything special they want to do. The wizarding world has only a few jobs, and its development has been almost stagnant for hundreds of years. There is really nothing new. What about you? What is your dream? Hermione suddenly asked. As for me, my dream is very simple. I want all wizards in the world to appear in the sun. I want wizards and muggles. No. I want all mankind to make progress and develop together. If Dumbledore had heard the first half of Xia Zhi's speech, he would definitely have locked him up in Nurmengard with someone else. Do you want to break the statute of secrecy and follow in Grindelwald's footsteps? Cassandra frowned. Grindelwald? No, Grindelwald's philosophy is one-sided. He thinks wizards are superior and should rule over muggles. This is undoubtedly wrong, Xia Zhi said seriously. So what do you think? Cassandra, you come from a wizard family, so you may not be aware of how fast muggles are developing. Compared with the rapid development of Muggle society, the development of the wizarding world has been basically stagnant for hundreds of years. But, what does it matter? As long as they don't find us. No, Cassandra, at the speed at which Muggles are developing, they will find us sooner or later. When the Muggles' technology has surpassed our magic and can drive us out of the rat holes, what do you think will happen to us? Cassandra was silent for a while, then slowly said, by that time, powerful wizards may be able to continue hiding, while weak wizards will be able to hide. Yes, if every wizard can be as strong as Professor Dumbledore, then I am naturally overthinking it, but in fact, many wizards are not good at fighting. 5.5 So we must cooperate with them and join their development while we are still valuable to Muggles. Xia Zhi stood up. When the technology developed by Muggles is mixed with magic, they can no longer do without us. When they cannot leave us, wizards change from a special group to a profession, a common profession like lawyers and doctors. Can you imagine a future where magic and technology shine together? However, it is too difficult to achieve this goal, so you need to have strong power first. Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi with a look of understanding in her eyes. So that's why you took the risk of hatching the basilisk. Xia Zhi nodded and said, this is my dream. It may be a little unrealistic, or a little groundless. After all, by the time the Muggles develop technology that can see through our magic, it may be a long, long time in the future. By then, I am not sure whether we will still be alive. I'll join. Cassandra suddenly interrupted Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi looked at him in surprise. He knew Cassandra would definitely join, but he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. This is much more interesting than going home to inherit the family business, isn't it? Cassandra's eyes shone with a certain light. On that day, Muggles and wizards will be able to live in peace, no longer looking down on each other, no longer having such insulting words as mudbloods, right? Hermione looked at Xia Zhi with a very serious look. Discrimination exists everywhere and it is difficult to completely eradicate it, Hermione. But if that day comes, we can throw all these guys into Azkaban for reflection. Xia Zhi said with a smile. Well, throw all these guys into Azkaban, we join you, you should pay us wages, right? Hermione suddenly smiled slyly. Of course, but your words reminded me, Hermione. I think we can set up a company first, so that everyone can see how interesting and useful products can be produced by combining magic and technology. Real benefits are more effective than any beautiful words. Xia Zhi touched his smooth chin and thought. You don't need to rush, Xia Zhi. Cassandra said with a smile. Don't forget, you are only in the 2nd grade now. Ha, yes, you reminded me. I still need an influential person to be the legal representative of the company. I certainly can't do that now. Who would believe what a child says? Xia Zhi smiled meaningfully. Xia Zhi planned to start a company first, and then bewitch some capable people. No, recruit them into the company. In short, before starting to do big things, you must unite all the forces that can be united. This sentence is never wrong. So, who has the most bewitchment ability? No. Who has the most charisma to command the response of hundreds of people? Should we let some old guy out for a walk? Xia Zhi felt that there was no need to be so anxious. Let's squeeze out all the usefulness of Voldemort first. The tangle in Tom's heart finally came to an end. It was very simple. He wanted to be resurrected, but he didn't want to sacrifice Xia Zhi, so he could just find someone else to sacrifice for Xia Zhi. What did the life and death of others have to do with him, Tom, and his friend Xia Zhi? But Tom didn't plan to use other little wizards in the school as sacrifices, because once a little wizard died, the school might be closed, and in that case, Xia Zhi would have to return to the orphanage sadly. Tom didn't want his friend Xia Zhi to have such an experience. After all, Xia Zhi now doesn't have a scapegoat like Hagrid. Xia Zhi, don't collect the ingredients for the recipe now. I found that the recipe can be improved. Tom wrote when chatting with Xia Zhi. Can it be improved? That would be great. Well, put the formula aside first. After I improve it, you can collect the materials. You can't rush to strengthen your strength. I will help you. Tom felt that if he helped Xia Zhi so much, Xia Zhi would definitely help him in the future. Xia Zhi was also very happy. Now Tom completely trusted him. At least he didn't want to kill himself now. After Christmas, I will take you to a place where I need to gather some strength. Tom wrote. Okay, I will catch more rabbits for you during this time. Thank you, Xia Zhi. I need to accumulate some strength to enter that place. Tom did not lie this time. If you want to enter the secret room, you must know Parseltongue, otherwise the door cannot be opened. He needs to accumulate enough strength so that he can attach to Xia Zhi's body and use Parseltongue to open the door. By the way, are you ready for the gift I asked you to prepare? Tom continued. Oh, I'm ready, but are you sure Cassandra will like it? Won't she reject me on the spot? Oh, Xia Zhi, under my guidance, your studies have caught up with hers, plus this gift. She won't reject me. No, she will definitely reject you. But you think too much, Xia Zhi. She will definitely reject you the first time, but at least it will leave a deep impression on her. Oh, chasing a girl is like boiling a frog in warm water. In the following conversation, Tom taught Xia Zhi in detail how to please girls. Xia Zhi tried to hold back the urge to burst out laughing. Voldemort, who had never been in love, was actually teaching him how to pick up girls seriously. It was so funny. But not long after, Xia Zhi turned serious. Oh, so that's how it is? You are really amazing, Tom. Facts have proved that Tom, who has never been in love, has a much higher emotional intelligence than this steel-straight man. According to Tom's story, Xia Zhi recalled carefully that he had missed at least 10 very good girls in his previous life. The past was too painful to look back on. Is there really such a genius who can learn without a teacher in this world? Xia Zhi was convinced by Tom. Tom claimed that he could please everyone when he was at Hogwarts, and it was not a false reputation. In fact, when Tom was in school, who didn't like him except Dumbledore? Through such a long period of communication, Tom gradually saw Xia Zhi's strengths. In fact, Xia Zhi was not as stupid as he thought at first. He believed that Xia Zhi's magic talent was just a little bit poor, but he was very talented in theoretical knowledge, and could understand everything at once, and could catch up with top students like Cassandra in terms of grades. Xia Zhi had low self-esteem because he had too little magic power and poor magic talent. In fact, if he could improve his magic talent, Tom felt that Xia Zhi's achievements in school could barely reach 80% of his level. The arrogant Tom therefore recognized Xia Zhi more and thought he was qualified to be his friend. Tom, I did exactly what you said. Very good, I believe you have left a deep impression on her. The next step is to slowly polish her with time. It may take a long time, but Tom hadn't finished writing yet. Suddenly, the door of Xia Zhi was pushed open with a bang. Cassandra rushed in and said with some dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say you were going to the library? How long do you want me to wait for you?" Forward, Xia Zhi quickly closed the diary and said, "I'll be there soon. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network." He forgot to lock the door. Of course, he did it on purpose. He came just in time, Cassandra. Tom was stunned when Cassandra came in. He was just saying that he would take things slowly, but Cassandra came straight to him and seemed very familiar with him. How could it be so fast? Impossible? Did I, Tom, guess wrong? It shouldn't be. How could I, Tom, be wrong? Tom was a little confused. Xia Zhi, can you lend me your potions notes? Hermione also came in. Of course, let's go to the library first. Xia Zhi picked up the diary calmly. Tom was confused again. What was going on? The plan he gave to Xia Zhi should not be effective so quickly, and it should only be aimed at Cassandra. What about this girl? When they arrived at the library, Xia Zhi sat with Cassandra and the others. Tom quietly showed the handwriting on the diary. Did you know them before? No, I didn't know them before, but didn't you give me some advice yesterday? Forget about Cassandra, I just assumed that I misjudged her personality, but why is this girl so familiar with you? Because I gave her a gift too. What? I only taught you how to chase Cassandra. Indeed, but I also prepared an identical one for her. Tom was immediately in awe. This guy thought one was not enough? I still think you shouldn't be so greedy, you should be more dedicated. Oh my god, Voldemort actually advised me to be loyal to girls. Xia Zhi almost laughed out loud. You need to make friends with girls first before you can take the next step. That's what you said, Tom. Yes, but don't you think it's too much? Tom, I'm not very confident in myself, so it's better to cast a wide net. Tom was completely speechless. However, Tom still recognized Xia Zhi's ability. Once this guy put away his timidity, he would be like a hungry wolf. Greedy, bold, and persistent. Xia Zhi is indeed very similar to me. Of course, if he were not so timid, he would be even more alike. Tom came to such a conclusion. He became more determined to make friends with Xia Zhi. He intuitively felt that Xia Zhi would be able to give him great help in the future. While Tom was still sighing, suddenly, he saw a small red snake crawling down from Xia Zhi's wrist. This familiar breath, although it looks very different, but it's actually a basilisk. Oh my god, where did Xia Zhi get a basilisk? He will die under the gaze of the basilisk. Why is he okay? Tom was shocked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiaohong, go back quickly. This is a library. You can't be seen by others. Go to sleep for a while. I'll go back and give you something delicious. If Tom was just shocked just now, then Tom now is like hearing a bolt from the blue. Xia Zhi was actually talking to the basilisk just now. Xia Zhi is actually a parcel tongue. No wonder he can command the basilisk. But that shouldn't be the case. Isn't parcel tongue a talent that only the noble descendants of Slytherin have? This is a skill that Slytherin has passed down through blood. Why can Xia Zhi also speak parcel tongue? Is he also a descendant of Slytherin? But that shouldn't be the case. Xia Zhi has obvious oriental features. How could he be related to Slytherin? However, Slytherin lived thousands of years ago, so if he has a lineage that has been passed down in the East, it is not impossible. However, legend has it that an even older Greek dark wizard, Herpo, can also speak parcel tongue, so Tom cannot confirm Xia Zhi's identity yet. Xia Zhi, were you talking to a snake just now? Why didn't you tell me you had this ability? Tom couldn't help but probe. Tom, what's wrong? This should be a very common ability. I bet all the little wizards here can do it, so I didn't mention it to you. No, Solstice? You don't understand. Parcel tongue is a very great talent. Only the descendants of the great Slytherins can master it. No one else can communicate with snakes. But, how could I be a descendant of Slytherin? I don't know about this. Tom was also confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Why did Xia Zhi speak parcel tongue? Can you tell me where this snake came from? Well, I encountered it yesterday when I went to the Forbidden Forest to help you catch rabbits. I can talk to snakes, so I started chatting with it. Then it followed me. Is there something wrong with it? How strange, this is clearly a newly born snake monster. But why don't its eyes have that kind of lethal power? Tom was puzzled. The information Tom received today was too abrupt. He didn't expect Xia Zhi to have such a talent, and he also picked up a little snake monster? I think you'd better not let other people see this little snake, especially Dumbledore, Tom warned Xia Zhi. If you raise a basilisk in Hogwarts and it is discovered, you will be in trouble if you don't die. In the end, Tom didn't bother too much. Xia Zhi thought that everyone had parcel tongue, so he didn't mention this talent to him. This reason was reasonable. As for the little basilisk, this kind of snake animal is naturally close to wizards with the gift of parcel tongue. It is normal for it to meet Xia Zhi and follow him. The only thing that is difficult to understand is why the magic on the little basilisk's eyes is ineffective. And the basilisk cannot be born by itself, so who is the person who hatched the basilisk? Okay, Tom, if you say so, then I won't let Xiao Hong be seen by others, and I will also hide the fact that I can speak parcel tongue. Xia Zhi wrote seriously. Very good. The secular people are prejudiced against the parcel tongue talent, and few people can understand our nobility. You mean? Yes, Xia Zhi, I won't hide it, I can speak parcel tongue, and I'm a descendant of Slytherin. Oh, Xia Zhi showed a shocked expression at the right time. If your magic talent was better, you would definitely be able to enter Slytherin. Tom was indignant for Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi wrote sadly, there is no way, with my talent. There will be a way to solve it. When I modify the formula, your magic power will increase significantly. And you are only in the 2nd grade now. Even if you do nothing, your magic power will naturally increase when you are older. Tom consoled her seriously. Well, thank you, Tom. But since you have the talent of parcel tongue, I can take you there in advance. There is a lot of precious magical knowledge in that place. What exactly is that place? That is the Chamber of Secrets built by my ancestor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, the greatest Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Xia Zhi's eyes lit up. To enter that place, you need the gift of parcel tongue. And you happen to have it, so we can go in now. Tom was very pleased with Xia Zhi's reaction. Remember, you must follow the steps I wrote after entering, otherwise you will be in danger. Tom was worried that Xia Zhi would accidentally release the basilisk, and he would be dead if he looked into the eyes of the basilisk, so he planned not to release the basilisk until he was resurrected. Oh, I see. Xia Zhi closed his diary and did his homework with Cassandra and the others. This was the first time that Tom did not stay in the dream and spent the whole day outside. He had noticed the strange-looking alchemical product on the librarian's desk a long time ago. When he was still in Hogwarts, the library did not have this thing. Tom saw Xia Zhi and Cassandra communicating in a friendly manner. Thinking that it was with his help that Xia Zhi could make such great progress so quickly, he could not help but feel proud. Haha, I am worthy of it. At midnight, when it was late at night, a figure flashed out of the Gryffindor attic. Xia Zhi slipped out quietly with the diary and quietly touched the directions specified by Tom. This was the first time that Xia Zhi started a night tour without the disillusionment charm. Although he was extremely calm in his heart, he still pretended to be nervous. Although Xia Zhi did not even with the disillusionment charm, Filch and his cat still couldn't catch Solstice because Solstice could see where they were. The closest time, Solstice squatted down to tie her shoelaces, and then Filch, who was far away and would definitely meet Solstice face to face, walked over without knowing it. Solstice's squatting just missed Filch. Solstice's movements were very natural, so Tom didn't suspect anything at all. Solstice slipped into the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor of the castle. As soon as she entered, Solstice heard Myrtle crying in a cubicle. Solstice waved her wand silently, and a dim purple ray quietly sank into the cubicle. Then Myrtle's voice disappeared, and she had been hypnotized by Solstice's soul magic. Tom didn't notice Solstice's movements, but focused all his attention on the sink. Solstice found the faucet with a small snake carved on it as Tom said before. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Open. Boom. The round wash basin in front of him slowly shrank back and then gradually disappeared, revealing a huge pipe on the ground. The pipe was pitch black and no one knew where it led to. Xia Zhi did not hesitate and jumped down the pipe. Then he slid down the pipe like a slide. Xia Zhi felt that his speed was getting faster and faster, and the air around him was getting more and more humid and smelly. Pa. Xia Zhi finally slid down and stepped into the soft mud. Xia Zhi lifted his foot with a look of disgust, cast a fluorescent spell to illuminate the surroundings, and then walked forward step by step in a slightly embarrassed manner. He did not see the huge snake slough of the basilisk as he imagined on the road. Xia Zhi did not walk far before he saw a solid wall with 2 snakes entwined with each other carved on it. Their eyes were inlaid with large, shining emeralds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Open. The 2 snakes suddenly separated, the stone wall cracked in the middle, slowly slid to both sides and disappeared. Xia Zhi walked in slowly. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. This is a long and narrow room, and the surrounding light is quite dim. Many stone pillars with engraved coiled snakes stand tall to support the ceiling that smiles in the darkness above. The whole room filled with green and mysterious mist is cast with long and strange black shadows. Xia Zhi walked forward slowly while looking around. Every step he took produced a hollow and loud echo between the four walls filled with ghostly shadows. Walking to the end of the room, Xia Zhi raised his head and looked at the statue in front of him with interest. This was an old man. It must be said that this statue was quite huge, and Xia Zhi had to look up to see his face. This was a monkey-like face, with a sparse long beard that almost dragged to the hem of the wizard's robe carved from stone. He didn't know whether Slytherin had always looked like this, or whether he looked like this because he studied the dark arts too much. Just like Tom, how handsome he was in the past, how shabby he became later. Xia Zhi pulled out his wand. Of course, this was not his own wand, but Slytherin's wand? Tom was very confused when he saw him like this, and didn't know what he wanted to do. He had told Xia Zhi that there would be a door on the wall between the two bare feet of the Slytherin statue. Opening it in the same way as before would reveal a small room behind it, which contained some magic notebooks. Although he took away a lot of them in the past, he also left a lot in it. Xia Zhi suddenly threw the diary on the ground. Tom was shocked. What on earth was Xia Zhi trying to do? And what was going on with the wand in his hand? Why had he never seen it before? Such a strong fluctuation of magic power. How could this wand be so powerful? Xia Zhi ignored Tom, who was writing frantically in his diary, and instead stared at the statue of Slytherin. Tom was shocked. What was going on? Why did Xia Zhi know this code? Moreover, this code could awaken the basilisk? Seeing Xia Zhi still staring at the statue with wide eyes, Tom became anxious and flipped the pages of his diary frantically. Stop. Xia Zhi, close your eyes. The basilisk is coming out, and its gaze can be deadly. However, Tom was not able to show up yet, and he couldn't shout at all. Slytherin's huge stone face moved, and its mouth opened, and it got bigger, and finally formed a huge black hole. Something was moving in the mouth of the statue, making rustling sounds. It's over, the basilisk is about to come out, Xia Zhi is dead. Tom's heart suddenly felt empty. Swoosh. A terrifyingly huge snake with ginger eyes crawled out of the mouth of the Slytherin statue. The snake monster was green all over, with the bright light unique to venomous snakes, and its body was as thick as the trunk of an oak tree. It raised its upper body, stretched its flat head in front of Xia Zhi, and looked at him carefully. Xia Zhi looked at it calmly and fearlessly. The familiar feeling of coldness came again, but a warm magic power came from Slytherin's wand again, driving the coldness out of his body. Hiss. I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. I need to eat. The basilisk raised its head and stabbed its scarlet tongue irritably. Hiss. Just wait patiently, I'll take you to eat later. The basilisk was frightened and immediately fell to the ground, not daring to move. Xia Zhi's parcel tongue is the most advanced and has the highest priority. Now, even Tom can't take away the control of the basilisk. Tom sensed everything on the side, and his heart was already in turmoil. Why is this? Why did Xia Zhi know the existence of the basilisk in the secret room so early, and why could he look directly into the eyes of the basilisk without any harm? Why does the wand in his hand emit such a powerful magic fluctuation? Xia Zhi turned his head to look at Tom's diary, and suddenly laughed, like a supervillain. Tom, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have to search for a long time to find Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Xia Zhi's voice came faintly. Tom was stunned. Xia Zhi's words contained too much information. The basilisk curled up behind Xia Zhi and dared not move. Xia Zhi raised his wand and shot a bright purple light at the diary. He was going to show his hand. Tom had always been a bad guy, so Xia Zhi had to show his hand in a more evil way than Tom. Only by completely shocking him could he implement his plan. Pop. The diary was hit, and then an illusory figure slowly appeared in the diary. Tom's figure gradually solidified, and he raised his hand in surprise and looked around. He found that his soul power has become stronger than ever before, and now he can actually get rid of the constraints of the diary directly. Summer solstice, Tom looked at the Xia Zhi in front of him in disbelief. The Xia Zhi now was so strange. His previous timid and cowardly expression was gone. The Xia Zhi now had a face full of confidence, calmness, and pride. He was like a replica of himself back then. You lied to me. Tom's expression twisted. By now, how could he not know that Xia Zhi lied to him? Yes, I lied to you, but didn't you lie to me? Tom, oh, no, or should I call you? Xia Zhi waved his magic wand. Suddenly, a string of letters appeared in the void, Tom Marvolo Riddle, and then the order of the letters in the name changed, gradually forming a sentence. I am Voldemort. Voldemort? You are Voldemort, aren't you? There is a sign in your name. Xia Zhi smiled and looked at Tom. Tom gritted his teeth. I don't remember telling you my middle name. Xia Zhi smiled sarcastically. Oh, of course, how could the stupid, timid, and cowardly Xia Zhi know the secret of the great Voldemort hidden in 790's heart? Tom suddenly understood. It seemed that during the time he was asleep, Xia Zhi seemed to have obtained a lot of secrets from him. He said angrily then, when you said you worship Voldemort, were you lying to me? Of course, how could I worship a madman? Xia Zhi kept provoking Tom with a mocking tone. Madman, Tom's handsome face twisted in anger. How dare you say that? Voldemort is the greatest wizard in the world. Haha, whether Voldemort is the greatest wizard or not, what does it have to do with you, Tom? Xia Zhi narrowed his eyes and said faintly, boom. Tom felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him hard. The seed that had already sprouted in his heart suddenly flourished and grew into a towering tree after Xia Zhi's words. Yes. Voldemort was never me. I was just a tool to ensure he would never die. I was just a snake shedding that he had abandoned. Tom's face was pale and he was a little mad. The only thing I have to do is to stay in the dark and spend the lonely years quietly, to ensure that he will not die. Xia Zhi makes full use of the villain's talent for talking a lot at the end, and continues to stimulate Tom's fragile heart. Tom, I knew what you were the moment I laid eyes on you. A Horcrux. You reeked of evil. Do you really think that you can escape death and gain eternal life by using Horcruxes? Foolish. Hercules of ancient Greece is the first dark wizard to use Horcruxes. If Horcruxes can bring eternal life, he should still be here. But have you heard even a little bit of news about him? What is the use of splitting the soul and making Horcruxes, except to make your soul incomplete and lose your rationality? Do you think your ancestor Slytherin knew how to make Horcruxes? Then why didn't he make one? Because no one is so stupid except you, Tom. To be honest, I saw the remaining soul of your original body last year. It was living miserably on the back of someone else's head. It was tattered and half dead. Now it is still in the forest of Albania, possessed by small animals and barely surviving. Is this the eternal life you want? Xia Zhi's words were like nails, piercing Tom's heart one by one. He regretted it. Why did he make the Horcrux at that time? He was only 16 years old at that time, and was in the prime of his life. At this time, most people would not consider the moment of their own death. But why did he start making Horcruxes? At this moment, Tom felt that he was really stupid to the extreme. Since you knew what I was, why didn't you destroy me at that time? Tom panted, looking at Xia Zhi with bloodshot eyes. Destroy? No, when I knew you were Voldemort's Horcrux, I didn't know how happy I was, because you, Tom, you must know where the Chamber of Secrets is, right? You want to open the Chamber of Secrets? But why? And how did you know about it? Everything in the secret room should belong to me, not you, Tom. Xia Zhi said viciously without answering Tom's question. You mean? Tom's eyes suddenly stopped at the Slytherin's snakewood wand in Xia Zhi's hand. His eyes suddenly widened. This is Slytherin's wand. You can speak Parseltongue. So, you are also a descendant of Slytherin. Xia Zhi sneered. At this point, does it matter whether I am a descendant of Slytherin? I only know that if I get everything in the Chamber of Secrets, I will become stronger. You just want to become stronger. Tom looked at Xia Zhi in surprise. Of course, don't you want to? I'm not lying to you, Tom, we have the same origins. I also grew up in the Wu orphanage, and then, when I first showed my special talent, I was captured by a werewolf. Xia Zhi's eyes turned red. He tortured me with all kinds of black magic for a whole 6 months. Do you know how I survived those 6 months, Tom? That's because I know the BBBD power they used to torture me, and I also have it. So, I'm waiting for an opportunity. When I get out, I'm going to use this power to kill them all. From that time on, I understood one thing: if you don't want to be stepped on by others, you have to become stronger. When you are strong enough for everyone to look up to you, no one will look down on you anymore, right? To read the best novels, go to Flylu Novel Network. Thanks to you, I found the location of the secret room. This basilisk is great, but now it belongs to me, and the magic notebook in the small secret room also belongs to me. Ha ha ha. Xia Zhi laughed morbidly. You won't succeed. Tom angrily said the words that only a decent person would say. But such words often represent the powerlessness of reversing the situation. Oh, how are you going to stop me? Xia Zhi smiled and approached Tom. The gem on the snakewood wand in his hand emitted a faint green light. I will destroy your diary now, and then I can turn around and gain Dumbledore's trust. Then, how will Dumbledore reward me as a little wizard who destroyed a Horcrux of the great Voldemort? Maybe he will give me a special contribution award. Tom suddenly remembered something. Didn't he get a special contribution award by framing Hagrid? This seemed like a reincarnation. Do not kill me, Tom said unwillingly. This was something he had never said before. It was always others who begged for mercy from him. When had he ever begged for mercy? What did you say? Xia Zhi also seemed surprised. I said, don't kill me. I don't want to die. You're just a Horcrux. No, I'm not a Horcrux. I'm Tom Marvolo Riddle. Is there any difference? Xia Zhi looked at Tom with interest. I am not Voldemort. Tom said seriously. I want to kill you. What does it have to do with whether you are Voldemort or not? Xia Zhi said with a smile. Aren't we friends? Am I not your best friend? Seeing the flashing light on the wand, Tom grabbed the last straw and shouted at the top of his lungs. He really didn't want to give up. He still had a lot of things he wanted to do. He didn't want to die. Xia Zhi's wand was already against Tom's throat. Tom was breathing rapidly and looking at the wand in front of him in fear. Tom, even though I know what you are, I have tried to treat you as a friend. Xia Zhi said slowly. Tom's eyes shone with hope. But, when you gave me that potion recipe full of mistakes, I knew. Tom, you are an ungrateful person. I can never treat you as a friend, I can only treat you as a tool. You forced me to do this, didn't you? I admit that I did treat you as a tool at that time, but later I treated you as a friend. You should know that when I said I would help you improve the potion formula, I was planning to secretly change the formula back to its original form without telling you. Tom spoke in a hurried tone. Xia Zhi's dark pupils stared straight into Tom's eyes, and then Tom felt that his once proud brain occlusion technique collapsed under Xia Zhi's legilimency. Unbelievable, you are actually telling the truth. Xia Zhi looked at Tom in confusion. You are just a Horcrux, and the Horcrux of the most evil dark wizard in history. You actually really want to make friends with me. Maybe I have stayed in the dark for too long. I am very lonely. I really don't want to exist as a Horcrux. You are unwilling to live as a Horcrux, and you are still thinking about replacing Voldemort. Xia Zhi's pupils were dark, and he continued to stare at Tom's eyes. Suddenly, Xia Zhi's mouth corners slightly raised. Interesting, really interesting. The duel between Tom and Tom will definitely be very interesting. He put down his wand. Tom breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his life was saved for the time being. For some reason, in front of Xia Zhi, he couldn't even muster the thought of resisting at all, as if this person was his nemesis. Okay, have you guys had enough of the trouble? Suddenly, a voice reached Xia Zhi and Tom's ears. Xia Zhi turned around abruptly, raised the magic wand in his hand, and shouted, "Who? P.S. I haven't asked for data for a long time, so I'm quietly asking for some." At the foot of the huge Slytherin statue, a dark figure suddenly appeared. The light in the secret room was dim, and Xia Zhi could not see his appearance clearly, but he could see that he was not tall. The dark figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Tom's eyes were full of shock. He looked at the figure in front of him, and then looked at the huge statue. How is it possible? You are Slytherin? Tom looked incredulous. Xia Zhi did not have any surprises, as if he had expected it. He just squeezed the wand with a lot more force. Yes, I am Slytherin. The old man looked exactly like the statue in the Chamber of Secrets, with a long, sparse beard and a funny monkey-like face, which was totally inconsistent with his kind face. I guess you didn't really make a Horcrux, did you? Xia Zhi looked at Slytherin coldly. Since you already knew that I would appear, why did you test me with such words? You should know what kind of existence I am now. If I am not mistaken, you have the talent of a prophet. I have an old friend, and you have the same aura as her. Although Slytherin is not good looking, his eyes are very bright. Xia Zhi was really surprised this time. Slytherin only took a glance and knew that he had the talent of prophecy. He really deserves to be Slytherin. Although Slytherin is now just a remnant soul, but even this remnant soul is much more powerful than Tom's remnant soul made into a Horcrux. If you are Slytherin, then why didn't you show up when I opened the Chamber of Secrets? Tom has already believed that the old man in front of him is Slytherin, but he doesn't understand. When he opened the Chamber of Secrets, there was only a sleeping basilisk and some magic notes in the chamber. The residual soul of Slytherin never appeared. Slytherin glanced at Tom with pity in his eyes. Child, death is never something to be feared. You shouldn't create Horcruxes. Death, isn't it worth fearing? Tom couldn't understand this. He was afraid of death, so he wanted to be the one who flew away from death. Slytherin looked at Xia Zhi again. His deep gaze fell on the wand in Xia Zhi's hand. That's my wand. It has been with me for a long time. I will only wake up when my wand appears in the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, I can see that you have made some small changes to it. I have to say that you may be the smartest one among my many descendants. Maybe you can surpass me. Wait, who are you saying are your descendants? Sigh, you two are my descendants, otherwise, how can you make the basilisk I left behind obey your orders? And my wand, only the descendants of Slytherin can truly master it. Slytherin sighed and said, I have to correct you, I am Oriental. Oh, indeed. I went to the East when I left Hogwarts. It was really, Slytherin's face was full of reminiscence and nostalgia. Xia Zhi glanced at him, so this old guy had also been to the East to harm the little girls there? Xia Zhi remembered that when he and the other 3 founders of Hogwarts fell out, he was already quite old. I am not your descendant. No, you are, you all are. I have made it very clear why. Only the descendants of Slytherin can speak Parseltongue, can control the basilisk I left behind, and can use my wand. Slytherin still insisted. Who said that only your descendants can speak Parseltongue? The talent for Parseltongue is very rare and can only be passed down through blood. When I am still alive, I am the only wizard in the world who has the talent for Parseltongue. Slytherin looked at Xia Zhi with eyes full of love, and he was very satisfied with this descendant. Although Tom was also his descendant, and he was also very good, but Tom made a Horcrux, which made Slytherin feel regretful and sad. An incomplete soul will only slowly lose reason, and no matter how great his achievements are, he is just a lunatic. Xia Zhi's soul is complete, and he is only about 11 or 12 years old, but he can improve his wand. What a genius! This makes Slytherin very proud, worthy of being the descendant of me, Salazar Slytherin. Are you sure I am really your descendant? I'm sure. Xia Zhi's mouth curled up slightly, and he picked up his school uniform robe, revealing the Gryffindor logo on it. Can your descendants also enter Gryffindor? Slytherin's originally smiling expression suddenly froze. What did you say? You're a Gryffindor? Yes, it's genuine. You bastard boy, how can you be admitted to Gryffindor when you are my descendant? I was sorted into Gryffindor by the Sorting Hat. With your abilities, is it difficult to trick the Sorting Hat? Huh? You said I tricked the Sorting Hat? Xia Zhi was suddenly speechless. He did trick the Sorting Hat because he didn't want to go to Azkaban. I'm so pissed that you got into that damn Gryffindor house. Aren't you friends? We broke up long ago. Slytherin was very angry now. He finally had a descendant with excellent qualifications, but he actually got into Gryffindor? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Huh? You scared me? What can you do with your remaining soul? Bang! Slytherin raised his hand and cast a dark green spell. Oh my god. Xia Zhi dodged calmly. Raising my hand is a lesson for the killing curse. I'm not surprised by anything I've seen. Is the green one a killing curse? Bullshit, how could I not recognize the killing curse? To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Tom was dumbfounded. Tom watched Xia Zhi and Slytherin quarrel and fight. It was not until this time that Tom realized how powerful Xia Zhi was. Although Slytherin was only a remnant of his soul, he was still able to use magic freely, although his magic might not be as strong as when he was alive. But his endless skills and spells still dazzled Tom. However, even with Slytherin's skills and abilities, he was unable to successfully defeat Xia Zhi. In Tom's eyes, Xia Zhi just waved his wand casually, as gracefully as if he was conducting an orchestra, but he could always resist Slytherin's attack and counterattack. After all, Tom was only 16 years old at this time, and he did not have such profound magical attainments in the future. He knew that if he were to fight against Slytherin, he would only have the confidence to resist Slytherin's first 3 spells, and the latter ones, he couldn't even understand them. He now fully understood the gap between himself and Xia Zhi, and he admired Xia Zhi more and more. Of course, all this was because the seeds that Xia Zhi had planted deep in his soul were working. Xia Zhi was also amazed in his heart, worthy of being Slytherin. If he hadn't been able to know the landing point of his spell in advance and predict his next move, Xia Zhi would have found it difficult to resist Slytherin's attack. Slytherin's dual skills were really rich. If Xia Zhi didn't have the talent for prophecy, he could only rely on his powerful magic, put up a shield to resist, and then fight against him. Xia Zhi was surprised, but Slytherin was shocked, because no matter what tricks he used or what fake moves he made, Xia Zhi could see through his tricks in advance and counterattack, and Xia Zhi's counterattack spells always landed just in time for him to dodge. Asking for flowers 0. Slytherin knew that Xia Zhi's prophetic talent brought him an innate advantage. He was really a genius, but the better Xia Zhi was, the angrier Slytherin became. How can you get into Gryffindor, you bastard? The two sides fought for a long time, and neither side could do anything to the other. Slytherin used his extremely rich duel experience to fight Xia Zhi to a draw. Slytherin called a halt to the fight in time, because if he insisted, he would be the loser. During this time, he also tried to interfere with the wand in Xia Zhi's hand. After all, that was the wand that had been with him for many years. As long as the interference was successful, Xia Zhi would definitely lose. However, when he wanted to interfere with it confidently, he found that the wand in Xia Zhi's hand, which used to be his, was now indifferent to him. The snakewood wand had completely surrendered to Xia Zhi, which was one of the reasons that prompted Slytherin to call a halt to the fight. Now Slytherin was very satisfied with this descendant of his own, except for one thing, that this guy was actually a Gryffindor. Xia Zhi had long given up explaining, and let the old man think whatever he wanted. Never mind. Gryffindor is Gryffindor, Slytherin said irritably. You too, do you have anyone else in your family? Xia Zhi, I am an orphan. Tom, me too. Slytherin was stunned for a long time. He didn't expect that his 2 descendants were orphans. To be exact, up to now, Tom is your only descendant. Xia Zhi said calmly. He is the only one left in the Gaunt family. How is it possible? I had many descendants back then. Slytherin lost his temper. Impossible? Haha, I have never seen such a stupid family. For the sake of the so-called purity of bloodline, your descendants actually married close relatives. As a result, few of the children born were normal. In the end, the family population became smaller and smaller, right? I never said that they should keep their bloodline pure in this way. Slytherin had been asleep for a long time, and had no idea that his descendants would misinterpret his meaning like this. There are so many wizards in the world. As long as the other party is also a pure blood, Slytherin muttered. There are fewer and fewer pure blood families nowadays. Before Xia Zhi finished speaking, Slytherin understood. Pure blood families intermarried, and gradually, they became close relatives, and finally repeated the same mistakes. Is my pure blood theory wrong? Slytherin was very sad, because his family was almost extinct because of his wrong ideas. Although those pure blood families who believe in the pure blood theory are unwilling to admit it, there have been cases of intermarriage between them and Muggles. Otherwise, they would have long been lost in the dust of history. Xia Zhi sneered. Do you still think your so-called pure blood theory is correct? But, if wizards and Muggles marry, their blood will be tainted, and there is a high possibility that a squib who cannot perform magic will be born. The same is true for Muggle-born wizards. How can such people with impure blood be qualified to learn noble magic? Slytherin still has a lot of prejudice against Muggle-born wizards. Compared with the prosperity of a family, what does it matter if a few duds appear occasionally? You are just missing the point. Xia Zhi shook his head. In order to prevent duds from appearing in the family, he had to sacrifice the entire family? How stupid! And you have been sleeping for 1,000 years. Do you know how many outstanding Muggle wizards were born in Hogwarts? Slytherin remained silent. He knew that there were also excellent talents among Muggle-born wizards, but he discriminated against them from the bottom of his heart. If he had not heard that his descendants were almost extinct because of the pure blood concept, he would not have doubted the pure blood concept he had always believed in. Wake up, it's been 1,000 years, why are you still holding on to that backward concept? Think about your descendants who were killed by the pure blood concept. Fortunately, I am not your descendant, otherwise, I might not exist. Xia Zhi said calmly. No, you are my descendant, all of you, there is no doubt about that. Slytherin seemed to have finally come to his senses. Since you are the only two of my descendants left, I hope you won't kill each other. No, I must kill Voldemort. Xia Zhi said seriously. Voldemort? That's the child's true form. Why do you have to kill him? Slytherin was a little bit hard to accept. A madman who has committed many evil deeds. Most importantly, he's in the way. The words of Xia Zhi are brief and firm. My descendants are few in number, if they continue to kill each other. At this time, Tom, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. You revive me, and I will kill you. Voldemort is dead, but Tom is still alive. 83-7 Slytherin looked at Tom in surprise. How could a Horcrux devour its master? However, Slytherin had never made a Horcrux, so he guessed that something might have gone wrong when Voldemort made the Horcrux, causing the remnant soul in his Horcrux to develop self-awareness. Tom's eyes were firm. He knew that this was his last chance. Only if Xia Zhi agreed to help him resurrect could he become an independent individual. Otherwise, he would be just a Horcrux for the rest of his life. He would never have freedom. Tom, are you sure you won't be my enemy after you come back to life? Xia Zhi said leisurely. You are better than me. Tom stared at Xia Zhi's pupils. He actually took the initiative to open his soul to Xia Zhi. At this moment, all his secrets were revealed in front of Xia Zhi. Haha, Tom, you don't have to be like this, we are friends, right? Xia Zhi suddenly smiled. In fact, even if Tom wanted to become his enemy, it would be impossible, because Xia Zhi had a backup plan buried deep in his soul, and he could wipe out Tom at any time. Of course, we have always been friends. Tom raised his head. In order to gain freedom and get rid of the shackles of the Horcrux, Tom was willing to give everything he had. Of course, this also included forever surrendering to Xia Zhi. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completely brainwashed Tom Riddle, and the host is rewarded with +2 skill points. Xia Zhi heard the system prompt, and although he was happy in his heart, he still didn't show it on his face. Okay, Tom, we should go now. Xia Zhi looked at Slytherin. Old man, I won't disturb you to rest, let's go now. Xia Zhi asked Tom to return to the diary, and then stepped steadily on the head of the basilisk. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Let's go, I'll take you to eat. Xia Zhi used his wand to gently wipe the eyes of the basilisk, sealing the deadly magic of the basilisk to prevent it from accidentally hurting people. Slytherin watched Xia Zhi drive the basilisk away without saying a word, and then he also turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot, as if this residual soul that had remained for 1,000 years had never existed. Only Tom suddenly felt that the diary seemed to have become crowded. He was surprised to find that there was an extra spirit in the diary. I have been sleeping for a long time, I want to go out and take a look. Slytherin's consciousness came into Tom's heart. Tom. Xia Zhi stepped on the head of the basilisk, glanced at the pocket with the diary, smiled slightly, then drove the basilisk out of the pipe and rushed into the black lake. A big bubble enveloped Xia Zhi. Countless lake water rushed over, but could only stop outside the bubble. Splash! The basilisk carried Xia Zhi out of the black lake and rushed into the forbidden forest. Although they had cleared the territory of the 8-eyed giant spiders last time, many of them still escaped. The 8-eyed giant spiders were the favorite food of the basilisk, and Xia Zhi had brought the basilisk to the forbidden forest to find 8-eyed giant spiders for dinner. Christmas is here, and this time Xia Zhi did not sign his application to stay in school. He will go home for Christmas this year, and Nagini, who is traveling around the world, will also come back for Christmas. Cassandra and Hermione originally wanted to invite Xia Zhi's family to their home for Christmas, but Xia Zhi had a lot of things to do during this holiday, so he politely declined. Although Xia Zhi could go home directly from Hogsmeade with an apparition, in order to accompany Cassandra and the others, he still chose to take the Hogwarts Express. After nearly 6 hours of bumpy ride, King's Cross Station finally arrived, and Xia Zhi saw platform 9 3/4 again. Many parents were standing on the platform to pick up their children. Xia Zhi saw Nagini as soon as he got off the train. Although the weather was very cold, she was still wearing a black dress, standing on the platform, as if she didn't feel the cold. When she saw Xia Zhi getting off the train, she walked up with a smile. Welcome home. Long time no see, Nagini, did you have a good trip? Xia Zhi felt that Nagini's face was full of smiles. It seemed that letting her travel around the world was a very correct decision. Xia Zhi then said goodbye to Hermione, Cassandra, and the others, and then took Nagini's arm, and the two disappeared directly on the spot. Ahem, stop looking, that guy is gone. Mr. Volley felt uncomfortable when he saw Cassandra staring at the place where Xia Zhi disappeared. Humph, don't bother with it. Cassandra rolled her eyes and took her mother away. Ah, is puberty coming so soon? I'm starting to rebel. Mr. Worley looked frustrated. Oh, Master Xia Zhi is back. Dobby came out of the kitchen happily, wiped his hands on his apron, and then busied himself pouring tea for Xia Zhi and taking his coat. Dobby cleans the rooms of Master Xia Zhi and Miss Nagini every day. Dobby warmly welcomed the two of them in. Xia Zhi sat down on the sofa. He hadn't been home for several months and was quite homesick. With a home, he was no longer a rootless duckweed in this world. Seeing Dobby busy with the Christmas dinner, Xia Zhi didn't take the initiative to help, because this was Dobby's intention to prepare for them. If he intervened, the meaning would be different. Dobby glanced at Xia Zhi a few times and found that he had no intention of entering the kitchen, as if he was relieved. Dobby learned several new dishes when Master Shady was not at home. Dobby hopes that Master Shady and Miss Nagini will like them, Dobby said with his big eyes blinking. I'm looking forward to it, Dobby. Xia Zhi smiled and took a sip of tea. That night, the three of them enjoyed a Christmas dinner. As soon as they finished eating, Dobby ran to the basement to feed the dragon. I have to say that Dobby is really a capable house elf, which really saves Xia Zhi a lot of time doing trivial things. In the evening, Xia Zhi was sitting in the study writing and drawing, and the phoenix Yasili was taking a nap in the nest beside him. Xia Zhi was thinking about what he was going to do during this holiday. Suddenly, he seemed to have encountered a problem and frowned as he thought. Pa. At this moment, a crisp sound came from the surroundings, and then the whole house fell into darkness. Xia Zhi raised his head and looked at the door of the study. A dark shadow was slowly walking in at the door of the study. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Xia Zhi neither asked who the other party was, nor did he show any surprise, as if he knew the other party would come. He just stood up silently, crossed the desk, and stood opposite the dark shadow. The Slytherin wand in his hand flashed a faint green light. It was dark all around, and neither side could see each other clearly. The two people just stood facing each other quietly, but the battle broke out suddenly. Swish! A green light shot out from the shadow's hand. Xia Zhi did not dodge. He raised his hand and released an extremely blazing red light. This was a disarming spell that was so powerful that it frightened people to death. But it was only a disarming spell. Bang! The two spells collided with each other, making a violent explosion. The two spells connected together, emitting a welding-like light. Xia Zhi raised his magic wand calmly, suppressing the opponent lightly. The intersection of the two spells was quickly leaning towards the black shadow. The black shadow was obviously anxious, trying his best to resist Xia Zhi's spell. But it still had no effect. Xia Zhi's suppression on him did not weaken at all, and the shadow found that he could not break the link of the spell at all. Xia Zhi's spell seemed to stick to him tightly. Finally, after a crisp sound of snap, the shadow's wand was smashed into pieces by Xia Zhi's spell. The shadow was also blown away by Xia Zhi's spell, hit the wall hard, and then slowly fell down. Xia Zhi waved his wand, and the lights in the house came on again. He found that only his 0.6 study was restricted by magic, and Nagini and Dobby were fine. They did not hear any movement, and Xia Zhi did not intend to alarm them, so he did not lift the restriction. He slowly walked to the person. He was wearing a dark cloak and his face was covered with black cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. Now with the light, Xia Zhi could see clearly that it was obviously a woman. Just as Xia Zhi approached, the woman's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened and she pulled out a dagger and stabbed Xia Zhi. Kaka. The dagger broke into two pieces. Xia Zhi didn't even move. The dagger couldn't pierce his armor spell at all. The woman quickly stepped back and wanted to escape, but when she saw Xia Zhi's face, she froze. She stared at Xia Zhi with wide eyes and looked at him in disbelief. You, this was the first time she spoke, but her voice was filled with emotion. You are alive. My name is Xia Zhi. Yes, I'm still alive. But you cast a killing curse on me as soon as we met just now. Do you really want me to die? Mom, Xia Zhi pulled off the black cloth on the woman's face, revealing a beautiful face that was very similar to Xia Zhi. P.S. Will this plot be abrupt? Do you really want me to die, Mom? Xia Zhi's words pierced Liz's heart like a needle. No. Oh my god, what have I done? Liz fell to the ground, her face full of panic, no longer as calm as before. I didn't want you to die at all. In fact, I thought you were dead a long time ago. Xia Zhi still looked at her quietly, waiting for the woman's explanation. Yasili flapped her wings and landed on Xia Zhi's shoulder, looking at the woman on the ground curiously. She could feel that this woman had the same blood as her companion. The mission instructions said that the person to be killed today is an extremely evil black wizard, because this black wizard killed hundreds of people in our organization last time, and he is very powerful. There must be a misunderstanding here. Liz stared blankly at Xia Zhi in front of her, muttering. She had always thought her son was dead, but tonight she met her son and it turned out that he was not dead. Not only did I fail to fulfill my obligation to raise him, but I just attacked him with the killing curse. I'm sure he will never forgive me. For a moment, endless guilt and remorse swept Liz's heart. Dark wizard? Interesting, Xia Zhi smiled contemptuously, but there is one thing they said that is right. I did kill hundreds of people last time. But this is not my fault. Who asked them to want to kill me right away? For no reason. I don't know where these bastards came from. Liz stared at Xia Zhi in surprise with a pair of eyes that were very similar to Xia Zhi's. A child, succeeded in counterattacking when being besieged by hundreds of people? But thinking back to the battle between himself and Xia Zhi just now, with his strength, 12 were killed in seconds, and the deaths of hundreds of people were not unfair. They besieged you. Liz suddenly came to her senses. Why did they want to kill you? Shouldn't the organization immediately report the good news to me when they knew my child was still alive? Why would the organization want to kill my child? Liz's face became serious. This matter now seemed very complicated. Xia Zhi squatted down and looked at his mother in this life curiously. I don't know either. Xia Zhi said that he could see a lot of things about the future, but he could not see what had happened in the past. Obviously, the decision to kill him was made in the past, and at that time, Xia Zhi's prophecy skills were not as high as they are now. Or, was this decision made when Xia Zhi was just born? I have a little bit of prophetic talent, so I can predict that I will definitely meet you again, but, to be honest, this is a little different from what I expected. The reunion scene, maybe, a little less warm. More than a little less warm. If Xia Zhi didn't have 2 brushes, he would have died under his mother's spell. If I knew it was you, I would never do anything to you, child. I owe you too much. I don't expect you to forgive me. Xia Zhi's dark pupils glanced at Liz's eyes lightly. Then he suddenly reached out and helped the woman up. Get up. Xia Zhi would not let his mother sit on the ground, even if she was guilty of a heinous crime. Please take a seat. Xia Zhi conjured up a chair and asked her to sit down. Then he sat behind the desk, crossed his hands, and looked at Liz with a pair of dark eyes. When Liz saw those eyes, she couldn't help but tell him everything she knew. Liz was a member of a certain organization. As for the name of the organization, Liz knew it very well. But every time she wanted to say the name of the organization, her memory would always become chaotic. She would forget the name of her organization, as if the name of the organization had been cast with some kind of magical hidden magic. The business of this organization is very wide, and the members of the organization are also varied. Assassination, bodyguard, missing person, lawsuit. As long as you can think of it, this organization can help you complete it. It's like a super enhanced version of the Eurozwia. After meeting Xia Zhi, she was very surprised. Before this, the mission completion rate of this organization was 100%, and it had never failed. When Xia Zhi heard this, he made a timely tactical retreat to express his surprise. Sure enough, this world is not as simple as it seems. On the surface, everything is calm, with only Voldemort making waves, but undercurrents are surging underneath. Xia Zhi learned from Liz's words that his cheap mother belonged to the assassination department of this organization, and was ranked number 1. It has to be said that Liz's strength is still very strong. Although not as strong as a T0 player like Dumbledore, she is also in the top T1 category. The man who attacked him with hundreds of people was far from being Liz's opponent. Xia Zhi's strength was not as strong as it is now, and his prophecy was not well developed, so he was not prepared. It was because of the circumstances that he was able to hold on for so long. If it were now, Xia Zhi would be able to kill him in 1 round. When Liz came to attack Xia Zhi was able to win so easily because he saw some scenes in advance. At that time, Xia Zhi's mother and father were both in the assassination department. The birth of Xia Zhi made them very happy. However, not long after, Xia Zhi, who was only a few months old, contracted a serious illness. No matter what kind of magic potion was used, it could not be cured, and finally the young Xia Zhi died. When Xia Zhi's parents were preparing to bury Xia Zhi, they met their enemies on the way, and then Xia Zhi's body was lost. Xia Zhi's father also died in that attack. That's why Liz thought Xia Zhi had died a long time ago, but for some reason, Xia Zhi was resurrected and was adopted by an orphanage. Listen, when he got here, Xia Zhi secretly guessed that he might have traveled through time and thus resurrected. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how a dead baby could suddenly resurrect. However, one detail caught Xia Zhi's attention, that is, the killer who attacked him this time was not his cheap mother, but the second-ranked killer Falcon in the assassination department. It was because the second-ranked killer had a personal matter, so he privately gave the task to his cheap mother. To read the violent novel, go to Falcon Novel Network. Obviously, it would be the safest to directly hand over this task to Liz, who ranked first, but the organization still gave the task to Falcon, who ranked second. There is only one explanation, that is, the organization was hiding Liz from killing Xia Zhi. It was also a coincidence that Falcon chose to slack off while working, which allowed Xia Zhi's cheap mother to know the truth of the matter. Xia Zhi took out a magic wand that looked like a snake's sword and placed it on the desk. Do you recognize this magic wand? This is Grey Harrier's wand. Liz's eyes widened. Oh, that man's name is Grey Harrier? Is he also from the assassination department? Yes, he is ranked 10th in our assassination department. 10th. No wonder he is so weak. So he couldn't have brought hundreds of people to kill me for no reason. He must have received a mission from your organization. Xia Zhi stood up. I guess, one of them must have seen me and found that I look a lot like you, so he guessed that I am not dead. Then they came to kill me. Why did they come to kill me? Xia Zhi suddenly smiled and said, it seems that my death from illness was not so simple. Are you saying that they were the ones who caused your illness? Even my father's death was not so pure. Xia Zhi nodded. Maybe he noticed something at that time, so Xia Zhi has always used the greatest malice to speculate on others. In this world, there is no grudge without reason. A mysterious organization whose name is unknown, how could the whereabouts of its members be discovered by their enemies? It's not impossible, it's just too coincidental. Have you met your leader? Scene. Where is he? I don't remember, I can't remember that place. Interesting, Xia Zhi laughed again. He had just done some divination and found that the intertwined future lines suddenly had a blank. That blank was exactly about the leader. It seemed that he was hiding in a very special place. Xia Zhi secretly thought that maybe there was a place similar to the loyalty curse. Maybe he was not in this world. Xia Zhi looked at the moon outside the window and was surprised that there was such a bright moon at this time. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, Xia Zhi said slowly, and then walked out. Liz was stunned, not knowing why he suddenly said that. Liz looked at her son who looked very young but always had an expression that did not belong to his age, and she felt guilty. What had he experienced to have such an expression at this age? Where are you going? Liz couldn't help asking. The moon is bright, it's a good time to kill. Who do you want to kill? Grey Harrier. I have no way of knowing where your leader is, but I can still find him now. Perhaps, I can get some new information from him. You can wait for me in my study, I will be back soon. No, I'm going too. I was just about to ask why he killed my son. Liz's eyes became fierce. She wanted to know the truth of the past. Her husband and her son were in trouble. She always thought it was an accident, but now it seems that it was not an accident. Then let's go together. Xia Zhi nodded. But we don't know where he is. Liz asked doubtfully, although we are from the same organization, I can only contact him through special methods and can't find him directly. I happened to see some things, Xia Zhi said calmly. Hold my arm, we should go. Liz grabbed Xia Zhi's arm in confusion. Yasili. Boom. Phoenix Yasili appeared, Xia Zhi grabbed her claws, and then the two disappeared on the spot. In the basement, screams continued to be heard, and then the screams stopped abruptly. The door of the basement was pushed open, and Grey Harrier walked out covered in blood, with a morbid satisfaction on his face. The people guarding the door hurriedly lowered their heads. Grey Harrier let out a long sigh of relief. Next time, catch some stronger muggles for me? This time, the stuff is too weak. I didn't even bother to do anything, and he died. How boring? Humph. The people around nodded in fear. They didn't want to anger Grey Harrier and then be locked up in the basement. For them, the basement is a hell on earth, and Grey Harrier is the devil in charge of this hell. No matter whether it is a muggle or a wizard, once you enter this hell on earth, don't think about coming out intact. Grey Harrier waved his wand, and the blood on his body was immediately cleaned up. He noticed the broken finger on his hand, and his eyes became sinister in an instant. He will definitely avenge the broken finger. Xia Zhi must die. However, I heard that Falcon has taken on the task of killing Xia Zhi. Although that guy is quite strong, with Falcon's ability, he should be able to complete the task smoothly. Humph, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as this guy is dead, the revenge will be taken. Of course, the rest of the revenge can also be taken from his mother. But this Liz is too strong, so we have to think about it. When Grey Harrier was thinking about where to go to have fun later, there were suddenly bursts of huge explosions outside. Grey Harrier had a very ominous premonition in his heart. He quickly stood up, ready to apparate away. He has always believed in his intuition. This extraordinary intuition has allowed him to survive until now. However, he soon discovered that this place had been blocked and there was no way to apparate away. He gritted his teeth and had to follow his men out with his wand in hand. This is a very grand manner, but Xia Zhi could tell at a glance the various protective magics arranged in it. Just when Liz was thinking about how to start, Xia Zhi had already moved. He directly arranged a large-scale anti-apparition spell, covering the entire manor. Liz looked at Xia Zhi in shock. He arranged such a large-scale anti-apparition spell by himself, and he didn't even blush or breathe heavily. How powerful is her son? Liz frowned. As soon as she came here, she knew that Xia Zhi had found the right place. She even saw a few familiar faces. They were all Grey Harrier's men. She had seen them before, but how to sneak in still had to be considered carefully. After all, the other side was heavily guarded. Just when Liz was hesitating, Xia Zhi had already raised the wand in his hand. Boom, boom. Two powerful explosion spells exploded at the door. Amid screams, several people were blown to pieces. Liz looked at Xia Zhi in surprise. She didn't expect him to attack without hesitation. There were many people on the other side. Liz stepped forward and grabbed the wand that Xia Zhi had just lent her. No matter what, no one could hurt her child now. Just when Liz was ready, Xia Zhi had already killed his way in. In Xia Zhi's view, killing all the opponents was the most perfect infiltration. Liz originally wanted to protect Xia Zhi, but she didn't have any chance to attack at all. She followed behind Xia Zhi and walked into the manor so easily. In the meantime, people kept rushing out to attack the two, but they were helpless. Although their opponent was young, he was a very ruthless person. Xia Zhi used the shadowless sword to cut several people in front of him into two pieces with an expressionless face, and scared the people who rushed out next to him and hurriedly retreated. Boom. Crack. Xia Zhi's spell, under the blessing of Slytherin's wand, was extremely powerful. With every step he took, someone died under his wand. Now Xia Zhi was like a real Dark Lord, casting the killing curse in his hand like it was free, and he was invincible. Liz soon saw Grey Harrier, who was hiding behind the crowd with a pale face. What happened? Where's Falcon? Didn't Falcon accept the task of killing Xia Zhi? Why did Xia Zhi come with Liz to kill? Liz, are you going to betray the organization? How dare you massacre your own people? Kill your own people? I was going to ask you this, why did you lead people to surround and kill my son? Liz waved her wand angrily, and everyone who stood in front of Grey Harrier was blown away by her spell. Grey Harrier's eyes flickered, and his gaze was sinister. He planned to use the golden cicada to escape. Although the price was huge, he would definitely die if he stayed here. Not to mention Xia Zhi, who killed people as easily as drinking water, he couldn't beat Liz. He gritted his teeth and was about to launch the golden cicada to escape. The sharp sword is invisible. Well, Grey Harrier fell to the ground screaming while holding his arm. Xia Zhi was no longer the inexperienced Xia Zhi of that day. He saw that Grey Harrier wanted to escape, and with a sharp strike, he cut off his arm holding the magic wand. Hehe. No matter what you want to ask, I will never tell you. Grey Harrier knew that he was doomed today, so he started to toughen up. But to Grey Harrier's surprise, Xia Zhi didn't even intend to ask him any questions, and kicked him over. Cruciatus Curse. Grey Harrier knew that he would be tortured, and the Cruciatus Curse was also within his expectations. However, as a member of the organization's dark side, he had been trained to resist the Cruciatus Curse since he was a child. He was very resistant to the Cruciatus Curse. Strictly speaking, if an ordinary wizard used the Cruciatus Curse on him, he would not feel any pain. However, when Xia Zhi's Cruciatus Curse fell on him, he seemed to have returned to the time when he first received Cruciatus Curse training as a child. This pain was even more intense than what he felt back then. It's heart-wrenching. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Liz watched from the side, feeling a little anxious. Although she didn't think there was anything wrong with using the Cruciatus Curse on Grey Harrier, if she continued to torture him, Grey Harrier would die of pain. Kid, why don't you stop for a moment, or we won't be able to ask you anything. I said, stop torturing me. The Grey Harrier that was still strong a few minutes ago has now become a weak chicken. Do you think I want to torture him and get something out of him? Xia Zhi sneered. Haha, if you think so, you are totally wrong. I just want to torture him. Xia Zhi stepped on Hui Yao's face with his foot and said, I want to experience it too. Is it really so fun to torture people that you indulge in it every day? Hui Yao suddenly felt cold all over and was so scared that he couldn't speak. He does enjoy torturing others, but he is torturing others, not being tortured himself. No, please. Those who died at your hands also begged you in the same way, Xia Zhi said indifferently. He had seen Grey Harrier's evil deeds before he came. Unfortunately, what Xia Zhi hated most was people who enjoyed torturing others. This reminded him of the werewolf wizard who had tortured him for half a year. You must have heard the saying that evil will be punished. It's heart-wrenching. You, please give me a quick death. It's heart-wrenching. Well. Walking out of the dead silent manor, Liz silently looked at Xia Zhi's back in front of her. Her heart was filled with endless guilt. What kind of terrible thing did this child experience to become so decisive and hate evil like today? She always thought that after being a killer for so many years, her heart must have been so cold that she forgot the taste of tears, but now, she was silently crying like an ordinary woman. Xia Zhi turned around, took a look at the manor in front of him, then raised his magic wand, and a giant blue fire snake rushed into the manor, devouring everything. Xia Zhi looked at the beautiful blue flame in front of him. You should not be able to go back to your organization. After Liz learned that her organization was going to kill her child for unknown reasons, she could no longer go back. Can you come home with me? Xia Zhi said. Just as Xia Zhi saw in the mirror of Arist, what Xia Zhi desired most in his heart was family and friendship. What he feared most was loneliness, and he always hoped that his home would be lively and bustling. Therefore, the time he spent with his friends during the summer vacation was the happiest time of his life. Xia Zhi used his legitimacy to secretly he had lost his adopted mother. She was really full of guilt, and she did not lose him on purpose, so Xia Zhi, Niu Xiao, planned to accept her. Of course, there was another very important factor, that is, he was still young. If there was a strong and trustworthy adult to do things for him, it would be much more convenient. It's a pity, if his father in this life was still there, it would be even better. Xia Zhi thought so. He had a hunch that if his father in this life was still alive, he must be very strong and could give him more help. I can't go home with you. Summer solstice, Liz trembled and said, you don't understand the horror of the organization. I will implicate you. When she heard Xia Zhi ask her to go home with him, she wanted to agree regardless of everything. But she thought that she had betrayed the organization, so the organization would definitely not let her go. If she stayed at her son's house, she would definitely implicate him. You think too much. Your organization has been trying to kill me since I was born. You don't need to be implicated at all. Xia Zhi said calmly. It's a pity that the leader is a coward. I can't find his location, otherwise I would kill him tonight. Xia Zhi thought that he should have a warm and happy family, but because of the design of the leader of this organization, he ended up in an orphanage and was captured and tortured by a werewolf wizard. Thinking of that painful memory, Xia Zhi's heart was filled with murderous intent. But Liz still hesitated. At least if she was somewhere else, she could help Xia Zhi attract some of the pursuers. Mom, I don't want to be alone anymore, Xia Zhi said slowly. Xia Zhi's words were like a sharp arrow that pierced Liz's heart. She covered her mouth, tears falling uncontrollably. Finally, she could no longer suppress her emotions and hugged Xia Zhi. Warm tears fell on Xia Zhi's collar. Xia Zhi did not dodge and let his mother hug him. He really didn't want to be alone anymore. If he could really live in peace and joy, who would want blood and gore? From today on, he has one more thing to protect. Liz finally decided to stay. Nothing could make her leave her child. Many years ago, she lost everything and lived like a walking corpse, but now, she has found her child again, and she feels that her life has meaning again. The next morning, Nagini and Dabi were surprised to find that there was another person in the house. This woman looked very similar to Xia Zhi, and no explanation was needed. Anyone who saw them for the first time could guess their relationship. This is my mother. We were separated for many years. We finally met again last night. Xia Zhi introduces his long-lost mother. Hello, my name is Li Si, of course, you can call me Liz. Liz introduced herself with a smile. This is Nagini, a good partner and friend I met when I was wandering outside. Nagini looked at Liz in surprise. It was still surprising that a mother suddenly appeared in Xia Zhi overnight. 063 Hello, Nagini spoke a little unnaturally. Liz looked at Xia Zhi meaningfully, then enthusiastically grabbed Nagini's hand and held it. Thank you, for being by Xia Zhi's side when he needed help the most. Liz's eyes were red again. This is Dobby, he is a free elf, my best butler and my good friend. Oh, Master Xia's mother? Oh, how should Dobby address Master Xia's mother? Dobby was overjoyed by Xia Zhi's introduction. If you don't mind, Dobby will address Master Xia's mother as Mrs. Liz. Of course I don't mind, Dobby. In fact, I am very grateful to you. I am very grateful that you can help me take care of Xia Zhi. Liz did not despise house elves like other wizards did. She even leaned down and gave Dobby a gentle hug. For Liz, she was grateful to everyone who was kind to her child. She didn't know how much her child had suffered over the years. Therefore, every bit of kindness to Xia Zhi was precious. Dobby was flattered and almost burst into tears again. When had he ever been respected so highly? When he was in the Malfoy family before, he was treated like a pest. Xia Zhi's home was a paradise in Dobby's eyes at this moment. Oh, Dobby. Dobby has learned several new dishes. Dobby is going to cook a big meal for Mrs. Liz. Dobby ran into the kitchen happily. Mrs. Liz took Nagini aside to chat. She had to ask Xia Zhi how he had been living these years. Xia Zhi wrote a letter and asked Yasili to deliver it to Headmaster Dumbledore. Although his mother was back, the organization was also a trouble, BDD. Although he was not afraid of them, it was easier to hide than to defend against. He still had to find a way to destroy the organization. The organization was so big that Headmaster Dumbledore might know some inside information. Moreover, before destroying the organization, his mother's safety was always a problem. He had to discuss it with Professor Dumbledore. As far as Xia Zhi knew, he was the one who knew the Lihuo's curse best. It seemed that Professor Dumbledore did have a lot of free time today, and he came here in person. It must be said that Dumbledore really cared about Xia Zhi, a student. After all, he rarely came in person just because of a letter from a student. With the help of Yasili, Professor Dumbledore appeared at Xia Zhi's home. Merry Christmas, summer solstice, I love the wool socks you gave me. Oh, people insist on giving me books, even though I've read them all. Instead of wool socks, Dumbledore kept talking like an ordinary old man. Merry Christmas, Professor Dumbledore. I'm sorry to trouble you to come here on the first day of the holidays. Oh, that's nothing. I guess I just missed Dobby's sweet and sour carp, Dumbledore said with a smile. So, is this your mother, Mrs. Liz? Liz certainly knew who Dumbledore was. In fact, there were few people in the wizarding world who didn't recognize this old lady. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, thank you very much for your love for Xia Zhi. You know, I lost him for many years. I missed a lot. Mrs. Liz, it is such a wonderful thing to be able to restore a family relationship that you thought was lost. In fact, I really envy you. Mrs. Liz, Dumbledore seemed to be thinking of something sad, and there was a hint of sadness in his tone. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Congratulations to you, Xia Zhi. From now on, you will no longer be alone. Dumbledore said to Xia Zhi happily. With the bond of his family, Xia Zhi is completely different from Tom. Thank you, Professor. Xia Zhi asked Professor Dumbledore to sit down, and then served him his favorite watermelon juice. Although it was winter now, Xia Zhi had a storage ring. Watermelons and other things could be stored for a long time. Dumbledore happily drank a sip of watermelon juice, and then his expression became serious. Xia Zhi, I already know about your affairs in general, and I also know about that organization. Dumbledore really knew about this organization. But think about it, Dumbledore's network of contacts is very powerful, and there is no reason for Dumbledore not to know about such a mysterious organization. If they want to take the business, it is impossible for them to hide themselves completely. This organization is very mysterious, no one knows what it is called, but their logo is two crossed silver wands, so people like to call them silver wands. Dumbledore said. Liz nodded. She knew how others called her organization, but she couldn't say the real name of the organization no matter what, as if it was a blocked word. I already know about Madame Liz's affairs. Your safety is now in question, so, the best way is to use the Lihuo's charm. Sure enough, Dumbledore mentioned the Lihuo's charm. This is an extremely complex spell that uses magic to hide someone's secrets forever in the soul of a living person. The secret is hidden in the heart of the chosen person, the secret keeper, so it will never be discovered. Of course, unless the secret keeper reveals it on his own initiative. As long as the secret keeper does not reveal it, the enemy will not be able to see them even if they put their nose against the glass of their living room. Harry's parents were protected by the Lihuo's charm, and Voldemort could not find them. Until the secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew, found Voldemort and revealed the secret to Voldemort on his own initiative. Only then was Voldemort able to find Harry's parents' house. As long as you protect your home with the Lihuo's charm, they won't be able to find you. Dumbledore said. Okay, I'll be the secret keeper. Xia Zhi nodded. Okay, let's cast the spell now. Dumbledore knew that there was no time to lose. Professor Dumbledore, Liz suddenly called out to Dumbledore. Xia Zhi is studying at Hogwarts, right? Yes. You are worried about Xia Zhi's safety. Please rest assured that the students are very safe in Hogwarts. I am not afraid to boast that as long as I am there, no one dares to hurt my students in my school. Of course I believe you, but I have been separated from Xia Zhi for too long. Liz thought that she would have to go back to school soon after the summer solstice, and she was afraid that she would not be able to see her children again until the summer vacation. Liz wanted to see her children every day, but she realized that her request might be too abrupt. Professor Dumbledore would not let an outsider like her live in Hogwarts. Don't worry about me, Mom, I will write to you every day. Liz nodded. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice but to do so. Dumbledore was touched again when he saw Liz like this. If his sister could come back, he would rather see her every day, because he was also afraid that this was just a sweet dream, and when he woke up, he would find that the person was gone forever. Wasn't Liz the same? She had always thought that her child was dead. Fortunately, her child was not dead and was very good. But she was also afraid that this was just a beautiful dream. In fact, I do have a method here. I wonder if Mrs. Liz is willing to do it. Professor Dumbledore pondered for a while and suddenly said, "What method?" Liz asked excitedly. As long as she could see her child every day, she would do anything? Mrs. Liz, I have heard about your previous career, so you must be very knowledgeable about the black magic. Of course. A killer is naturally familiar with all kinds of black magic, and is also very familiar with many black magic creatures, because in many cases, the rational use of these black magic creatures can also increase the success rate of the mission. It's like this, our current defense against the dark arts professor, well, he's still very good, but his teaching load may be a bit too heavy, so he's a bit overwhelmed. Dumbledore covered up for Lockhart with a guilty conscience. I think you can be an assistant teacher, assisting Professor Lockhart and sharing his teaching tasks. Of course, you only need to be responsible for the courses from grade 1 to grade 3. This will not only reduce Professor Lockhart's pressure, but you can also see the summer solstice every day. What do you think? Oh, of course, I will pay you according to the normal professor's salary. Oh, really? I do? You don't need to pay me, I'm already very grateful that you can give me this opportunity, Liz said excitedly. In this way, she can see her baby son every day. No, no way. Xia Zhi objected seriously. It didn't matter which subject Xia Zhi taught, but he absolutely couldn't teach defense against the dark arts. Xia Zhi, you don't like me at school, okay? Liz was very sad, thinking that Xia Zhi still had feelings for her and didn't want to see her at school. It must be said that the lost family affection made Liz's heart fragile and sensitive. No, that's not the case. The position of defense against the dark arts professor is too evil. There are rumors that this position has been cursed by Voldemort, so no defense against the dark arts professor can have a good ending in the end, Xia Zhi explained. He was a little angry. Dumbledore must have known about the curse, but he still let his mother be the defense against the dark arts professor. Xia Zhi, calm down. Dumbledore comforted Xia Zhi helplessly. Lockhart is still the professor of defense against the dark arts, and your mother is just an assistant. Do you understand what I mean? Hiss, Xia Zhi was also worried and confused, and then he remembered what Dumbledore had just said. Liz was only an assistant, not a professor, and the current defense against the dark arts professor was Lockhart, so if there was a curse, it would only be directed at Lockhart, not Liz. Professor, can you guarantee it? Xia Zhi was still a little worried. I can promise. Dumbledore nodded. When Liz heard that Xia Zhi was worried about her safety, that's why he didn't agree to let her be an assistant, her mood suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. Her son cared about her, and Liz felt sweet in her heart. Xia Zhi, even if this position is really cursed, I am willing to do it. I don't want to be a person anymore. Xia Zhi said this very seriously. Liz couldn't help but burst into tears when she heard this. Dumbledore also felt sad, and he thought of his sister again. Family love is really one of the most beautiful feelings in the world. Xia Zhi thought about it carefully and felt that it was better for Liz to be in Hogwarts than to stay at home, because he could be closer to her, and if anything happened, she would have someone to take care of her. With him and Dumbledore, Hogwarts was still very safe. Anyway, the basilisk and other unstable factors had been solved by Xia Zhi. He looked at Liz's pleading eyes again, and finally had to agree. Okay, Professor, you have to promise me to protect my mother. Xia Zhi was indeed fed up with Lockhart taking students to perform the plots in his book for the entire semester. A defense against the dark arts class turned into an acting class, what a sin. Although Liz's destination had been decided, the family's Liu's charm had to be used, so that if something really happened, there would be a place to hide and a way out. Xia Zhi would then let the Phoenix Yasili follow her. If anything really happened, she could just capture her and teleport her home, perfect. As for Xia Zhi's own safety, who could beat him? Besides, he was carrying an old grandfather with him. Although Slytherin only had half a soul left, he was more fierce than anyone else in a fight, and he would never tolerate his descendants being hurt again. Although Xia Zhi had always denied that he was his descendant. In the end, Xia Zhi himself became the secret keeper of his family. As long as he didn't tell others, no one would be able to find this place again. After the matter was resolved, Dumbledore took Liz to Hogwarts. He had to take her to say hello to other professors, and then have a good talk with Professor Lockhart. Dumbledore believed that he was still very sensible. Liz followed Dumbledore to visit the professors of Hogwarts, and met her colleagues in advance. There was no need for Dumbledore to introduce her. All the professors knew that Liz must be related to Xia Zhi at the first sight. Professor Snape was very excited when he saw Liz. Even Dumbledore couldn't help but look at him more and felt that he was a little bit wrong. Snape knew that Xia Zhi was an orphan, so his mother must have died. A dead person suddenly appeared in front of him, so there was only one possibility. That is, Xia Zhi's magic to resurrect the dead may have succeeded. How could Snape not be excited when he thought that Lily might be resurrected? Snape, who couldn't hide his joy, generously gave a small drop of fulling potion as a gift. This made Dumbledore's eyes look even weirder, but it was not easy to ask questions in front of Liz. Liz didn't know what Snape was like in the past, and she was a little emotional. Although this professor of potions looked like a stranger, he was unexpectedly enthusiastic. When Professor Flitwick saw Liz, he deliberately tried a few words about dueling skills. Soon after, the experienced Professor Flitwick immediately understood that Liz was completely different from Lockhart. This was really a master? This made him very happy. At the same time, he was sincerely happy that Xia Zhi could reunite with his mother. As for Professor McGonagall, she was even more moved to tears. She was the one who favored Xia Zhi the most among all the professors. She had always felt sorry for Xia Zhi's tragic experience and life experience, and she even had the idea of adopting Xia Zhi. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. But later, Xia Zhi bought a house by himself, and this idea was abandoned. But now, Dumbledore told her that Xia Zhi had found his mother, which made Professor McGonagall sincerely happy for Xia Zhi. Women's intuition is very sensitive, and Liz immediately noticed Professor McGonagall's unique love for her son. She held Professor McGonagall's hand gratefully, and with red eyes, she thanked Professor McGonagall for taking care of Xia Zhi. Almost in an instant, they became good friends. Liz, your son is outstanding, really, I have never seen such an outstanding little wizard. Maybe you don't know that he has published a paper in Transfiguration today? This paper has made a big step forward in the development of Transfiguration. What a great achievement. Professor McGonagall hurried to her bookcase and found the magazine she had specially placed there. Then she opened to the page of Xia Zhi's paper and excitedly showed it to Liz. She knew that Liz had missed Xia Zhi a lot, so she planned to show her the best side of Xia Zhi as much as possible. Liz looked at the paper excitedly. She had heard that there was such an epic-making paper on Transfiguration recently, but she didn't expect it to be written by her own son. Liz asked excitedly, "Can you lend me this magazine?" She planned to take a good look at her child's article. "I give it to you. This is your child, a very good child, but he has really suffered too much." Professor McGonagall sobbed softly. She thought of Xia Zhi's tragic experience again. If Dumbledore had not gone to Albania and brought him back, the consequences would have been disastrous. "It's my fault as a mother. I actually thought he was dead. If I had checked more carefully at that time." Liz told about how Xia Zhi died of illness, and then was attacked when preparing to bury Xia Zhi. As a result, Xia Zhi's father also died, and Xia Zhi's body was lost. Unlike others, Liz was willing to tell Professor McGonagall about these past events. Professor McGonagall held Liz's hand with sympathy. She lost her son and husband overnight, which was really pitiful. "You just said that he suffered a lot, didn't he have a good life in the orphanage?" Liz couldn't help asking. If someone bullied her child, she would retaliate no matter how high or low. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore looked at each other. "I think you do have the right to know about this, but I hope you won't get excited. After all, everything is moving in a good direction now." Liz's heart skipped a beat. She intuitively knew that things were not as simple as she thought. "Please tell me, don't worry, I won't do anything irrational." Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were not worried that she would do anything irrational. Anyway, those werewolf wizards had been caught by Xia Zhi. Dumbledore sighed. Xia Zhi was captured by a group of werewolf wizards before she enrolled in Hogwarts. Wolf, werewolf. Liz's face turned pale instantly. Doesn't that mean that her precious son has become a werewolf? She thought of the status of the werewolf community in society in an instant, and suddenly she felt like the sky had fallen. She was heartbroken beyond words. "Don't worry, Liz." Professor McGonagall saw what Liz was thinking and quickly explained. "Xia Zhi is not infected. He is not a werewolf." 0. Liz finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then, what happened next? Although she knew Xia Zhi was fine now, Liz still felt a pain in her heart. Fortunately, the leader of the wizard group wanted to perform a group transformation black magic, so Xia Zhi was not bitten. The werewolf wizard who caught him was a dark wizard who enjoyed torturing people. He tortured Xia Zhi for half a year. Boom. A huge magic power swept through Professor McGonagall's office. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a little surprised. He knew that Liz was quite powerful, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. With such powerful magic, even Severus couldn't be her opponent. Now Dumbledore thought he finally knew who Xia Zhi inherited her powerful magic from. "Where is that werewolf wizard?" Liz said slowly. Her words were filled with murderous intent. "He was killed by Xia Zhi." Dumbledore sighed. No matter what, he didn't want the children's hands to be stained with blood, but he couldn't blame Xia Zhi, and there was no reason to blame Xia Zhi. Liz was slightly stunned, and then the runaway magic was collected. She quickly apologized to Professor McGonagall. Then she waved her wand and quickly restored Professor McGonagall's office. It's okay, Liz, any mother would react in the same way when hearing about what happened to her child. Professor McGonagall now understands why Xia Zhi has such a good talent. Talent is partly genetic. Next, Dumbledore told Liz about his first meeting with Xia Zhi when he came to Albania, and everything that happened next. When Liz heard Dumbledore say that the first thing Xia Zhi said when he saw him was, "Are you here to kill me too?" she understood Xia Zhi's decisive character and the maturity on his face. No matter who it is, after being tortured like this for half a year, his personality will change, not to mention that he is just a child. Xia Zhi can stay rational and not completely blackened, which is already very kind-hearted. At the same time, she finally understood why Xia Zhi hated Grey Harrier so much, and why Grey Harrier died so miserably. Because in Xia Zhi's eyes, people who enjoy torturing others deserve to die. After coming out of Professor McGonagall's office, Liz followed Professor Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. "I think you can prepare first, and you can start teaching right after the Christmas holiday. Of course, if you have any questions, you are always welcome to come to me or Professor McGonagall," Dumbledore said with a smile. We haven't met Professor Lockhart yet." Liz was a little confused. You know, she has met Professor Bubbage of Muggle Studies, but as a nominal assistant, she has not even met the decent Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. "Oh, I have sent someone to inform him, he will come over later." Dumbledore sat comfortably in his chair. "Please forgive me, I am already an old man, I have walked too much today." Liz felt that Professor Dumbledore did not seem to like Professor Lockhart very much, but she heard Xia Zhi say that the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts was a 1-year-old. So, maybe it was just that the new professor had not yet become familiar with the headmaster, Liz guessed. Dong dong, there was a knock on the door of the spiral staircase in the principal's office. "Please come in." Dumbledore placed his hands on the desk, crossed them, and looked at the door quietly. Lockhart walked in quickly, his tone 897 a little anxious. "Professor Dumbledore, I think I can handle the 7 grades of defense against the dark arts class by myself, and I don't need an assistant." Lockhart immediately saw Liz, the so-called teaching assistant who was going to deprive him of the opportunity to show himself. Then he immediately stopped talking and smiled what he thought was a charming smile. "So, this beautiful lady is the teaching assistant who assists me in my work." Xia Zhi and Liz look a lot like each other, so her appearance is also quite high. Lockhart immediately changed his mind when he saw her for the first time. Liz smiled and shook hands with Lockhart politely. "Allow me to introduce myself, beautiful lady. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Wizard Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Of course, I don't often mention this, but I bet you recognize me." Lockhart began to sing. "Professor Lockhart. After Christmas, Mrs. Liz will be in charge of the teaching of grades 1 to 3, and you will still be in charge of grades 4 to 7. So strictly speaking, Mrs. Liz cannot be considered as assisting you in your work. There will be no intersection between you two." Dumbledore ruthlessly interrupted Lockhart's showy self-introduction. Lockhart smiled awkwardly, his expression a little embarrassed. "Ahem, how about this? As a gift, I decided to give you a complete set of my signed works." Liz now finally understood why Dumbledore didn't like Lockhart. Xia Zhi is still studying how to reshape a body for Tom. How can it be considered a true resurrection without a body of his own? Tom still has to fight Voldemort face to face. A remnant soul can never compete with Voldemort. Fortunately, Xia Zhi is not clueless. There is a lot of knowledge about this in the research notes left by Slytherin. It has to be said that Slytherin's research is really all about everything, but Xia Zhi guessed that Slytherin should have had many apprentices to conduct research with him at that time. Because his research involves too many aspects, it is really difficult for him to achieve such a high achievement in all aspects alone. Xia Zhi decided to extract a few feasible potion combinations from the blood fusion potion formula rewarded by the system and combine them with the potion formula for reshaping the body left by Slytherin to improve it into a new formula. Now, Xia Zhi's formula has been modified to a great extent. As long as the materials are in place, he can immediately refine a body that belongs to Tom completely. Although there may be a few unknown small side effects. Slytherin and Tom, who were hiding in the diary, were also keeping an eye on Xia Zhi's research results. Because Xia Zhi did not mean to avoid them, he put the diary on the desk, so they could also see Xia Zhi's newly improved formula. Slytherin sighed and whispered, "This formula has a very high success rate. I have to say that Xia Zhi's potion level is really outrageous. The potion combination in this formula is so wonderful. Why couldn't I think of it back then?" Tom's heart was also full of admiration and closeness to Xia Zhi. He couldn't even feel a little jealous now, as if any evil thoughts against Xia Zhi could not arise in Tom's heart. After Xia Zhi finished the formula, he threw this priceless potion formula on the desk and went to sleep, which frightened Slytherin. If it were him, such a precious research result would definitely be locked up. Xia Zhi actually threw it directly on the desk. He was really careless. What if it was blown away by the wind? What if a thief takes it away? Slytherin had to cheer up and act as a bodyguard for Xia Zhi. After all, this formula is very important. It is related to whether another descendant of his can be successfully resurrected. As for Voldemort, Slytherin has completely given up on him, a madman who can't recognize his own path and has lost his mind. Slytherin doesn't believe that such a madman can continue to pass on the bloodline of Slytherin. Moreover, this Voldemort has been marked by Xia Zhi. Slytherin knows how strong Xia Zhi is, so Voldemort is doomed to die. It is only a matter of time before he completely dies. It is better to let Tom be resurrected and replace Voldemort. Liz is back. Everything in the past is like a cloud of smoke. Now she just wants to accompany her children well. The lost and regained family affection is the most precious. As soon as she entered Xia Zhi's study, she saw Xia Zhi sleeping soundly on the sofa. Liz squatted quietly in front of Xia Zhi. She conjured a blanket and gently covered Xia Zhi with it. Xia Zhi twisted his body, curled up and turned over. Liz looked at him infatuatedly. Her eyes were already wet. On the busy streets of Paris. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. An ordinary-looking man is walking among the crowd. Although he has an ordinary appearance and simple clothes, he has a peculiar temperament. This is a kind of confidence and arrogance that is different from ordinary people. Ouch! A little girl suddenly rushed over and bumped into him, and the ice cream in her hand was imprinted on his old coat. I'm sorry, the little girl sat on the ground, looking at the man with fear. He helped the little girl up and said with a smile, it's okay, be careful next time. It would be dangerous if you hit a car instead of a person. Seeing that the man did not blame her, the little girl nodded quickly and ran away. Grey Harrier and his men had all disappeared, and there was a lingering scent of fiend fire at the scene. Suddenly, someone walked quickly to his side and whispered, well, I understand. If he dies, he dies. The man said calmly, and the ice cream marks on his clothes disappeared in the blink of an eye. We think it was Liz who did it. She may have known the truth about the incident. Ah, is that so? That's a pity. It seems that we have to re-rank the assassins in the Umbu. The man hesitated for a moment before saying, the reason why Liz found out about this is because Falcon and Liz exchanged tasks privately. Falcon didn't do it on purpose. She really didn't expect. The man waved his hand to interrupt the man and said with a smile, okay, am I so stingy in your eyes? The man was obviously relieved. However, the guy who asked her out doesn't need to exist. The man's body stiffened and he nodded quickly. Got it. I'll take care of it, and I'll never let her know. The man waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd, as if he had never appeared. Xia Zhi scratched his head, picked up the feather pen and continued writing in his diary. I always feel like there's something wrong with this formula, so I suggest you wait until it's completely perfected before using it. No, this is already good. I don't mind a little side effect. Tom was very determined. After awakening his self-awareness, he didn't want to stay in the diary for a moment. Fortunately, there was a Slytherin to chat with recently, otherwise he would be tortured by loneliness and go crazy. You have to think carefully about this. The side effects are unknown, and there is a chance that they will be serious side effects, although the chance is relatively low. Xia Zhi was still persuading him. He felt that Tom didn't need to be so anxious. 50 years. Do you know how I have lived these 50 years? If Tom had a body right now, he would be in tears. Well, 1.6, since you insist so much. Xia Zhi saw that Tom was determined and Slytherin did not jump out to object, so let it be. Xia Zhi wrote, I will go and urge the potion materials, and try to come back by Christmas, and then I will do this for you. Of course, I will try to improve the formula during this period. Xia Zhi closed the diary and put it in his pocket, then put on his coat and prepared to go out. Snape had been helping him prepare the potion materials for a long time, and it was estimated that they were almost ready. Although the materials for his own potion fusion formula were not yet complete, it was not difficult to get the materials for Tom to rebuild his body. With the help of Yasli, Xia Zhi apparat directly to Hogwarts and rushed to Snape's office with a clear goal. Knock, knock. Xia Zhi knocked on the door of Snape's office, and then heard a loud noise in Snape's office, as if something had been hit. After a long time, when Xia Zhi almost fell asleep leaning on the corridor, Snape finally opened the door. Hiss, Xia Zhi looked at Snape in surprise. You actually agreed to wear the green robe I gave you? And, you even washed your hair? P.S. Sorry, the update is late. Cassandra was very angry now. She had wanted to visit Xia Zhi secretly and give him a surprise, but she suddenly found that she couldn't find Xia Zhi's home at all. Cassandra didn't want to contact Xia Zhi with the ring. It was called a surprise, but if she contacted him in advance, what kind of surprise would it be? She got stubborn and wanted to find Xia Zhi's home by herself. But she had already searched nearby many times, passed by the Weasley family's burrow 35 times, and passed by Luna's home 25 times. But the result was still nothing. She wanted to grab Xia Zhi's collar and question him. Why didn't he tell her that he moved? Cassandra was sulking, while Xia Zhi took out his wand. Professor Snape, what do you mean? My mother is here, and you wash your hair and change your clothes. What do you want to do? Xia Zhi now wants to give him a sharp shot. You misunderstood. You'd better explain it clearly. Didn't you succeed in your research on resurrection magic? Xia Zhi was confused. Resurrection magic? After Snape's explanation, Xia Zhi finally understood his idea. Xia Zhi put the wand back into his waist and said, although I don't have the heart to say this, there is no resurrection magic in this world. Snape's face darkened instantly, and he silently took off his dark green robe. So you are totally kidding me. Snape was unhappy. I said, I am good at soul magic, you can talk to the souls you summon. 14 is resurrection. Even if I can do it, I won't do it. Can you do it? Snape became excited again. Did you miss the point? I hear the point, you can do it. Why wouldn't you want to do it? Xia Zhi looked at Snape in silence for a long while. I can only let the dead come back for a short while at most. As for resurrection, I won't do it until I can defeat the god of death. Grim Reaper, Snape's eyes dimmed. Xia Zhi would not forget the legend about the Hallows in this world. Others said that the god of death was fictional, and the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone and so on were all made by powerful wizards in ancient times and had nothing to do with the god of death. But Xia Zhi, who had seen the hazy illusion, knew it very clearly, and it was not a good thing to say such things. Since there is a world of the dead, why is there no god of death? Such an existence is not something that mortals can covet, at least Xia Zhi is not qualified now. Xia Zhi doesn't even dare to use prophecy to spy on the existence of the god of death, unless he really achieves immortality one day and completely gets rid of the control of the god of death. Otherwise, if he starts to jump in front of such an existence now, he is looking for death. Soon, I will brew a potion, to help a remnant soul revive. This is also an experiment. Maybe you will be interested in watching it. Xia Zhi is not worried that Snape knows that Tom is Voldemort, because the resurrected Tom will be a little different from the original appearance, and may have to change his name. The name Tom Riddle will also become a thing of the past. This resurrection ceremony can give Snape a shot of adrenaline. Resurrection, then why? Snape really wanted to ask, since Xia Zhi could resurrect the remaining souls, why couldn't he resurrect Lily now? This remnant soul has never been to the world of the dead, so there is no problem at all. And if someone who has gone to the world of the dead wants to revive her, he must be prepared to face the god of death head-on. I believe that neither you nor I have made this preparation yet. Xia Zhi said slowly, besides, what if the person you want to revive begs me to revive the person she cares about the most, would you be willing? Snape froze in an instant. Yes, what if Lily begged Xia Zhi to revive James as well? The probability of this is 100%. If Lily is resurrected, she will definitely beg him to revive James as well? Don't be too greedy, Professor Snape. Wouldn't it be nice if she could come back and listen to your confession? Snape was stunned for a long time and remained silent. Liz was actively preparing for the courses from grade 1 to grade 3. Professor Dumbledore gave her the opportunity to see her son every day, so she had to help Professor Dumbledore teach these students well. She knew the principle of returning a favor. Liz was also a top student who graduated from the Magic Academy. Her basic quality was still very high, so these basic dark magic defense courses were not difficult for her at all. Although the school she graduated from was not Hogwarts, but Durmstrang. She ordered a lot of teaching aids and expected that the owl should be here soon, so she walked out of the woods of Xia Zhi's house and prepared to wait for the owl. There was no way. The owl could not find the exact location of the house that had been cast with the Fidelius charm, and she did not want to trouble Dobby. Moreover, the woods were very close to her home. Even if she encountered danger, she could hide back home at any time. She was not a secret keeper, so even if she ran back home in front of the pursuer would not be able to find Xia Zhi's home. What's more, she was not easy to mess with. Since her debut, she had only been defeated by her own son. As soon as she walked out of the woods, she saw a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes sitting on a stone outside the woods with a puffy face. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Liz's nerves immediately tensed up. At this time, anyone who appeared around Xia Zhi's house was most likely an enemy. Cassandra was sitting on a stone outside the woods and sulking. Xia Zhi's home was in the woods behind this stone. But no matter how she walked around, she couldn't find where Xia Zhi's home was. After wandering around, she could only go to the exit of the woods. She was very angry now. Humph! Damn it! How dare you move without telling me? Are you avoiding me? Humph! I'll never talk to you again. Cassandra grabbed a branch in her hand and beat a wooden stake in front of her fiercely, as if this stake was Xia Zhi. Hello, may I help you? A gentle female voice came. Cassandra turned her head, and then almost exclaimed. Because the beautiful woman who spoke to her was very similar to Xia Zhi, at first glance, she thought that Xia Zhi finally couldn't hide his special hobby and started to dress up as a woman. But there are obvious differences between the two. Although the faces are very similar, the figures are completely different. Liz held the wand tightly in her hands behind her back, and the tip of the wand was glowing green. She was ready to take action at any time. As the former top assassin of the Umbu, how could he run away when he met an enemy? The best choice is to strike first. However, the girl in front of him seemed very surprised, as if she knew Xia Zhi. Moreover, the girl was only 11 or 12 years old, so she should not be an assassin sent by the organization. However, with the existence of the magic potion such as Polyjuice Potion, Liz still did not let down her guard. You look like a friend of mine. Cassandra looked at the woman in front of her in confusion. Xia Zhi had been very busy these days, so he completely forgot to tell Cassandra about this matter, so she didn't know that Xia Zhi had found her mother. The friend you are talking about is Xia Zhi, right? Liz remained calm on the surface, but her body was still tense. Yes, what is your relationship with him? Cassandra couldn't help but feel a little irritated when she said this. I'm her mother, Liz said proudly. Cassandra didn't frown even a little, but as far as I know, Xia Zhi is an orphan. She grew up in an orphanage since she was a child. Liz understood a little. This girl might really be Xia Zhi's friend, but Xia Zhi's family had set up a fidelity spell, so this girl couldn't find Xia Zhi's home. Thinking of this, Liz's tense body relaxed a little. We just met again recently. Are you Xia Zhi's friend? Cassandra nodded. I guess you can't find our house. Why don't you contact him? You should have a way to contact him. Liz glanced at the ring on Cassandra's hand. Xia Zhi told her that those who have this ring are his friends, and they can contact him at any time through the ring. Then Liz keenly noticed a flash of anger in Cassandra's eyes. It seems that the relationship between this girl and Xia Zhi is definitely not as simple as ordinary friends. Because he was worried about my safety, Xia Zhi cast a special spell at home, so our house was hidden. He has been busy with my affairs these 2 days. I guess he forgot to tell you. Liz gradually let down her guard, but 350 still habitually held her wand. Xia Zhi also gave her a ring, which can only be worn by the person himself, so the girl in front of him should not be someone else's impersonation. That's it. Cassandra looked at Liz. The first time she saw Liz, she thought she should be Xia Zhi's mother because they looked so much alike. However, Xia Zhi never said that her relatives were still alive, so she was always confused. However, Cassandra soon found a ring on her hand that was similar to hers. It exuded a familiar magical aura. This ring must have been made by Xia Zhi, and he would never give such a ring to someone who had nothing to do with him. Can I ask why you are in danger? Cassandra couldn't help asking. Just as Liz was thinking about which part to selectively tell her, a car pulled up to the road not far away. Liz saw a cute little girl with fluffy brown hair jumping out of the car and running towards them quickly. Cassandra, I can't find where Xia Zhi's home is. This is. Hermione was surprised to find that next to Cassandra was a woman who looked very similar to Xia Zhi. Hello, are you also Xia Zhi's good friend? I am Xia Zhi's mother. Liz was very happy. He was worthy of being her son. She was looking forward to seeing other girls later. Hermione was stunned. Like Cassandra, she thought that Xia Zhi's mother had passed away. Caught off guard, she met Xia Zhi's mother, which made Hermione a little at a loss and blushed. Liz was very happy and proud of her son. Xia Zhi, who had no idea that his reputation was damaged, had just walked out of a professor's office and took away most of the professor's potion savings. Then he found the message Liz left him. Your 2 girlfriends are here to see you, but I'm not a secret keeper, so I can't take them home. Come back quickly after you're done. All this. P.S. My waist hurts. I will update more when the author's new chair arrives tomorrow. If you disobey me, I will chop myself into pieces and feed them to my turtle. Xia Zhi replied with a blank expression. No, they are not my girlfriends. But they are all my wings. Oh, they didn't fight, right? As long as they don't fight, there is no problem at all. I'll be back soon. You have too many wings. They didn't fight, but one of the blonde girls looked like she wanted to punch you. Hiss, Xia Zhi sucked in a breath of cold air. Cassandra's fists were no longer what they used to be. They were quite powerful and still hurt when she hit someone. Xia Zhi calmly sent a message to Cassandra. I've been really busy these past 2 days. Now I finally have time to tell you a good news. I found my mother. Here's what happened. So, Professor Dumbledore helped me place a Fidelio's charm on my house. I'll tell you the coordinates of my house later, otherwise you won't be able to find it. Xia Zhi pretended not to know and sent a message. He thought that this could still be remedied. Then Xia Zhi sent a similar message to Hermione, Luna, and the others. I was just busy until now and had time to tell you about this, so it's really not my fault, you can only blame yourselves. Xia Zhi thought happily. But no matter who it is, if you want to reason with a girl, you're totally wrong. Although I understand you, I am still very angry. The two are not contradictory. Xia Zhi grabbed Yasili's paw and immediately apparat back home, and then ran into Cassandra and the others on the path outside the woods in front of the house. Sure enough, although Cassandra expressed understanding, she was still very angry. Hermione was not very angry. After all, she did not come as early as Cassandra, and she did not go back and forth for so long. Luna replied with a simple sentence, "Congratulations on finding your mother. I am really happy for you." Although this sentence is simple, Xia Zhi can still see that Luna is thinking of her mother. Xia Zhi brought Cassandra and Hermione's family into his home. The Grangers thought that Xia Zhi might spend Christmas alone at home this year, and they hoped that Xia Zhi would not feel too lonely, so they brought Hermione with them. And Cassandra undoubtedly sneaked out without telling her family. Of course, Xia Zhi would not think that the Wallace knew nothing about this. He had already discovered that the house elf cave was hiding on the side. But after Xia Zhi led everyone back to her home, Kei lost them. She searched for them for a long time in fear, but couldn't find where they went. She had to return to the Worley Manor with a terrified face to report. You can't find Xia Zhi's home. Mr. Worley couldn't help but worry again. This could be the Fidelio's charm. Has the child gotten into any trouble? Why is the house protected by this spell? Mrs. Wally thought of more. However, their doubts were soon solved because a fat owl that looked like a snowball rushed into the living room and brought a letter from Xia Zhi. The letter first explained the fact that Cassandra came to visit their home and asked them to relax. Mr. Wally snorted when he saw this, and Mrs. Wally couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Next, Xia Zhi said in the letter that he had found his mother, but he had provoked some dangerous people, so he had to use the Fidelio's charm to protect the house. Although Xia Zhi did not explain it in detail, Mr. and Mrs. Wally knew the seriousness of the matter. Even Dumbledore was alarmed and came to help Xia Zhi cast the Fidelio's charm. At the end of the letter, Xia Zhi said that he would ask the Phoenix Yasili to teleport Cassandra home in the evening and ask them not to worry. When Mr. Wally saw this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. What kind of organization is this that Xia Zhi's mother has offended? Mrs. Wally was curious. This is none of our business, right? Mr. Wally happily told K-Fi to prepare a feast. Cassandra had to come back for dinner that evening. This is not something that has nothing to do with us. Mrs. Wally's face was a little serious. If something really happens to Xia Zhi, I think Cassandra will never feel happy again. Hiss, oh, I'll check this organization right away. Mr. Waller finally became worried. No, this organization can be taken seriously by Dumbledore, so it is definitely not a small organization. If you investigate like this, it will definitely attract their attention. What should I do then? I just need a batch of very precious herbs, but I can't find the source now. But Xia Zhi said this organization can help people do anything. Oh, I see. Draco Malfoy received many gifts this Christmas, all of which he had been looking forward to for a long time. But Malfoy, who should have been happy, could not muster up any interest. Ever since he saw the beautiful girl with red hair and blue eyes in Professor Snape's office that day, he could not forget her. He, Draco Malfoy, was young, rich, handsome, and his family was one of the 28 pure-blood families. With a prominent family background, he had never had such emotions towards a girl. Malfoy felt that he was in love with the girl, but he had never seen the girl again since that day. It was as if she was just an angel that flashed in his dream, and she disappeared when he woke up. He once tried to ask Professor Snape, but was thrown out of the office by Snape on the spot. So he tried to ask his father. He thought his father Lou Malfoy and Snape have been friends for many years, so he must know some specific details, but the fact is the opposite. Lucius had no idea that such a thing happened, nor did he know who the girl in Professor Snape's office was. This made Malfoy fall into great loss. Who was that mysterious girl? Would he never have the chance to see her again? Thinking of this, Malfoy didn't even feel the fragrance of the sumptuous Christmas dinner. Suddenly, he remembered that Xia Zhi took Ron Weasley to Snape's office that day, and from that day on, when he went to Snape's office again, he could no longer find the girl. Did Xia Zhi and the others know something about the girl? But Xia Zhi and the others had a grudge against him. Malfoy was entangled. And Harry, who was far away in Hogwarts, sneezed loudly, blowing down several wizard chess pieces in front of him. The wind was cold and biting. To read the most exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. A thin man in ragged clothes huddled in a cell. A small window on the high wall revealed a corner of the grey sky. From time to time, 1 or 2 Dementors would fly across the sky. Yes, this is Azkaban, the hell on earth. The thin man had messy long hair, a messy beard on his face, and a pair of eyes deeply sunken in his eye sockets. His arms, which were exposed from his prison uniform, were also skinny. He has been in this hell for nearly 12 years. But he doesn't want to go out at all. It's not that he has any masochistic tendencies, but he is punishing himself. Perhaps only by suffering in this endless hell until death can he make the greatest compensation for James and Lily. His heart is full of guilt, and he still can't forgive himself. Why did he make the mouse a secret keeper? James and Lily were killed by him. Fortunately, the mouse is also dead. His grey eyes quietly looked at the dim sky outside the small window. It won't be long before the Dementors will come to dine. When they come to dine, it will be the most painful time for him. His guilt and sorrow will be infinitely magnified at that moment. Many people who were imprisoned went crazy soon after, and the reason why he didn't go crazy was because he knew very clearly that he was innocent. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that the sky that seemed to have remained unchanged for thousands of years had a hint of color. It was a yellow bird. It drew a graceful arc, passed through the Dementors, and landed on the window of his cell. The bird stared at him with its lively eyes. The man looked at the bird in amazement. He had been in this hell for more than 10 years and had never seen any other creature willing to approach here. Although Dementors had no interest in other animals, no creature would be willing to approach where Dementors were. This little bird. What was going on? He tried hard to get up so that he could get closer to the bird so that he could see it more clearly. Could it be that he was about to die, so he was hallucinating? Suddenly, he felt the temperature around him become warmer, and at the same time, the scene around the cell seemed to be frozen. What is going on? The man muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. The cell had become warm, and the man had not felt such a comfortable feeling for a long time. Am I really going to die? Is this my last breath? The man muttered to himself again. No, you can't die yet. The man looked over in surprise, and it was the bird that was talking. The bird suddenly turned into a person, to be exact, a little wizard of 11 or 12 years old. The man looked at the little wizard in front of him in amazement. He had never seen a little wizard who could master animagus at such a young age. He thought that he and James were already top geniuses for successfully becoming animagus at such a young age. Who are you? My name is Xia Zhi, and I am Harry Potter's good friend. Xia Zhi said. Harry, the man's eyes were filled with tears, and endless guilt surged in his heart again. How many years had he not heard this name? James and Lily's child. Yes, that child must have grown up. Summer solstice. What are you doing here? This is not the place for you. Go away quickly, if you are found by them. There was a look of fear on his face. The reason why Xia Zhi came here is very simple. There are countless possibilities in the future. Sirius Black being killed by Bella is one possibility. Letting him work for himself to avoid being killed by Bella is also a possibility. Xia Zhi hopes to change his fate of being killed by Bella. At the same time, if his company is established, he needs an adult with outstanding abilities to help manage it. Sirius is the best candidate. Although his mother is also very capable, she is not very safe now. Before the organization is uprooted, she is not suitable to help him deal with things outside. So the real purpose of Xia Zhi coming here is to recruit Sirius Black. However, he can't say it directly now, because Sirius Black's heart is dead now. He must find a way to make him raise his will to survive. You must be Sirius Black, I came here just for you. You came for me? As everyone knows, I am the most loyal servant of the you-know-who? I betrayed James and Lily? Aren't you afraid at all? Sirius said with sarcasm in his tone. Death Eater? I confronted Voldemort last year. I am not afraid of the Dark Lord himself, so why would I be afraid of a fake Death Eater like you? Sirius was speechless. Confronting the Dark Lord? Kids nowadays are really good at bragging. The Dark Lord is dead, right? And, how do you know I'm a fake Death Eater? Everyone says I betrayed James and Lily, and killed Peter. I have heard about your deeds, how you fought bravely against the Death Eaters when you were in the Order of the Phoenix. I really can't imagine why you would betray your best friend and your beliefs. Sirius was silent, but what does it matter? James and Lily are dead because of my stupidity. Why don't you tell the truth? You have been in prison for so many years without a single word of defense. I deserve to suffer this, because it is my fault that James and Lily died. I deserve this. Sirius held his head in pain. Idiot. Xia Zhi roared, do you know what kind of life Harry has been living during the days you were away? What? Sirius was a little overwhelmed by being yelled at. His uncle and aunt regarded him as a monster and made him live in the stairwell. You have no idea what kind of life he had lived since he was a child. Until he was 11 years old, he didn't know what magic was. He didn't know why his parents died. Do you know? He thought his parents died in a car accident. Xia Zhi said coldly. What? I thought Dumbledore would take care of everything for him. Who will care for a child who has no parents to love him? Xia Zhi said quietly. It's all my fault. It's because of me that he lost his parents. Bastard? Don't you understand yet? You are his godfather, aren't you? Your best friend asked you to be their son's godfather, but you were willing to hide in Azkaban and watch your own godson suffer. Aren't you the godfather who should care for him the most now? Xia Zhi's words were like a lightning bolt that split the dark clouds, splitting a hole in Sirius's already dark and closed heart. Yes, I shouldn't give up on myself, I should take good care of their child. That child. Harry. How is he? He is fine now. I gave his uncle and aunt some advice, and now at least he doesn't have to live in the stairwell. But he still often cries while holding his parents' photo album. Xia Zhi said. Oh, it's all my fault, but I can't get out now. Sirius regretted not making excuses at the time. I will find a way to prove your innocence. What can you do? Since I can enter Azkaban and meet you without anyone noticing, I can definitely clear your name. Let's make a bet. Sirius. What's the bet? If I can prove your innocence and let you go out and reunite with Harry, how about you do me a favor? If I can clear my name and go out and reunite with Harry, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Okay, remember what you said today. Xia Zhi said as he handed him a small silver ball. Hold this in your hand at all times, and when the Dementors come to feed, they won't be able to hurt you. Take care. Xia Zhi's figure turned into a little yellow bird again, flew out of the cell window, and left Azkaban. Sirius only then realized that the frozen images around him started to move again. The people in the next cell seemed to have not heard of what Sirius had just experienced. It seemed that this was a very clever shielding magic, and the outside of the cell could not see what was happening inside the cell at all. Are the young wizards now so powerful? Even Dumbledore couldn't do this, right? Sirius suddenly believed that Xia Zhi had really confronted the Dark Lord. He looked at the small ball in his hand. If it weren't for the existence of this small ball, he would have thought that everything that had just happened was a dream. Sirius held the small ball and curled up in the corner again, like a stray dog. However, now he was warm all over, and no longer felt the negative emotions brought by the Dementors. When the Dementors came to eat, they automatically skipped his cell, as if they had forgotten him completely. After Xia Zhi turned into a bird and flew away from Azkaban, he apparat back to his home halfway. Peter Pettigrew can be put to good use now. However, it would be a waste to just pull him out. We have to completely drain his usefulness. Since we are determined to pull him out, it is also a good choice to let him take the blame. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Xia Zhi touched his smooth chin and thought about it. Originally, Xia Zhi wanted to go to Nurmengard to see Mr. G, but he saw that when he arrived in Nurmengard, he would coincidentally run into Dumbledore. In this future scene, he was discovered by Dumbledore as soon as he arrived in Nurmengard. Dumbledore was very angry that Xia Zhi secretly ran away to find Grindelwald. Xia Zhi didn't expect that Dumbledore would always pay attention to that place. After predicting this scene, he decisively decided to give up this idea. System, add the 2 skill points you awarded me before to my mastery of prophecy. At that time, Xia Zhi successfully brainwashed Tom, and the system gave him 2 skill points. Now Xia Zhi decided to add them all to his mastery of prophecy. Xia Zhi now understands how important it is to have a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Only in this way can the safety of Xia Zhi and those around him be guaranteed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mastery of prophecy has exceeded 10 points, and the system is randomly drawing rewards for the host. Xia Zhi's eyes lit up. Yes, if the mastery points exceed 10 points, you can get a random item related to this skill. I don't know if my luck will be good today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a prophecy pipe. Huh? What is this? Xia Zhi looked at the ordinary black pipe in his hand with disdain. The pipe was a bit heavy, black all over, and slightly warm to the touch. It looked like the same pipe as Sherlock Holmes. Ding! This is the prophecy pipe. The host can show others the future he sees through the white smoke emitted from the prophecy pipe. Oh, Xia Zhi suddenly realized that this function was a bit like the skull in Grindelwald's hand. He once used the white mist in the skull to predict the scene of the World War, shocking the gathered wizards. Okay, Xia Zhi nodded. People in this world believed in prophecies very much. If he did the same thing at a certain gathering, he would probably get a lot of support. In any case, the existence of this pipe would save him a lot of trouble. Since he couldn't go to visit Grindelwald and chat with him, Xia Zhi had to stay at home honestly and spend this Christmas holiday well. Neither Cassandra nor Hermione stayed at Xia Zhi's house for too long, and they were sent back by Xia Zhi respectively. After all, his home is different now and it is a little dangerous. If he stayed for too long and others discovered their relationship with him, something bad might happen. However, Luna, as usual, often came to Xia Zhi's house to play. She still liked to chat with Xia Zhi as before, and also liked to play with creatures such as unicorns. Are these your wings again? Liz asked meaningfully. Son, I find you are almost turning into a 6-winged angel. Xia Zhi said that her mother's vision was still too narrow. Hasn't she heard of the 12-winged angel? However, no matter how many wings an angel has, it is just a birdman. The Christmas holiday passed quickly. During this period, Xia Zhi also made the final modification to the potion formula prepared for Tom, which should be able to control the probability of side effects to the minimum. In this way, after Tom's resurrection, his qualifications will also improve, and he will have a better chance of winning when facing Voldemort in the future. Voldemort will definitely be resurrected, because Xia Zhi also intends to use his resurrection to achieve some special goals. If used well, Voldemort may not be a good knife. The Christmas holiday is over, and Xia Zhi also returned to Hogwarts. Now many people have received the news that Professor Dumbledore has found a new assistant teacher of defense against the dark arts. She will be responsible for the defense against the dark arts courses for grades 1 to 3. The young wizards did not dare to look forward to this, and they were all afraid that it would be another Lockhart or Quirrell. Until a rumor came out that the new Professor Liz was the mother of Xia Zhi, the genius of Gryffindor. Xia Zhi's strength was obvious to everyone in the duel club, so everyone instantly gained some confidence in the new defense against the dark arts assistant teacher. Of course, many young wizards wanted to ask Xia Zhi for confirmation, but when they saw Professor Liz at the dinner, they all gave up the idea. Because there was no need to confirm it again. These two people looked so similar, was there any need to ask? The young wizards couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming defense against the dark arts course. The second-year defense against the dark arts class was scheduled for next Monday afternoon. Gryffindor and Slytherin would take the class together. Many Slytherin wizards were afraid that Professor Liz would be as protective as Professor Snape. For example, she would give extra points for the summer solstice, or deduct points for Slytherin. The little wizards of Gryffindor are all looking forward to the arrival of next Monday. In contrast, Xia Zhi is more looking forward to the arrival of tonight. Because the materials for the potion to help Tom rebuild his body are ready. If nothing unexpected happens, tonight is the day Xia Zhi will rebuild Tom's body. He has already told Professor Snape in advance. Snape is also quietly waiting for the arrival of the night. If it is proved that the soul can really reshape the body, then the dead can definitely be resurrected. As long as Lily can be resurrected, even if I am the god of death, I, Snape, will do it for you to see. Xia Zhi chose the room of requirement as the address for resurrection. Because the room of requirement can provide Xia Zhi with a perfect place to make potions. At midnight, Xia Zhi released bionic tears, and the bionic tears turned into another Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi let this Xia Zhi lie on the bed and pretend to sleep. Xia Zhi immediately lay down on the bed, covered himself with the quilt, and then made a sound of even sleeping. After doing all this, Xia Zhi immediately put on the disillusionment charm and left the Gryffindor attic. Snape had prepared all the materials required by Xia Zhi, but now he felt very uneasy. He was a little worried that Xia Zhi's experiment would fail, because Xia Zhi told him that this was just an experiment. If this experiment failed, then the road to resurrecting Lily would still be bumpy and far away. But if it succeeded, maybe he could ask Xia Zhi for the formula. Xia Zhi doesn't want to be the enemy of death, but I, Snape, am not afraid. As long as Lily can be resurrected, Snape was a little crazy. He had never thought that if the god of death really came, would he let the resurrected Lily go? He would definitely take her away again, but before leaving, he would also take Snape with him. Unless he, Snape, had the power to beat the god of death, he could ensure that Lily could be resurrected smoothly. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on Snape's office door. Snape opened the office door, and there was no one outside. Xia Zhi's voice came from the void. Are all the materials ready? Snape hummed softly. Let's go then. Where would you like to make this potion? Room of requests. What is that place? Snape has been in Hogwarts for so long, but he has never heard of such a place in the castle. When Xia Zhi came to the empty wall at the foot of the stairs on the 8th floor, Snape looked at Xia Zhi pacing back and forth in front of the wall with a puzzled look on his face. Just when he couldn't help but want to ask Xia Zhi what was wrong, a bronze door suddenly appeared on the empty wall. Snape's pupils shrank slightly. The appearance of this door was too weird. Xia Zhi did not stop, but directly opened the bronze door and strode in. Snape had to bear the doubts in his heart and followed Xia Zhi in. Entering the room, Snape immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This place was really suitable as a workshop for refining potions. Although the surrounding shelves were full of empty jars, without any potions at all. Professor Snape, it's getting late. Can you help me deal with the materials? The corner of Snape's mouth twitched. In Hogwarts, he was the only one who asked students to deal with potion materials, and no student had ever dared to order him in return. But now Xia Zhi gave the order carelessly, and the most annoying thing was that he had to do what Xia Zhi said. Snape had no choice but to purse his lips and sort the materials according to Xia Zhi's requirements, put them in the empty bottles on the shelf, and then deal with them one by one. It has to be said that Snape is indeed a genius in potions, and he can complete such tedious tasks as handling materials quickly and well. At this time, Xia Zhi had set up an oversized crucible in the middle of the room. A lot of materials have been added to the crucible, and the green liquid in the pot is now bubbling. Professor Snape, put the herbs down as I read them out later, Xia Zhi said with a serious expression. Snape nodded, took out his wand and waved it, and the lids on the bottles opened automatically. It was a simple matter like putting potions in, so he would not make mistakes. Xia Zhi took out his wand, touched it to the crucible, and then chanted an obscure spell. From time to time, a purple light shot out from the wand and sank into the green potion. Every time a spell was added, the potion would boil more. Dried nettles. Snape waved his wand, and a suitable amount of dried nettles that had been cut into pieces flew out and sank into the crucible. Aconitum, dragon liver, bezoar, giant toe, unicorn horn powder. As some common and some precious materials were thrown into the crucible one by one. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network. The potion in the big crucible finally took on a strange dark red color. Snape frowned as he looked at the pot of potion in front of him. Could this bloody thing really help people reshape their bodies? It was too bad to look at. If the person who made this pot of stuff was not Xia Zhi, but someone else, he would have thrown him out along with the pot of stuff. Xia Zhi took a closer look at the potion in the pot, and even leaned in to sniff it. Finally, Xia Zhi nodded with satisfaction. He took out a small bottle from his arms. Snape noticed that the small bottle contained a few ounces of blood-red liquid. Xia Zhi shook the liquid in the bottle, then opened the lid and poured it into the potion in front of him. This was the last ingredient, the blood of the basilisk. After Tom was resurrected, he would randomly obtain 1 or 2 talents from the basilisk. Boom! The potion in the pot made a loud bang, and for a moment Snape thought that Xia Zhi's potion was going to explode. But after a puff of white smoke came out of the crucible, Snape found that the dark red potion in the pot had now turned bright red. If the previous dark red potion was like blood that had been coagulated for a long time, then the potion now was like blood flowing in the arteries, full of vitality. A glimmer of joy flashed in Xia Zhi's eyes, and then he drew out his wand and chanted a spell on the potion again. I don't know how long it took. Xia Zhi opened his eyes and said to Snape, Professor Snape, next, we have to stay away. Snape nodded, then stepped back 5 or 6 steps. Xia Zhi took out a black diary from his pocket. Because he was standing far away, Snape didn't see clearly. Xia Zhi touched the diary with his wand, chanted the spell of soul magic, and then Tom's soul was drawn out. But this Tom was in chaos, flowing like water waves, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Come out, Xia Zhi said softly, and then waved his wand. Snape found that the remnant soul in Xia Zhi's hand shed a layer of skin like a snake. Xia Zhi threw the remnant soul into the crucible, and the skin of the remnant soul screamed and sank back into the diary. Snape didn't know what happened, but just watched Xia Zhi's operation in surprise. Xia Zhi actually divided Tom's remnant soul into 2 parts. As mentioned before, the human soul has 2 soul powers, one is negative and the other is positive. Xia Zhi is now dividing Tom's remnant soul into 2 parts, putting the good part into the crucible, and the bad part in the diary. However, the soul always includes 2 aspects. If Tom's soul only has the good aspect, it is incomplete. So Xia Zhi injected the soul power he created into the pot to act as the negative power that Tom is now missing. In other words, Tom's negative emotions in the future are bound to Xia Zhi. Although the things they feel happy about may be different, but, if it is something that Xia Zhi feels angry about, then Tom will also feel angry, and if Xia Zhi feels disgusted about something, Tom will also feel disgusted. Xia Zhi used this method to, first, prevent Tom from becoming too bad, and second, to complete Tom's remaining soul and make his soul complete. It was like filling a half-cut melon with new fillings to make it a complete melon again. Gudong, gudong. The liquid in the crucible was boiling. Waves of blood-red mist came out of the pot, covering the entire crucible, making it difficult to see what was happening inside. Snape looked at the crucible in front of him with a nervous face. Although he could not understand the previous steps, he still understood the last step. Success or failure depended on one move. At this time, in the diary, Slytherin's residual soul also suppressed the crazy and vicious part of Tom's residual soul, and then looked at the crucible outside expectantly. Slytherin was still very satisfied with Xia Zhi's methods. The evil in Tom's heart was too obvious and difficult to change. If he was not careful, he would go astray again. So Xia Zhi simply decided to remove Tom's evil thoughts, and Slytherin fully agreed. However, there is one thing worth noting. If Xia Zhi completely turns evil in the future, then Tom will become even more terrifying. Tom, now is the critical moment. You have to carefully imagine what your body looks like. Don't get distracted, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Xia Zhi reminded. This is the last step in reshaping the body. The body will be shaped according to Tom's wishes, which is a bit like pinching the face. The gurgling sound in the potion is slowly weakening, and the blood mist on the crucible is slowly dissipating. Faintly, Xia Zhi saw a person curled up in the crucible. Obviously, Tom's body has been successfully shaped. Seeing that Tom did not turn into a monster, Xia Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he can foresee the future line has infinite possibilities. What Tom becomes is entirely his own will. Xia Zhi cannot control or change this point. All he can do is give him a chance to reshape his body. Soon, the blood mist gradually dissipated, and Tom in the crucible slowly stood up. After seeing Tom's body clearly, Xia Zhi's expression immediately changed. Fuck. Tom, what are you doing? P.S. Do you think my turtle likes salt and pepper or salt baked? Tom, what are you doing? Xia Zhi said angrily. Xia Zhi threw a robe over and asked Tom to wear it to cover his body. Otherwise, Xia Zhi felt that he might not be able to bear it. He had seen many results before, and without exception, they were all normal Toms, so he was too lazy to see any more. After all, the success rate was so high. But this Tom now is completely different from the normal Toms he had seen before. Tom turned out to be a woman, and he had blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and a curvy figure. Completely different from Cassandra, who also had blonde hair and blue eyes, because Cassandra was only 11 or 12 years old. But Tom now is completely in the state of being 17 or 18 years old, and that figure. This future must be the possibility with a relatively low probability, and Xia Zhi missed this future because he was too lazy to see it at the time. Didn't I tell you not to think about anything else at the last moment and to concentrate on your appearance? Xia Zhi said, covering his forehead. He felt a headache. Although Tom didn't understand what Xia Zhi meant by fuck the plane, he also understood Xia Zhi's anger and shock. She looked at her body, then couldn't help but frowned and said, I built this body completely according to my own ideas. Xia Zhi took out a large stack of information and flipped through it in distress. If that's the case, then where exactly is the problem? It can't be the side effects. But I have minimized the side effects, and they should be reflected in the talent, not the body. Xia Zhi scratched his head in distress, and almost pulled out 2 handfuls of hair. Snape watched from the side, and his mood was also complicated. You can say that Xia Zhi failed, but he actually succeeded. He successfully resurrected the remnant soul. You can say that he succeeded, but he got the gender wrong when he resurrected. Snape temporarily gave up the idea of asking Xia Zhi for the formula. What if Lily became a man? Would he still love him? No matter what Lily becomes, I will love her, him. Snape thought firmly, but Snape still hoped that Xia Zhi could improve the formula. After all, Lily becoming a man, he might not mind, but Lily might mind. I was imagining my body without any distractions. Tom spoke again. Her voice was a little bit magnetic and very pleasant to the ear. Xia Zhi flipped through the manuscript in distress, so it must be my potion that has a problem. Wait. Xia Zhi suddenly raised her head and looked at Tom's enchantingly beautiful face. You couldn't have wanted to become a woman from the beginning, right? That's right, I said from the beginning that I built this body completely according to my own ideas. Tom's feminine face showed a firm look. Isn't it good for me now? Hiss, Xia Zhi leaned back strategically, as if he was meeting Tom for the first time. I didn't expect that Tom had a heart to become a girl in his restless heart. But, why is this? Xia Zhi was a little confused and put down the potion manuscript in his hand. Since it was Tom's own will, it was not a problem with his formula. I don't know why, but when I was building my own body, I suddenly had an urge to do this, and then I did it. Now it seems pretty good. Tom looked at his body and said softly, hiss, something's wrong with you. Okay, maybe it's my soul magic, splitting the soul or something, or it's too easy to have unpredictable problems. Xia Zhi pondered for a long time before he thought about whether there might be something wrong with his soul magic. When he split Tom's soul, did he leave something important behind, such as Tom's original manliness or something? Although Xia Zhi didn't really want to take the blame, but it seemed that this was really his fault. Unlike Xia Zhi's distress, Snape on the side was ecstatic. So, it was not Xia Zhi's potion formula that had a problem? In this case, Lily would not become a man after resurrection. Then he must cheat the potion formula himself? But how to find Lily's soul was also a big problem. Did he have to learn soul magic from Xia Zhi? But his soul magic seemed to have just had a problem. But Lily's soul should be complete, so there is a high probability that nothing would be missing. Xia Zhi sighed and silently took the blame. Now that the matter was settled, there was no way to reshape her body again. At least, she could not withstand the impact of this potion again in a short period of time, and her soul had just adapted to this body. And looking at her like this, she seemed to be very satisfied with her current body, and she didn't seem to have any plans to change her body again. Never mind, Xia Zhi shrugged, at least her formula was fine. Tom used the blood of a basilisk, so her pupils were a dazzling green, with occasional green flashes. Xia Zhi felt that she should have inherited some of the magic of the basilisk's eyes. Although she might not be as perverted as the basilisk, with the ability to kill anyone with a glare, she should still have the ability to petrify the enemy with her eyes. Professor Snape, you have already observed this process. What do you think? Xia Zhi asked Snape. I might need to study your recipe, of course, if it's not convenient. Snape was choosing his words, thinking about how to trick Xia Zhi into giving him the recipe. But before he could finish his words, Xia Zhi handed him the potion recipe manuscript. It was a mess. To read the exciting novel, go to Full Novel Network. Snape took the recipe in disbelief. It was so smooth. He thought he would need to spend some time to spit it out. That's how you gave it to me. My formula still has some side effects and still needs to be improved. You are also a potion master, aren't you? Xia Zhi shrugged. Snape looked at the potion formula in his hand with fanatical eyes. This is a potion that is enough to resurrect the dead? Once it spreads, countless people will be crazy about it, especially the Dark Lord. Snape secretly made up his mind to keep this formula well and never let the Dark Lord get it. He had no idea that Xia Zhi had just resurrected the Dark Lord in front of him. Now Snape is thinking about how to ask Xia Zhi to teach him soul magic. Xia Zhi is not sure about the side effects of Tom's body, but not being able to fully inherit the basilisk's pupil magic should be considered a small side effect. After all, Xia Zhi has made preparations in advance to resist her pupil magic, but this protective magic did not sense any signs of being attacked. This shows that she did not completely inherit the talent of this enchantress. Xia Zhi avoided Tom's gaze. He always felt that it was weird for a man to become a woman, even though Tom was now beautiful. And now he has encountered a difficult problem. Tom's current level is not enough, and he needs to learn. If Tom was a man, then he could stay in the basement of his own house and study by himself. As a result, he turned into her, so she can't let her go back to her home at will, otherwise it will easily make her mother misunderstand that this is her other wing, which is not good. After thinking it over and over again, Xia Zhi said to Snape, Professor, tonight's business is over, you go back first. I still have to deal with Tom's affairs. Snape glanced at Tom, and thought that Xia Zhi wanted to send this woman away, so he nodded, took the precious manuscripts, and quickly left the room of requirement. He decided not to sleep tonight. The sooner he improved the formula, the sooner Lily could be resurrected. Watching Snape leave, Xia Zhi took out the diary. He said helplessly, Old man, don't watch it now. Come out. In fact, I knew you were in the diary a long time ago. The diary did not respond. Until Xia Zhi shouted twice again, the remnant soul of Slytherin twistedly appeared from the diary. Ahem, I just want to be with my descendants. It's normal for an old man like me to have these little thoughts, right? Slytherin's monkey-like face showed an embarrassed look. I don't mean to blame you, but, Xia Zhi pointed at Tom who was holding the crucible and practicing walking. She didn't even feel the crucible was hot. What do you think of her? How can I? To be honest, Slytherin was also surprised. He didn't understand why a man would want to be a woman. But I guess there is something wrong with your soul magic. Her emotions are partly bound to you, which means 1.4. Are you also? I don't have any weird ideas. I think being a boy is pretty good. But what she hates is tied to you. She hates being a man. Slytherin continued to look at Xia Zhi with strange eyes. If you want to become a woman, I have a few very effective potion recipes here. Go, go, go. Xia Zhi waved his hands and said unhappily, she doesn't hate being a man, but she likes being a woman. You know, what she likes has nothing to do with me. Then why did you call me out? I've seen your formula, it's already very good. After all, for the dead, being able to revive is enough. Those messed up talents are nothing even if they can't be inherited. Do you want to be resurrected? I can also help you rebuild a body at any time. Xia Zhi squinted at the old man. Forget about me. I am a remnant soul. If I am resurrected, you have to help me repair my remnant soul. This is not a difficult thing for me. No, I don't want to be filled with your crap, and I don't want to become an old lady. Slytherin decisively refused. P.S. Sorry for the late update. Old lady? No, you can shape your body exactly as you want, you know, so you can become a curvy beauty, like Tom. Xia Zhi smiled and said, okay, no more jokes, what are you going to do? Slytherin looked at Tom who was adapting to his body in the distance. I had planned to let him hide in my basement and teach himself. You know, the current Tom is no match for the future Tom. He doesn't know as much as he will in the future. Originally planned. So what are your plans now? Now he has become her. Let her stay in the Chamber of Secrets. You shouldn't mind teaching your offspring. I'll just deliver food to you on time every day. Xia Zhi said thoughtfully. If Tom wants to become stronger, he still has to learn, but his self-study speed is still slow. Now Slytherin himself is here, even though he is just a remnant soul, his knowledge is not lost. So isn't it better to let him help teach than to let Tom learn by himself? I don't mind, but it's dark in the secret room. I think you should ask Tom what he thinks. I don't care, as long as I can become stronger. Tom's magnetic and seductive voice came. She has finally adapted to her body, at least now she doesn't need to hold on to anything to walk. She still has that stubborn look on her face. Although her gender has changed, her determination to become stronger has never changed. Since she saw Xia Zhi's true strength, this idea has become stronger. Compared to being able to learn knowledge and become stronger in Sterling, she has no opinion on whether to stay in the dark secret room. Since you have no objection, then this matter is decided. Xia Zhi nodded. He couldn't think of any other place except the secret room. He couldn't put Tom in the suitcase. The suitcase was where Cassandra often went. If she saw a charming girl in the suitcase. Although Xia Zhi was a straight man, he was not stupid. Unless Xia Zhi didn't want to live anymore. Xia Zhi cleaned up the crucible and potion residue on the scene, then summoned the phoenix Yasili, and directly pulled Tom to the secret room. The phoenix is very good in this regard. No matter where it is, it can be teleported by apparition. Otherwise, every time you enter the secret room, you have to open the door and slide down the pipe, which is very troublesome. The secret room is still the same as before, the light is dim, and the only light comes from the gems that emit faint light. Xia Zhi put a few magic lamps in the secret room, illuminating a corner of the secret room. Then he handed Tom a small package, and cast a traceless extension spell on the package. Inside was the daily necessities and some food that Xia Zhi had just put in. If you need anything, you can send me a message. I'll ask Yasili to send the things to you. Xia Zhi handed over a ring. This ring was different from other DOS. It was pure black, but it also had a communication function. Slytherin came out of the diary again. When Xia Zhi sent it just now, he got back in. I hope that next time I can see a different Tom. Oh, I took this with me. Xia Zhi shook the diary in his hand, and then summoned the phoenix Yasili again. The fire flashed and disappeared on the spot. Tom looked at the ring in his hand, then put it on his hand, fitting perfectly. Today is the weekend. Xia Zhi finally left the sad Hagrid. Hagrid finally found out that his good friend Aragog was missing, and the colony of the Acromantula suffered a devastating blow, and his friend Aragog should be in danger. This made Hagrid very sad, and Xia Zhi could only comfort him. He couldn't say that he did it. Godric's venom and fangs were still lying in his ring. But fortunately, after Xia Zhi received Hagrid's letter, he took Harry, Ron, and others with him. So it was enough for Hagrid to have Harry and others to accompany him, so Xia Zhi was able to find an excuse to leave early. Xia Zhi didn't call Cassandra and others, because Cassandra was also one of the accomplices, and Xia Zhi was a little worried that she would reveal her flaws. Xia Zhi rubbed his face, pretending to be sad was still very tiring. But Xia Zhi looked at his pocket watch and found that it was still quite early. He originally planned to go back to the castle like this, but, when he turned around, he saw the Forbidden Forest. He has an indescribable love for the forest, which is related to his druid talent. Anyway, it's still early, so let's go to the Forbidden Forest for a walk. Xia Zhi happily made the decision to violate the school rules. Xia Zhi looked around and found that there was no one, so he quietly slipped into the Forbidden Forest. The forest was quiet, probably because it was winter, many animals did not come out. Xia Zhi came here twice before, both with a purpose, and both at night, coming and going in a hurry. To be honest, he has not had a good walk in the Forbidden Forest. With Xia Zhi's strength, of course he is not afraid of the dark creatures in the Forbidden Forest hurting him, and this is just the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, there is no danger. Suddenly, Xia Zhi heard a strange sound, like a horse neighing, but not completely. Xia Zhi pushed aside a patch of grass and saw a group of night thestrals. Xia Zhi had seen this kind of creature when school started. On September 1st, he went to the castle in a carriage pulled by night thestrals. Although the thestrals are skinny and bony, and don't look very good, they are very gentle. Xia Zhi has wanted to talk to them for a long time. They are magical creatures with relatively strong magic power. It is said that only people who have seen the horror of death can see them. Perhaps it would be a good idea to discuss with them and get some of their blood for research. As soon as the thestrals saw Xia Zhi, they couldn't help but surround him and nuzzled him affectionately with their heads. Xia Zhi, who has the talent of a druid, is a child of nature and has an aura that makes magical beasts and animals close to him. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network. Xia Zhi took out pieces of meat from the ring to feed them, and talked to them affectionately, trying to find a way to get something from these kind creatures. Are you here to feed the thestrals? You can see them, too. An ethereal voice came from behind Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi turned around and saw that it was indeed Luna. She still had her wand pinned to her ear and a bag slung over her body. A thestral approached her and she took out a piece of meat from her bag and threw it out skillfully. It seemed that this was not her first time to feed the thestrals. Obviously, Luna could see the thestrals. However, Xia Zhi focused his attention on Luna's feet. He noticed that Luna was not wearing shoes. She was just walking barefoot in the forest. She seemed to have cast a spell on her feet, making them not feel so cold. Xia Zhi frowned. No one would deliberately come to the Forbidden Forest barefoot. Are you bullied by your classmates? Bullying? No. Luna blinked. Are you talking about my feet? I just can't find my shoes. Luna squatted down and rubbed her feet. Although she used magic to keep warm, she was still very cold. Maybe in her eyes, others hiding her shoes was just a prank, not bullying. But it's winter now. Xia Zhi was a little angry. Xia Zhi silently took out a pair of new shoes from the ring, then drew out his wand and pointed at the shoes. The shoes twisted and changed shape, turning into a pair of pretty little leather boots. Come on, put them on, or your feet will get frostbitten. Xia Zhi handed over the boots with a sullen face. The boots were enchanted with warmth. Luna did not refuse, but happily took the boots and put them on. She found that the size of the boots was very suitable for her. Xia Zhi always had a good eye, and he was very good at knowing the size of the boots at a glance. These boots are so beautiful and warm, are you angry? Xia Zhi nodded. He never hid his emotions in front of Luna. A little bit. Anyway, this is too much. They just hid my shoes, I will find them back eventually. Luna said nonchalantly. If you keep indulging, even a small malice will develop into a big malice. Xia Zhi said seriously, you can't let others bully you. Besides, if they get used to bullying others, it will be very bad when they provoke someone they can't afford to offend in the future. So, stopping them from bullying others is also for their own good. Then, what should I do? Luna threw another piece of meat, and a little thestral jumped up, grabbed it in one bite, and swallowed it with satisfaction. When encountering such a thing, of course we have to find the professor. Xia Zhi said seriously, let's go talk to Professor Flitwick later. When students encounter conflicts, of course the first thing they do is to report to the teacher, and a good and responsible professor like Professor Flitwick will definitely not sit idly by and watch his students being bullied. Luna thought about it, then nodded and agreed to Xia Zhi's words. It was indeed as Xia Zhi said, it would be bad if they encountered an iron wall in the future, this was also for their own good. Oh, where is your scimitar-horned snorkel? Xia Zhi looked behind Luna and didn't see the little scimitar-horned snorkel that always followed her. It's sleeping in the dormitory. It doesn't like to move much in winter. Luna's eyes lit up when she heard about the scimitar-horned snorkeler. To her, this scimitar-horned snorkeler was already her good friend and her family. For Luna, who was not very popular, friends were a luxury. Xia Zhi was her friend, but Xia Zhi and she were not from the same college after all, and they didn't meet often, so the little beast that Xia Zhi gave her was her closest friend. Xia Zhi and Luna stayed in the Forbidden Forest for a long time before they left the Forbidden Forest. I will return the boots to you after I find my shoes. Luna and Xia Zhi walked side by side out of the Forbidden Forest. I gave you these boots, and I cast a permanent transformation spell on them. If you come back, I won't be able to wear them. Okay, thank you. Luna smiled sweetly. And I put a spell on them, no one can steal them from you. Unless you throw them away. I can't bear to throw them away. Luna looked at the warm and beautiful boots on her feet with joy. Luna liked the boots very much because they made her feel warm. Who could really not care about being bullied? Although it was the weekend, Professor Flitwick was still in his office. He was studying an obscure spell. After hearing the knock on the door, he put down the book in his hand and said, come in. Xia Zhi opened the door and walked into his office with Luna. Xia Zhi, I was just wondering when you could come visit me. I got a new spell not long ago. To be exact, it's a little bit obscure. I think you can definitely give me some inspiration. Professor Flitwick welcomed them in warmly. The office was warm. Obviously, Professor Flitwick had performed some small magic in the office appropriately. A cup of black tea and some cakes. Professor Flitwick opened his drawer. He always kept some delicious cakes in his drawer to entertain the little wizards who came to see him. Xia Zhi and Luna sat down and drank a sip of steaming hot black tea. In the winter, a cup of steaming hot black tea really made people feel very comfortable, especially when the two of them had just come out of the Forbidden Forest. It was just right to drive away the cold. Oh, Xia Zhi, Miss Lovegood, what can I do for you? Professor Flitwick asked after they had finished their tea. He could tell that Xia Zhi was not just bringing Luna to visit him. That's right, Professor Flitwick. Xia Zhi told Professor Flitwick about Luna's experiences in detail, such as how her things were always lost inexplicably. Professor Flitwick, Luna doesn't mind these pranks, but as her friend, I can't just sit and watch her go barefoot in the middle of winter. Professor Flitwick's expression had become serious. This situation was already a case of school bullying. He knew that Luna's personality might be a little eccentric, but which little wizard who could enter Ravenclaw didn't have a little bit of neurosis? There is often only a fine line between genius and madness. He had already guessed that the little wizard who didn't like Luna was deliberately bullying her. Oh, this happened because of me. I failed to fulfill my responsibilities as the dean. I promise you, Miss Lovegood, this will never happen again. Bullying classmates is really bad. Professor Flitwick was a little angry. Professor, I don't really mean to blame them. Luna put down her teacup and said softly, I believe they just wanted to play a little joke on me. I hope you won't punish them. I understand, but their behavior is very bad. I still want to criticize them, and you should have told me earlier, Miss Lovegood. We should learn to say no to some phenomena. Professor Flitwick said seriously. Blindly tolerating them will only encourage their arrogance. Once they develop this kind of value, they will bully other little wizards in the future, which is not good. This is not a small matter. Xia Zhi, I have to thank you. If you hadn't dragged Miss Lovegood to find me, I would have never known that such a bad thing was happening in my college. I don't know if they bullied other little wizards besides Miss Lovegood. After coming out of Professor Flitwick's office, it was already completely dark. Xia Zhi said goodbye to Luna in the corridor and walked towards the kitchen. Dinner time had long passed, and if he wanted to eat hot meals, he had to go directly to the kitchen and trouble those diligent house elves. Xia Zhi really envied the little wizards in Hufflepuff. Their common room was too close to the kitchen. If Xia Zhi came to Hufflepuff, he would definitely gain dozens of pounds. When Xia Zhi opened the hidden door of the kitchen, he happened to see the tall and handsome Cedric squatting in the kitchen and eating sliced noodles awkwardly in a very ungraceful manner. Ahem, good evening, summer solstice. Cedric's clumsy chopsticks fell to the ground with a thud. The crazy girl hasn't come back yet. Allison glanced at Luna's empty bed. Who knows? Maybe she's still looking for her shoes. Daisy burst out laughing. Where did you hide her shoes? Of course, it's a place where she won't be found. Allison sneered and opened a bag of candy. Then she may have to go barefoot all the time. It's winter now, and it will definitely be hard for her. Humph, who made her act weird all the time, blabbering about harassment flies and crescent-horned snorkels. Well, you are talking nonsense, always saying things that don't exist. I heard that she is Xia Zhi's friend. How is it possible? Xia Zhi is so handsome and outstanding, how could he be good friends with the crazy girl? I heard her say that. She said Xia Zhi was her friend and lived near her. Tisk. It seems that the lesson we gave her wasn't enough. A feeling of jealousy rose in Allison's heart. What do you want to do? Allison cast her eyes on the little beast that was curled up on Luna's bed and sleeping soundly. Luna was in a good mood. From today on, she would not be bullied anymore. Besides, these boots were really beautiful and warm. She had to go back and talk to Norton about what happened today. Norton was the little crooked-horned snorkel that Xia Zhi gave her. He was her closest friend. She skipped back to the Tower of Ravenclaw. On the bronze door, a huge eagle-shaped bronze ring suddenly made a pleasant sound. How do you prove that something exists? If we can use him, he exists. That makes sense. The bronze door opened inwards, revealing an entrance. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network. Luna walked in happily. Ravenclaw's common room is different from other colleges. It does not require a password, and students from other colleges are not prohibited from entering. There is only one condition, that is, you must answer the questions asked by the door knocker. If you can't answer, then even Ravenclaw students cannot enter. However, the questions of the bronze door knocker have never stumped Luna. She hurried back to her dormitory, but Norton, who should have been sleeping on her bed, was gone. Norton, Luna called out. She thought Norton had gotten up and wandered off somewhere. But she searched the entire dormitory and the common room, and couldn't find Norton. She suddenly remembered her missing things. Could it be that Norton was also hidden? Luna hurried back to the dormitory. Her roommates Allison and Daisy were hiding in a corner, eating snacks and reading books. Excuse me, have you seen my friend Norton? Friend? I thought it was just your pet. Allison said nonchalantly. Did you see him? Luna didn't care about the irony in Allison's words and continued to ask. Norton never left her bed without permission, and this was the first time he suddenly disappeared. Well, I saw it woke up, so I took it out to play for a while. Daisy said. Oh, where is he now? Luna didn't object to her roommate playing with Norton. I just went for a walk with it by the Black Lake, but Allison suddenly asked me to come back to review. I walked too fast and seemed to have forgotten it by the Black Lake. Luna's face turned pale. The Black Lake was very close to the Forbidden Forest. Norton was just a small beast without any fighting ability. It was already dark. If it accidentally entered the Forbidden Forest at this time, how could you forget him outside? Luna asked anxiously. Why are you so anxious? It's just a pet, Allison said nonchalantly. But, Luna's eyes started to turn red. It's just a pet, how much can it be worth? If it's really lost, I'll compensate you. Daisy saw that Luna, who always didn't care, finally got anxious, and she became more and more proud, and winked at Allison proudly. But they were too unscrupulous and too obvious, and this scene was seen by Luna. You did this on purpose, right? Why did you do this? Luna pulled out her wand angrily. What do you want to do? Allison stood up. You want to attack your classmates just for a pet? Yes, we left your pet by the Black Lake on purpose. What can you do? What do you want to do with your wand? Do you dare to attack us? Daisy couldn't help but sneered when she saw Luna, who usually would just swallow her anger, dared to pull out her wand at them. I won't pretend anymore, I'm bullying you. What can you do? Daisy looked at Luna with disdain. She didn't believe Luna dared to do it. Come on, do you dare to attack? Attacking classmates will get you expelled. Daisy continued her provocation and then proudly showed off to Allison. Shut up and keep silent. Daisy's smug look froze, and she reached out to touch her mouth in horror, only to find that her mouth was glued shut and could no longer be opened. Woo woo woo, Daisy looked at Luna in horror. How dare you attack your classmates? Allison took out her wand angrily. She really didn't expect that Luna, who never resisted before, would dare to resist this time. The legs stood stiff and stopped dead. Whoosh. Allison suddenly felt her legs stick together. She could no longer stand and immediately fell to the ground. Lovegood? How dare you attack us? Luna ignored the two and turned to the public rest area. Run outside. If you go too late, Norton might be in danger, because the Black Lake is not far from the Forbidden Forest. If such a small scimitar-horned snorkeline mistakenly enters the Forbidden Forest, it will definitely be very dangerous. In Luna's eyes, compared with the safety of her friends, being expelled is not a big deal. Norton is her closest friend. Or, he is the incarnation of an important friend. The little wizards in the Ravenclaw common room were surprised to find that Luna ran out of the common room in a hurry. Where are you going? It's almost curfew. A prefect was shouting at Luna, but she still ignored him and ran out of the common room quickly and ran to the Black Lake. Luna ran out of the Ravenclaw common room regardless of anything. She ran through the long corridor, ran straight past Filch, and ran all the way out of Hogwarts Castle. Filch was dumbfounded. How could a little wizard be so arrogant and dare to run past him during curfew? He glanced at his pocket watch and found that it was already 8:59. There was no way the little wizard could get back to his common room before 9 o'clock. With excitement on his face, he chased after him with his cat, Mrs. Norris. He must catch this daring little wizard with his own hands. In the kitchen, Xia Zhi paused while cutting noodles. He looked towards the direction of the castle gate and muttered to himself, "You'll be fine." "What did you say?" Cedric gave up his chopsticks and was eating noodles with a fork, his mouth full of greasy food. "Nothing." Xia Zhi smiled, then lowered his head and continued to cut noodles. Luna soon arrived at the Black Lake. She came to the side close to the Forbidden Forest. According to them, Norton must have been abandoned in this place. "Norton!" Luna shouted loudly. Luna shouted many times, but still did not see the familiar figure. Her heart was slowly sinking. It seemed that Norton really entered the Forbidden Forest. Luna did not hesitate and ran directly into the Forbidden Forest. Filch arrived breathlessly, and then saw Luna disappear in the Forbidden Forest. He waved his fist unwillingly. Filch did not dare to approach the Forbidden Forest at night. He did not expect that this little wizard actually ran into the Forbidden Forest. He ran back to the castle breathlessly again. He wanted to report the news to the professors. A little wizard actually ran into the Forbidden Forest during curfew. This was enough to get her expelled? At this time, the common room of Ravenclaw was also in chaos. Allison and Daisy made a fuss. Soon, the little wizards found that they were controlled by the spell. Penelope Rivert was the head girl of Ravenclaw. She easily helped Daisy and Allison break the spell. "What happened?" she asked, frowning. "It was Luna Lovegood, and she attacked us. We need to report the professor? She attacked us for no reason. She must be expelled." Penelope had just seen Luna escape. She frowned and said, "You go back first, I'll go find Professor Flitwick." With that, she hurriedly left the Ravenclaw common room. Here, Filch was rushing to Snape's basement office. Among all the professors at Hogwarts, Professor Snape was the one he got along with the best. He admired Snape's ruthless way of punishing students. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the corridor ahead. "Is there another student out at night?" Filch became excited again and hurried over. "Oh, Professor Liz." Filch greeted with disappointment. "Hello, Mr. Filch. You must be on patrol so late at night. It's really hard work," Liz said with a smile. Not hard," Filch blushed. He had to admit that Xia Zhi's mother was really charming. Although Filch was jealous of his students, he did not dare to be disrespectful to professors. Moreover, Liz was so polite to him and so beautiful. Ahem. "Well, I just found out that a student ignored the curfew, broke out of the castle, and ran into the Forbidden Forest. I can't get in, so I have to find the professors," Filch said. "BFC, what? A student ran into the Forbidden Forest at night." Liz immediately became serious. She had heard about the dangers of the Forbidden Forest, especially the Forbidden Forest at night. Could it be her son who ran into the Forbidden Forest so arrogantly at night? "Leave this to me, I'll go take a look." Liz immediately changed direction and ran out of the castle. After seeing Liz leave, Filch planned to continue looking for Professor Snape. However, he met another professor on the way. Professor Flitwick had a serious face, and behind him followed the beautiful female head of Ravenclaw, Penelope Crivet. "Oh, Mr. Filch, did you see any students running out of the castle just now?" Flitwick asked hurriedly. "Yes, sir. In fact, I am planning to inform the professors of this news." "Oh, I just ran into Professor Liz, and she has gone to the Forbidden Forest to look for the student." "Oh, I hope Miss Lovegood is okay. Breaking into the Forbidden Forest at night? Oh, God, that's crazy." Professor Flitwick muttered to himself and hurried out of the castle. "Oh, Penelope, thank you very much for telling me the news. Leave this matter to me. You go back to the common room first." Flitwick stopped and said to Penelope. Although Filch didn't know what happened, he knew that someone was going to be unlucky tonight. As long as a student was in trouble, no matter who it was, he would be very happy. Since two professors had gone out to look for the student, Filch gave up the idea of notifying Snape and continued his night patrol. If he was lucky, he might be able to catch a few students who were out at night. As soon as Luna entered the Forbidden Forest, she knew she was careless. The Forbidden Forest at night was completely different from the daytime. It was pitch black all around, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. And there were always rustling and unknown sounds around, which made Luna feel more fearful. But for her friends, Luna still took her steps firmly. She raised her wand, relying on the faint light of the fluorescent spell on the wand, and looked for Norton aimlessly. She really didn't understand. Allison and the others could hate her, hide her things and tease her, but why did they target Norton? He was obviously just a harmless little beast, and so cute. Although the Forbidden Forest was terrible and there might be many unknown dangers lurking, she couldn't make such a decision to give up Norton and go back. But the Forbidden Forest was so big, and Norton was so small, how should she find him? Liz quickly came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and went in without hesitation. She had just sent a message to her son. Xia Zhi told her that he was eating in the kitchen. Liz was relieved to hear that he did not sneak into the Forbidden Forest. However, she did not choose to tell Xia Zhi that a student had sneaked into the Forbidden Forest to prevent her son from being excited by the sight of prey and wanting to go to the Forbidden Forest. With Liz's strength, of course, she was not afraid of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, but she still hung an armor spell casually. She had experienced countless dangers and was very experienced in this kind of thing. As soon as she entered the Forbidden Forest, she found the messy footprints of the little wizard. Obviously, the student seemed a little flustered, but still walked firmly into the depths of the forest. What exactly attracted her to go to such a dangerous place? But no matter why, as a professor, she could not let any student get into danger, which would betray Professor Dumbledore's trust in her. Liz quickly followed, and not long after she walked, she heard the screams of girls and the roars of animals coming from the front. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network. Liz's face tightened and she ran forward quickly. Luna had no idea where Norton was, so she could only hold her wand and wander aimlessly in the Forbidden Forest. Unconsciously, she gradually entered the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The night gradually darkened, and the dense leaves above her head blocked the bright moonlight at night. Luna tightened her robe. As time went by, she felt colder and colder. Now, she no longer dared to call Norton's name. She could only walk carefully, fearing that she would attract some dangerous existence. Suddenly, a small figure appeared on the hill in front of her. Norton stood on the hill and looked at Luna innocently. Norton. Luna ran up ecstatically. She didn't expect to find Norton in this way. Luna was very happy. Where have you been? Do you know how worried I am about you? Luna picked up Norton and complained to the little beast. However, the Forbidden Forest was still too dangerous. Luna held Norton and prepared to return the same way. When she entered the Forbidden Forest, she was remembering her route so that she could quickly evacuate this place after finding Norton. However, at this moment, she heard a series of clicking sounds coming from all around. It was like something was knocking against each other frantically. Luna raised her wand uneasily, and looked at the dark forest around her through the faint light. She walked back quickly. If she encountered a powerful dark creature, she might die in the Forbidden Forest. Then she found that her worries came true. Before she knew it, she was surrounded. Luna had never seen spiders this big. Each one was as big as a carriage. The disturbing click-click sound was the sound of their claws hitting each other. Ruined, Luna put down her wand helplessly. There was no way she could resist a spider as big as a carriage, and she couldn't escape. Not to mention that she was surrounded. Even if she wasn't surrounded, with the speed of these spiders running on the ground, no one could escape their pursuit. The 8 black eyes of the largest spider looked at Luna and approached cautiously. They were all 8-eyed giant spiders that survived Xia Zhi's hands. Their excellent intelligence made them deeply remember the fear that Xia Zhi brought to them. So even though they saw that Luna was just a human cub and seemed to have no power to fight back, they still didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Xia Zhi, who killed them without leaving a single piece of armor, was just a human cub of 11 or 12 years old. The largest 8-eyed giant spider sent out an ordinary 8-eyed giant spider, ready to use it to test Luna's strength. The spider gritted its teeth and rushed up with the belief that it would die, but it was surprised to find that the human cub in front of it was so scared that it screamed and sat on the ground. It seems that this human cub is not as scary as the one that day. The 8-eyed giant spider sped up and no longer held back. Luna fell to the ground, watching the spider getting closer and closer, but her eyes were calm. She let go of Norton in her arms, hoping that he could escape successfully, and then closed her eyes. Roar. Just as Luna closed her eyes and waited for death, a deafening roar of a beast sounded in front of her. Luna opened her eyes when she heard the roar. Then she saw Norton, the little crescent-horned snorkel, suddenly blocking her way and transforming. From a cute little crescent-horned snorkel, it suddenly transformed into a giant silver lion as big as Hagrid's house. Pa! The silver lion slapped the spider into pieces with one claw. Crack, crack. Several more 8-eyed giant spiders rushed forward, trying to attack the silver giant lion with their venomous fangs. However, the silver lion remained unmoved, and suddenly opened its bloody mouth, biting the 8-eyed giant spider that rushed in front to pieces. Then, its eyes suddenly emitted a faint blue light, and shot out 2 extremely blazing blue rays, piercing through all the other 8-eyed giant spiders that rushed over. Those 8-eyed giant spiders that were shot through were immediately ignited and quickly turned into flying ashes. Click, click. The largest 8-eyed giant spider turned around and began to run away frantically. Because it felt that breath again, the breath of the devil flame that almost destroyed their entire powerful race. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding 8-eyed giant spiders retreated without a trace. Luna watched this scene in shock. The huge silver lion slowly turned around, walked in front of Luna, and lowered its head. Its eyes turned back to silver white, and it looked at Luna quietly. Luna reached out and touched its long mane, and she whispered, "Thank you, Xia Zhi." When Liz arrived at the scene, it was already a little late. She just happened to see the silver lion's eyes piercing through several 8-eyed giant spiders. Then she saw the little wizard standing in front of the giant lion. "Luna, why is it you?" Liz exclaimed. She recognized Luna. During Christmas, this girl often came to play with Xia Zhi. Although she had a strange personality, Liz noticed that Xia Zhi seemed to be the most relaxed in front of her. However, Luna always gave her the impression of being a person who was not interested in the world. Liz could not connect her with the arrogant little wizard who dared to break the curfew in front of Filch and openly violated school rules to sneak into the Forbidden Forest, and the quiet Luna. "Hello, Professor Liz." Luna turned around quietly, her face still pale from the shock. The huge silver lion behind her turned into a cute little beast again. It jumped to Luna's legs in 2 steps and rubbed its head against her calves affectionately. It seemed as if the ferocious lion that looked down on everyone just now had nothing to do with it. Why did you enter the Forbidden Forest at night? Do you know how dangerous it is? Liz couldn't help but ask. I came to find my friend, I can't let him get lost. Luna picked up Norton on the ground. The little beast looked at Liz innocently and snorted, as if to greet her. From the silver-white light that flashed when it transformed, Liz recognized that this was an alchemical product made by Xia Zhi. Sure enough, he was very kind to every one of his friends. Luna, this little beast, is actually the first alchemical puppet that Xia Zhi successfully refined. Of course, it is not just a cute little beast. As Unit 01, wouldn't it be shameful if it didn't have some powerful combat power? Moreover, when it turned into a lion just now, it was Xia Zhi who was remotely controlling it personally. With her unique sixth sense and intuition, Luna directly recognized Xia Zhi's eyes, so she said, "Thank you, Xia Zhi." She was not stupid. She knew very early that this crescent-horned snorkeler was not a real creature, but an alchemical life created by Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi did not deliberately deceive her. He even created Norton in front of Luna. She once had a colorful dream. Everyone said that her dream was unrealistic and fake, but only Xia Zhi helped her turn this colorful dream into reality. Oh, Merlin, I'm glad you're okay. Miss Lovegood. Professor Flitwick arrived breathlessly. Professor Liz, you saved her? Thank you so much. I can't imagine what would happen to me if a little wizard in our school was attacked by a giant spider. Oh, Professor Flitwick saw the remains of the spider that was smashed by the lion, and his face was full of relief. There was nothing he could do. He had tried his best to be as fast as possible, but his legs were too short. For every step Liz took with her long legs, Professor Flitwick had to take 3 or 4 steps. Liz didn't know how to explain to Professor Flitwick. The silver lion was obviously made by Xia Zhi, and she didn't know if Xia Zhi wanted others to know. So she just nodded and kept silent. Professor Flitwick. I'm sorry, Luna couldn't help but feel guilty when she saw that Professor Flitwick was really worried about her. It's not your fault, Luna. You don't mind me calling you that, do you? It's me, as the dean, who has never noticed that other students have isolated you. Professor Flitwick apologized to Luna instead. Oh, let's go back first. The Forbidden Forest at night always gives people an uncomfortable feeling. Professor Flitwick glanced at the corpse of the 8-eyed giant spider. He knew this kind of animal. The 8-eyed giant spider has always been a social animal. He was a little worried that if he stayed there for too long, the 8-eyed giant spider would make a comeback. They had to return to the castle immediately to be truly safe. Luna nodded, and followed the professors to the castle. On the way, Luna told the professors what had happened. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Professor Flitwick immediately understood what was going on. After all, Xia Zhi had just brought Luna to his office in the evening to talk about this matter. He was still thinking about waiting until the next day to talk to the relevant people, but he didn't expect them to start bullying again so soon. Professor Flitwick was rarely angry. He took Luna back to the common room of Ravenclaw in angrily. Liz said goodbye to them halfway. She had to ask her son what was going on. In the common room of the Ravenclaw Tower, the little wizards had not gone to bed yet. They all wanted to see what was going on. Just now, everyone has spread the news that the crazy girl attacked her roommate because of a pet and then escaped. I heard from the head prefect Penelope that the crazy girl actually ran into the Forbidden Forest. Now, even if the crazy girl Luna did not die in the Forbidden Forest, she would be expelled from Hogwarts. This is a violation of some of the most serious school rules of Hogwarts, attacking classmates plus roaming plus entering the Forbidden Forest. The lightest punishment for multiple crimes is confinement for 2 months. There was a lot of discussion in the public lounge. This crazy girl is really too much. She actually attacked her classmate just for a pet. I've always thought she was weird. I think she wanted to curse others. She ran into the Forbidden Forest alone? The Forbidden Forest at night. Do you think she is dead? Do you think she will turn into a ghost like Myrtle? I heard that after Myrtle turned into a ghost, she madly stalked the people who laughed at her before. Do you think the crazy girl will also turn into a ghost and haunt Allison and the others? Allison and Daisy have been sitting on the same sofa since just now. They heard the discussions in the common room and found that they were all unfavorable remarks about the crazy girl, and their faces were full of pride. But when they heard that Luna might turn into a ghost and annoy them for the rest of their lives, their faces turned a little paler. They vaguely realized that it seemed that they had made things bigger. They hated the crazy girl, but they never thought of killing her. They just couldn't stand her usual madness, and she even said shamelessly that Xia Zhi was her good friend. Kaka. Just as everyone was still talking, the door of the common room opened. Luna walked in with Norton in her arms, smiling. Allison and Daisy were a little terrified at first, but when they saw that Luna was not dead, they immediately felt relieved, and the previous pride surged in their hearts again. Lovegood? How dare you attack me? I will write to my father. Allison yelled angrily. You will be fired, crazy girl. Daisy said fiercely, and her tone deliberately emphasized the word crazy girl. Luna sealed her mouth, which made her feel embarrassed. Crazy girl, you are going too far. How can you hurt your classmate just because of a pet? Our college cannot keep people who attack classmates at will. Luna will not be punished. Just as the young wizards in the lounge began to accuse Luna, a familiar voice came from outside the door. The short Professor Flitwick was blocked by Luna's figure just now, and the young wizards did not see him. Allison Judith, Daisy Christine. You really disappoint me. Professor Flitwick said angrily. Professor. Allison and Daisy looked at Professor Flitwick in confusion. It was Luna who had violated school rules and attacked her classmates, so why would Professor Flitwick blame himself? The little wizards in the lounge also immediately quieted down. They also didn't understand why the crazy girl would not be punished. Oh, don't you understand yet? Merlin, you haven't realized your mistake yet. Flitwick swung his arms excitedly. Merlin's beard. If Luna hadn't been brought to my office by her friend Xia Zhi this evening, I wouldn't have known that there would be school bullying in our Ravenclaw college. School bullying. The little wizards in the common room repeated in confusion. Her friend Xia Zhi. The little wizards didn't expect that Luna didn't lie. Xia Zhi was really her friend, and she even went to Professor Flitwick to help her out when she was bullied. Oh, some of you hid Luna's things, didn't you? And you deliberately abandoned her beloved friend Norton by the Black Lake, didn't you? Merlin's beard. Luna would rather go barefoot in the winter than tell me about these things. How long have you bullied her? How could you do such a thing? Professor Flitwick was very angry. Oh, I always thought my college was so kind and loving. The result is really disappointing. Professor Flitwick looked very sad. Allison and Daisy turned extremely pale. Things were beginning to develop in a very unfavorable direction for them. Students, what I want to tell you is that you can dislike someone, or even hate her, but, no matter what, you should not bully her because of it. Professor Flitwick said earnestly. Oh, no one can be loved by everyone, not even the genius boy Xia Zhi from Gryffindor. At least many people in Slytherin can't wait to see him get into trouble. Well, it may be difficult for you to understand what it feels like to be disliked, but I know it best. Professor Flitwick recalled with some sadness, when I was still in school, I was sorted into Ravenclaw, but what you may not know is that I was almost not allowed to study at Hogwarts. Because I was short and had a weird look, they spent a lot of time to determine whether I was a goblin or not. Fortunately, the result was gratifying, and I was allowed to study at Hogwarts. How can we expect a group of naughty kids to give up teasing a short, weird-looking classmate? Oh, the unfair treatment I suffered at that time is really sad to think about it. Even though I studied hard and got an O in every subject, I was still discriminated against by many young wizards. This situation did not improve until I graduated and returned to Hogwarts to teach. I undoubtedly understand the feeling of being discriminated against and hated. Classmates, this feeling is really not pleasant. Therefore, I don't hope that such a situation will happen again in our Ravenclaw in the future. Luna is a very kind and good child. You may not like her personality, but at least, I ask you not to hurt her. Professor Flitwick was moved when he spoke, and he wiped his red eyes with a handkerchief. Perhaps Luna's experience resonated with his unbearable years. This made Professor Flitwick very emotional. Allison, Daisy, although Luna once begged me not to punish you, but, you must pay some price for your actions. I declare that each of you two will be deducted 20 points. Yes, I have to deduct 40 points from my college. Moreover, you will be detained for half a month. Professor Lockhart is in need of people recently. Starting next week, you will be detained by him every night. Do you understand? Professor Flitwick was soft-hearted after all. In addition to the deduction of points, the detention was only half a month. In order not to leave psychological trauma on the students, he did not let them report to Professor Snape, but deliberately let Allison and Daisy go to their favorite Professor Lockhart for detention. Sure enough, Allison and Daisy looked much better, but they were even more jealous of Luna in their hearts, and were planning how to retaliate in the future. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from the door. I hope everyone can get along well with Luna, and I don't want to hear about her being bullied again. All the little wizards turned their heads and saw Xia Zhi standing at the door. How did you get in? Asked Penelope in disbelief. Oh, can't you get in if you answer the question correctly? I answered the door knocker's question correctly and it opened the door. Xia Zhi walked in slowly with his hands behind his back, as elegant as an old man whose name begins with the letter G. Oh, summer solstice? I knew you were a Ravenclaw. Flitwick waved his fist, his face full of regret. Why didn't the sorting hat sort him into Ravenclaw? You know, not everyone can answer the door knocker questions. You must have some Ravenclaw characteristics to solve the door knocker questions. Otherwise, even a genius witch like Hermione Granger can't answer even one question, because she doesn't have the same unconventional thinking as Ravenclaws. I hope I won't interrupt your lecture, Professor Flitwick. I came here to say something to someone. Xia Zhi's eyes swept over all the little wizards. Although he was only 12 years old, his eyes were filled with a chilling light. Even senior students like Penelope felt the terrifying pressure. Luna is my friend. I hope she won't be bullied anymore. Otherwise, Xia Zhi's pupils were dark, as if he could see through everyone's heart. He paused for a moment on Allison and Daisy. Everyone was shocked by his gaze. Everyone felt that they were not facing a 12-year-old little wizard, but a lion looking for food. He came here just to tell those who were unwilling to accept it that Luna was under my protection. If you want to deal with her, you have to get past me first. Sure enough, Allison and Daisy, who were still a little unconvinced, lowered their heads and gave up the idea of revenge. Thank you, Xia Zhi. Luna hugged Norton and smiled sweetly. This is what I should do. We are friends, right? Xia Zhi said with a smile. Oh, summer solstice. I suddenly remembered that you went out for a night tour. Professor Flitwick coughed twice. I didn't see you tonight. It's okay, Professor. Professor Liz came to see me and asked me to go to her office. I just happened to pass by the Ravenclaw common room. Oh, I have the professor with me, so it's okay. Flitwick breathed a sigh of relief, not caring about the flaw in Xia Zhi's words at all. Going to Professor Liz's office, he could actually pass by the Ravenclaw common room on the tower? This is a lie. After what happened tonight, I have to help Luna rearrange her dorm. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but whispered. Professor, can I have a dorm room by myself? I know this request may be a little. Oh, Luna, you'll be more isolated if you live in a dorm by yourself, and you won't be able to make friends. But I already have friends. Luna looked at Xia Zhi. Professor, you don't need many friends, 1 or 2 is enough. Oh, Luna. Professor Flitwick was touched again. When he was in Hogwarts, he suffered discrimination and had only 1 or 2 friends. One of them was Professor McGonagall. Well, I agree to your request. There are a lot of vacant dormitories anyway. Professor Flitwick agreed to Luna's request. Thank you, Professor, don't worry, I won't feel lonely. Luna spun a beautiful ring on her hand and smiled sweetly. For Xia Zhi, the free weekend passed in the blink of an eye. Today is Monday, and the little wizards of Gryffindor are talking excitedly because this afternoon is the first defense against the dark arts class taught by the new professor. Since everyone has seen Xia Zhi's abilities, they are all looking forward to his mother's strength. Moreover, according to the little wizards who have taken her classes in the first year, her classes seem very interesting. Xia Zhi is not too worried. After all, Liz was once the #1 killer in the dark department of the mysterious organization, and she is also a top student who graduated from Durmstrang. Teaching defense against the dark arts is exactly in line with her major. To be honest, if there is no curse on this position, she is really the best candidate for this position. Cassandra and Hermione came very early. Although they have seen Liz at Xia Zhi's home, they have never seen her strength, and they are also looking forward to it. Xia Zhi yawned and stretched, and climbed up the stairs. Liz's classroom was arranged on the 7th floor of the castle. If he was not worried about shocking the world, he really wanted to fly up directly, to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. What did you do last night? Cassandra glared at Xia Zhi, getting angry when she saw his listless look. It's nothing. I just researched a potion formula a little late, Xia Zhi said without blushing or beating his heart. Oh? I thought you were chatting with a girl from Ravenclaw until late at night. What Ravenclaw girl? Xia Zhi scratched his head in confusion. Humph, how brave, going to the Ravenclaw common room in the middle of the night to help a friend. Tisk tisk. Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi as if he was looking at a piece of garbage. Xia Zhi's feat that night had long been spread throughout Hogwarts by the young wizards of Ravenclaw, and Cassandra naturally knew about it. Ahem. Friends, helping each other is a must, Xia Zhi said calmly. Although Cassandra's eyes were very exciting, he didn't feel anything. Really, he didn't have that kind of weird habit. Humph. You bad guy, I don't know which of your words are true or false. Cassandra walked into the classroom. Hermione walked past Xia Zhi with her books in her arms without even looking at him, but Xia Zhi clearly heard her say tisk, loudly. Xia Zhi shrugged, then followed them in, and continued to sit next to them shamelessly, without any self-awareness at all, with a face as thick as the walls of Hogwarts Castle. Cassandra frowned, but in the end she didn't have the heart to drive him away. Liz had already come to the classroom, and when she saw this scene from the podium, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. I don't know where Xia Zhi learned this rogue character, but it's good. If he keeps this character, she won't have to worry about not having a grandson in the future. This class was taught by the 2 rival colleges, Gryffindor and Slytherin. Students from the 2 colleges sat on both sides, staring at each other. Liz ignored the tension. After all, Professor McGonagall had already reminded her that she just needed to teach well and keep them from fighting. Hello everyone, I am Liz, your defense against the dark arts teaching assistant. You can just call me Professor Liz. Liz briefly introduced herself. Then she didn't waste any time and immediately started today's class. Does anyone know what this creature is? Liz lifted the cloth of an iron cage. Inside was a small creature that looked like a fairy. It had red hair, like a red hat, and it was holding a big stick in its hand and banging on the cage. Miss Granger. Hermione raised her hand as always to answer the question. This is a red hat. They can be found wherever there is bloodshed. They usually lurk in castle dungeons and trenches in battlefield ruins, waiting to attack those who are lost. They usually live in caves in ancient battlefields or places stained with human blood. Although it is easy to drive them away with spells or charms, they are still very dangerous to lone muggles. They will try to beat him to death with a big stick in the dark night. Correct answer, Miss Granger, Liz said with a smile. Miss Granger answered my question very accurately, 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione smiled sweetly with joy. However, no Slytherin students raised their hands. Did you not prepare for today's content? How disappointing. Slytherin will lose 5 points. The Slytherin wizards immediately realized that something was wrong. They looked at Liz in a red robe on the podium, as if they saw a female version of Snape from Gryffindor. Sure enough, the following developments were extremely outrageous. Liz's performance was even more Snape-like than Snape himself. Miss Granger got it right the second time, 5 points to Gryffindor. Mr. Malfoy, when you stood up to answer the question, why were you so crooked and couldn't even stand steadily? 5 points from Slytherin. Oh. Xia Zhi actually successfully used the extremely difficult shield charm, 5 points for Gryffindor. Mr. Goyle, are you trying to shove your wand up Mr. Crabbe's nostrils? 5 points from Slytherin. Miss Worley, a nice levitation spell, so the red hat can't hurt you, a genius idea? 5 points to Gryffindor. Miss Parkinson, you are a wizard, not a baboon wielding a stick. 5 points from Slytherin. The whole class was over, the little wizards of Gryffindor were all very happy, and Harry was even happier. When had he ever seen Slytherin being targeted like this? It was always Snape, the old bat, who targeted the little wizards of Gryffindor. After this class, even Neville earned 5 points for Gryffindor, and his chubby round face was red with excitement. However, although Liz targeted Slytherin in terms of adding and deducting points throughout the class, the quality of her class did not decrease at all. The little wizards knew at least dozens of ways to deal with the red hats. However, the point that Xia Zhi agreed with the most, and the most important one, was that no matter what situation you encounter, you must stay calm. When you encounter an accident, you can only play your best when you are calm and collected. Otherwise, even if you know that you can use the barrier spell or the shield charm to defend, you will make mistakes because of nervousness. Of course, it is still too difficult for a second-year little wizard to use the shield charm or the barrier charm. Even the DA members of Xia Zhi had to put in a lot of effort to practice before they could barely cast it. So, Liz taught the second-year wizards a few very simple and practical little spells. For example, the Tarantella dance spell that can make the red hat dance involuntarily when it rushes over, and the soft legs spell that makes the red hat unstable. These little evil spells can be successfully cast even by the second-year wizards. Never underestimate these small evil spells. Although they are not very powerful, many times, using the right spells is more effective than always using powerful spells mindlessly. Liz finally summarized this defense against the dark arts class that impressed everyone. This was undoubtedly a wonderful defense against the dark arts class. Even the Slytherins who were deducted points could not deny this. Compared with Professor Liz, Professor Lockhart? Who is he? I don't know him? Xia Zhi smiled at his mother, congratulated her on the perfect success of her first second-year defense against the dark arts class, and then walked out of the classroom. They still have a herbology class to go to next. However, when Xia Zhi and the others walked out of the classroom, Malfoy stopped them. Draco Malfoy, you finally have some courage, what do you think? Do you finally dare to challenge me? Xia Zhi drew out his ebony wand and waved it, making a swish sound. Malfoy's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Who would have nothing better to do than to duel with Xia Zhi? No, I'm not here to duel with you. Malfoy was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly. He wanted to turn around and leave many times. But thinking of the nameless girl in Snape's office, he stopped again. He wanted to see the girl again. He scared her last time. This time, he hoped she could tell him her name. To find the girl, he could only ask Xia Zhi here. He always felt that Xia Zhi and Professor Snape were sneaking around lately and had many secrets. One of these secrets must be about the girl. So, what are you doing here? Malfoy, you should be able to see that almost everyone here, except me, has been bullied by you. You are not welcome here. Malfoy's pale face really turned even paler. I came to ask you about that girl. Malfoy said with courage. Girl. Xia Zhi pinched his chin, looked at Malfoy with interest, and then looked at Harry who was watching the show on the side. You mean, the girl I saw in Snape's office that day? Red hair, emerald green eyes, about this tall. Xia Zhi gestured with his hands. Swish. Harry's face turned pale. Malfoy wants to find me? What does he want to do? Harry looked at Malfoy suspiciously. He always felt that Malfoy had bad intentions. That's right, you have seen her. Malfoy said excitedly, I was too abrupt last time. I think I scared her, so I hope to see her again. Seeing Xia Zhi looking at Harry many times, Malfoy finally noticed Harry who had been watching the show nearby. Pot? I don't think this has anything to do with you. This is between me and Xia Zhi. Malfoy was hesitant in front of Xia Zhi, as honest as a quail, but facing Pot, he was a heavy punch. Harry was so angry that his face turned blue. Hey, Malfoy, if you want to see that girl, you can't avoid Harry. What is the relationship between Pot and her? Malfoy asked nervously. They have a very close relationship, Xia Zhi said with a wicked smile. Harry glanced at Xia Zhi's smile and sighed in his heart, but he didn't dare to interrupt. God knows what bad ideas will fall on his head next. But Xia Zhi was right. Whether Malfoy can see Harry really needs Harry's consent. After all, they are the same person? If Harry doesn't agree, Harry will definitely not show up. Isn't it a close relationship? So, we are enemies. Malfoy looked at Harry fiercely. Just wait and see. Pot? I will prove to her that I am better than you. After Malfoy finished his words, he took Goyle and Crabbe away. Only Harry was left there, watching Xia Zhi with a smile on his face. To read the exciting novel, go to Full Novel Network. Oh, Harry, Malfoy seems to think you are a love rival. Love? Rival? Oh, summer solstice. Harry was completely dumbfounded. He had inexplicably become Malfoy's rival in love, and the woman was actually him. Harry felt that the world was so strange. For a moment, Harry had doubts about the world. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? What am I going to do? Where am I going? Ron witnessed Malfoy's rage the whole time. He couldn't help but sort out the relationship between them. Well, Malfoy fell in love with the girl that Harry turned into, and now thinks that Harry is his rival in love. The reason why he became his rival in love is that Malfoy thought that Harry liked Harry just like him. Ron's confused little brain spent a long time thinking about it, and finally understood it. Oh, Merlin's pants? Harry, Malfoy has fallen in love with you. Keep your voice down, Ron. Harry stopped Ron's weird shouting helplessly. The Weasley twins were coming over there. If they knew, well, I guess that's not such a bad thing, right? What do you mean? Harry looked at Ron with a strange look. Oh, I mean, why don't you find an opportunity to become a girl, then date Malfoy, and then reject Malfoy harshly? Ron was so excited that the freckles on his face turned red. The expression on his face must be very interesting. Oh, I don't want to be a girl again. Harry pushed Ron away angrily. What a bad idea. If Malfoy is hostile to me, then so be it. They are already hostile to each other anyway. I have to sacrifice my looks to date Malfoy? How is that possible? Ahem, Harry, you won't blame me, right? After all, it's all because of my potion. Xia Zhi looked at Harry kindly. Harry shuddered. No, I was greedy. I can't blame you. Oh, I'm so sorry, but actually, if you really become Harley, it's not impossible to explain it to him, right? Xia Zhi forced himself to smile and quickly slipped away. If he didn't leave, he would soon be unable to hide the crazy upward corners of his mouth. I say, this guy is really too bad. Cassandra looked at the bad guy next to her and couldn't help laughing when she thought of Harry's appearance. It's harmless. As long as he doesn't want to, he can stay like a girl. No one can force him. Xia Zhi shrugged. I still think that if you have a way, you can get rid of this side effect for Harry. Hermione said with some reluctance. Oh, I can't do anything. I told him at that time that the antidote had some side effects. I wanted him to give me some time to perfect it, but he insisted on drinking it and didn't want to wait. I can't do anything about it. Xia Zhi said he was helpless. Thinking of the girl who changed from a boy, Xia Zhi thought of Tom. He couldn't help but rubbed his forehead with a headache. Recently, Tom has been getting more and more abnormal. At midnight, everything was quiet. Xia Zhi closed the doors and windows, summoned the Phoenix Yasili, and teleported directly from the dormitory to the secret room. In the secret room, Tom was sitting upright on a bed, reading a magic notebook seriously. Slytherin was not there. Probably he had gone to rest temporarily. Ahem, I'm here to bring you food and some clothes for the next few days. Tom raised his head and looked at Xia Zhi. Her wide robe had a big neckline. As soon as he raised his head, the robe slipped down. Why don't you wear the clothes I brought you? Xia Zhi frowned and said. I don't know how to wear that kind of clothes. Can you teach me? Tom said helplessly. She really doesn't know how to wear it. Huh? I've been single for 30 years and you want me to teach you how to wear women's underwear? Do you think I can? But in fact, with the help of the 200 GB of study materials in the D drive in the previous life, Xia Zhi learned a lot about this aspect. So, in order to prevent Tom from being so annoying again, Xia Zhi had to endure the embarrassment and teach Tom a good lesson. Oh, you know so much. Tom looks much better now. At least he has a fitted skirt, which is much better than that loose robe that could reveal his underwear at any time. I understand a little. I understand a little. Xia Zhi said calmly. I really don't know where you got so much knowledge. It's a secret, Tom. Well, I am not suitable to be called Tom now. Besides, I don't like this name. Tom plans to change his name. Huh? Change the name. Xia Zhi thinks Tom is pretty good. No, Tom is too common and gross to me, and most importantly, it's not feminine enough. Hiss, Xia Zhi felt that Tom was indeed becoming more and more abnormal recently. After her soul was transformed by Xia Zhi, some strange changes occurred, causing her to choose to become a woman when choosing a body. Now her thinking is becoming more and more like that of a woman. For example, she wants a feminine name, a beautiful dress and other requests. It seems that her soul is slowly becoming a woman. Xia Zhi suddenly felt that she had committed a sin. If Voldemort saw Tom with such a curvy figure in the future, he would be furious. Then think about it slowly. Xia Zhi rubbed his forehead and prepared to go back to sleep. Won't you help me think of one? Tom looked at Xia Zhi with some disappointment. His resentful look made Xia Zhi feel uncomfortable. Tom, naming is something that should be done by yourself, so that it has a sense of ritual. Xia Zhi refused. Tom was getting more and more uneasy. He couldn't stay here for long. A rustling sound came from the mouth of Slytherin's statue, and then a big emerald green snake crawled out of the mouth of the statue. Slytherin's residual soul floated out of the eyes of his statue, standing lightly on the head of the basilisk. The basilisk spit out its tongue obediently. Although it would give priority to Xia Zhi's orders, Slytherin was its former master after all. When Xia Zhi didn't order it, it would still obey Slytherin's orders. Summer solstice, it's hungry. Slytherin said casually. All right, Xia Zhi took out a lot of fresh pork from the ring. Although the basilisk preferred to eat the giant spider, it did not dare to resist Xia Zhi's order, so it had to swallow the pork and curled up under the huge statue of Slytherin to rest. Seeing Xia Zhi quietly looking at the basilisk in front of him, Slytherin couldn't help but proudly said, how do you feel about the snake king I cultivated? Xia Zhi looked at the snake monster that was lazily curled up to digest its food and said, average. Slytherin was angry. He had gone through so much trouble to successfully replicate the despicable Herpos basilisk breeding method and finally bred this snake king. Xia Zhi actually said it was average? This is a very powerful dark magic creature. If you hadn't sealed its pupil magic, anyone it glared at would die. Slytherin was very unconvinced. Hiss. Old man, I actually have a question that I forgot to ask you. Ask whatever questions you want. There is nothing I don't know about the basilisk. Rooster eggs should be a very common material, right? How do you produce rooster eggs? This was the biggest question when hatching the basilisk before the summer solstice. He could not find any method of producing rooster eggs in any of the notes left by Slytherin. Who told you that rooster eggs are a common ingredient? But if it was not common, why is there no information about how to obtain rooster eggs preserved in your notes? Oh, because although rooster eggs are precious, it is very easy to obtain them. Simple. Yes, it is to raise a lot of roosters and wait for them to lay eggs. Rooster eggs are laid by roosters. This is a matter of common sense, so I did not record it in my notebook. Common sense? If this is common sense, then there are no rooster eggs? How can a rooster lay eggs? That's why it's so precious. I waited for more than 30 years to get a rooster egg. Slytherin looked at the green basilisk proudly. This basilisk had taken him 30 years of hard work to create. I didn't expect it to be like this. Summer solstice has a shattered fantasy. So, rooster eggs are just about raising a large flock of roosters and waiting for them to lay eggs. It sounds so reasonable. What if I figured out how to mass-produce rooster eggs? I, Salazar Slytherin, one of the greatest wizards in history, have not mastered the method of mass production of rooster eggs. How can you do that? Slytherin sneered. Roosters have a low chance of laying eggs, so why not turn them into hens? Xia Zhi casually said. It's not that simple. Slytherin smiled sarcastically, then froze. He suddenly realized that it seemed feasible. He only needed to give the rooster a potion that changed its physiological structure, and it would turn into a hen. But it was still a rooster in essence. If he did this, he could theoretically get rooster eggs. Have you ever tried this method? Slytherin asked eagerly. Of course, would I tell you otherwise? So, what was the result? Slytherin asked nervously. The result is very good. I successfully hatched a little basilisk. It should be much better than yours. Xia Zhi thought of the little red in his sleeve. As a cold-blooded animal, the little red would actually get hot all over, and it was red all over. No matter how you look at it, it feels better than the green Slytherin. Better than this one of mine? Hehe. Slytherin smiled disdainfully. It took him 30 years and countless precious potion materials to successfully cultivate this one. How can it be compared to Xia Zhi's semi-finished product that was hatched experimentally? Look for yourself. Xia Zhi lifted up the sleeve of his right hand. A small red snake was tightly wrapped around Xia Zhi's forearm. It closed its eyes tightly and was sleeping soundly on Xia Zhi's hand. There were 2 slight protrusions on the snake's head, like 2 horns. This is, the remnant of Slytherin approached Xiaohong and observed her carefully. The more he looked, the more he felt that this little snake was extraordinary. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Oh my god, how is this possible? Slytherin was shocked. With his knowledge, he could see that this little snake was much stronger than his basilisk. How did you do it? Slytherin asked unwillingly. He spent countless efforts, countless precious potion materials, and 30 years to finally cultivate a successful Snake King. Compared with the little red Snake King in Xia Zhi's hand, it was more like a half-finished product. It's simple. We have to start from the rooster that laid this egg. Speaking of this, Xia Zhi was no longer sleepy. He was not afraid that Slytherin would learn his training method. Slytherin could not learn the most critical soul magic secretly, and Xia Zhi did not intend to tell it. However, Slytherin was already a broken soul. He just wanted to explore knowledge and satisfy his curiosity. He had no evil intention of stealing knowledge. Dada, you are worthy of being my descendant, such a genius. You can have so many interesting ideas, and they can all be realized. Tisk tisk. Slytherin was proud again. Xia Zhi rolled his eyes. If you can't compete, just say you are my descendant, and your excellence comes from my genes. This old man is so shameless, and he has mastered the method of mental victory. My mother doesn't speak parcel tongue. That proves that your father is my descendant. Slytherin said firmly. Death without proof? Xia Zhi shook his head helplessly. Otherwise, he would ask his mother tomorrow if his father knew how to talk to snakes. Xia Zhi didn't believe that he had any relationship with the old man in Slytherin. His parcel tongue was given by the system. System, do you think I am a descendant of Slytherin? Ding! When the host activated the parcel tongue talent, the blood in his body changed slightly. You just have similar blood. Xia Zhi nodded. That's right. Wait. The blood changed slightly? That is. Ding! In other words, although the host has no blood relationship with Slytherin, your blood has become extremely similar. Yes, the parcel tongue talent can only be passed down through blood, which means that people who understand this talent, good luck, always have something in common in their blood. Xiaohong finally woke up, feeling a little uncomfortable as if being stared at by a 1,000-year-old ghost. It spit out its tongue and looked at Xia Zhi, as if asking for food. Babies are like this, they get hungry when they wake up, and sleep when they are full. After all, they are growing. Xia Zhi took out a bottle of unicorn milk mixed with phoenix blood and fed Xiaohong. Oh, who would have thought that you would have a phoenix, Slytherin said with a sigh. It's not an easy thing to get the recognition of these guys. If I had a phoenix back then, could I have bred a different kind of basilisk? Xia Zhi ignored Slytherin who was in a daze, and Tom who was thinking hard about his new name. After feeding Xiao Hong, he summoned Yasili and returned to his dormitory. Being delayed by Slytherin, Xia Zhi, who had planned to go and come back, returned to the dormitory at more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Xia Zhi groaned in pain. Although he was not prone to lack of energy, the feeling of not getting enough sleep was still very unpleasant. Especially when there was a Quidditch match the next day. Gryffindor played against Ravenclaw. I heard that their team had a new seeker, and their new seeker should be the girl named Qiu Zhang. Xia Zhi was thinking about it and fell asleep unknowingly. Today is the day when Ravenclaw plays against Gryffindor. Ravenclaw is in a gloomy mood. They can't win at all. As long as Gryffindor has that pervert Xia Zhi, there is no way they can win. This is what everyone thinks. Ravenclaw has never even beaten Slytherin, and Slytherin is such a strong team, and all the members are Nimbus 2001. So what? They were still beaten by Gryffindor. Ravenclaw is not without hope of winning. If their seeker can beat the famous Harry Potter and catch the golden snitch before Xia Zhi and Cassandra get 150 points, then Ravenclaw can create a miracle. But the probability is also very low. Everyone knows the strength of Harry Potter. He has never lost since he played, and he always catches the golden snitch to end the game. Ravenclaw's new seeker is the only hope for Ravenclaw to win, but can she do it? Qiu Zhang felt the invisible pressure on her body. Even the old players felt breathless with this kind of pressure, let alone a new player like her. How unlucky it was that in the first game, they met the Big Devil Gryffindor team, and she became the only hope for the team to win. Qiu Zhang felt like she was floating to the auditorium for breakfast. She looked at the bread in front of her with a thin layer of butter, but she had no desire to eat it. The tension stimulated her stomach and made it difficult for her to swallow. She couldn't help but glance at the Gryffindor table, and then she saw Xia Zhi skillfully picking up chopsticks to eat a bowl of noodles. His face was shining with joy, as if he had this expression every time he ate. "Can you give me a bowl of noodles like the ones in the summer solstice?" Qiu Zhang said softly. Then a bowl of noodles appeared in front of her. The noodles were thin noodles, and the noodle soup was a magical golden color, with a simple fried egg on top. The finely chopped green onions were evenly sprinkled on the noodle soup, which looked very tempting. She picked up the chopsticks next to the noodle bowl and picked up the noodles a little unfamiliarly. When she was a child, her parents taught her to use chopsticks, but she hadn't used them for a long time. The noodles were chewy and tasted great. She picked up the bowl and drank a sip of the noodle soup. Suddenly, the fragrant noodle soup filled her mouth in an instant. It's really so delicious. The enjoyment brought by the food made her temporarily forget that she would soon participate in a game that she was almost certain to lose, and forget the heavy pressure on her. Luna was sitting not far from her. She didn't eat breakfast immediately, but was fiddling with a strange hat. It looked like a lion's head. Her friend Xia Zhi was going to participate in the Quidditch game today, so she planned to wear this hat to watch the game and support Xia Zhi. Of course, her behavior was a naked traitor in the eyes of other Ravenclaws. However, how could Luna be blamed for this? Since she entered school, Ravenclaw has never given her a sense of belonging. Here, she has always been isolated, and there is nothing else except being cold-eyed and bullied. Therefore, she has not made any friends in Ravenclaw. Therefore, Luna did not think that there was anything wrong with her behavior. She was just cheering for the people she cared about. Ravenclaw team? Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Respect is always mutual, isn't it? Qiu Zhang was eating noodles and was soon attracted by Luna. She knew that Luna was Xia Zhi's friend was also in the common room that night. She saw Xia Zhi come to the Ravenclaw common room and loudly stand up for his friend. Who could resist such a strong and handsome boy? He should be the first Gryffindor to enter the Ravenclaw common room in nearly 100 years. She couldn't help but secretly glance at Xia Zhi, who was sitting at the Gryffindor table. She was a little envious of Luna. Who wouldn't want to have such a friend? Qiu Zhang didn't know what she was thinking. She couldn't help but sit over with her bowl of noodles. Did you do this yourself? Yes. I started doing it last night. Luna glanced at Qiu Zhang, then continued to busy herself with her own things. It seems like there are a lot of harassment flies on your head. Do you have a lot of troubles? Forward, does participating in a losing game count? Qiu Zhang shook his head helplessly. Are you the new seeker for our house team? Do you recognize me? Qiu Zhang was a little surprised. She had been a substitute for a while and had never had a chance to play. However, the original seeker withdrew from the team, so she had the opportunity to officially participate in the game. Generally speaking, few people would notice her as a substitute. Of course I recognize him. I will watch every game of our school and cheer for him. But not today, I have to cheer for my friend. Luna said frankly, not hiding the fact that she was a traitor. I think it would look better if I cast a transformation spell on this eye. Qiu Zhang couldn't help but say, in this way, the lion's eyes will look more lively. Luna looked at Qiu Zhang in surprise, really? But I don't know how to use this spell. I know a little bit. I often use this spell to help my mother decorate the house during Christmas. Qiu Zhang took out his magic wand and tapped the lion's eyes. The lion's pupils suddenly changed from the original single yellow to a gradient color. It looked much more lively. Oh, thank you, it really looks much better now, Luna said happily. What a perfect transformation spell. A gentle voice came from behind Luna. Qiu Zhang was startled and found that Xia Zhi had come behind Luna without knowing when. I don't know this spell, it was Qiu Zhang who cast the transformation spell for me. Luna turned around and saw Xia Zhi, and said happily, thank you for helping Luna. I mean, Few people are willing to help her, Xia Zhi said seriously. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Luna has always been lonely and isolated in Ravenclaw. Even though he stood up for her once, the situation did not improve much. But fortunately, no one dared to bully her anymore. Now that someone is willing to approach her and help her, Xia Zhi is still very happy. Nothing. I just happened to understand this magic. Qiu Zhang's heart was in a panic. This was her first conversation with Xia Zhi. She secretly cursed herself for being so useless. How could she not even be able to speak a coherent sentence? Oh, do you like noodles too? Huh? The configuration of your bowl of noodles is actually the same as mine. Xia Zhi saw the bowl of noodles in front of Qiu Zhang and said happily. What a coincidence. Qiu Zhang stood up in a panic. I have a game later, so I'll leave first. Qiu Zhang blushed and left the Ravenclaw table, walking quickly towards the stadium. Oh, you should digest your food for a while before exercising. Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, you haven't finished eating yet. It's wrong to waste food. Xia Zhi shook his head regretfully. He wanted to have a good chat with this girl who seemed to be from the same place as him. After traveling through so many years, he was used to seeing blondes and blue eyes. It was really a nostalgic thing to be able to talk to a familiar face with yellow skin and black eyes for a while. Xia, I think she likes you. She is just shy, Luna said calmly. Nonsense. Don't you like me? Luna's calm face turned red in an instant. She glanced at Xia Zhi, then picked up the lion hat and ran away. Ding! Even this system couldn't stand it anymore and chased two away at once. Failure, such a failure. What do you know? This is called strategy. There was no suspense about the result of the game. Xia Zhi and Cassandra were still two ruthless scoring machines. Even the Slytherins, all of whom were equipped with Nimbus 2001, could not stop them, let alone the Ravenclaws, whose configuration was not very good. However, although the game ended with Harry successfully catching the golden snitch, Qiu Zhang caused Harry a lot of trouble during the game. Qiu Zhang adopted the dumbest but most effective method, which was to follow Harry throughout the whole process. Wherever Harry flew, she followed. When Harry pretended to find the golden snitch and accelerated his flight, Qiu Zhang also accelerated to follow him. As a result, Harry used a beautiful fake move. As a result, Qiu Zhang almost crashed to the ground, but fortunately, her flying skills were not bad, and the speed of her broom was relatively slow, so she reacted in time and was not injured. But in the following games, she still followed Harry relentlessly. When he finally found the golden snitch, Harry almost didn't grab her. At that time, Gryffindor had just led by 140 points. If Qiu Zhang caught the golden snitch, then Ravenclaw would have a reversal. Unfortunately, her flying skills and broomstick skills were not as good as Harry's. Harry was deeply impressed by the beautiful girl who had caused him a lot of trouble during the game. At the end of the game, when everyone was cheering and celebrating, he couldn't help but take a look at the lost figure. She is so beautiful, as attractive as the summer solstice. Wait, why would I think so? Damn! Harry scratched his head in distress, something was super wrong with him. The game was over, and Ravenclaw lost. Qiu Zhang fell to the ground in disappointment, and moved towards the locker room step by step with the broomstick. Although she had tried her best, she still couldn't catch the golden snitch before Harry. It was almost a reversal. Qiu Zhang clenched his fist unwillingly. Blame it on the new chaser. Yeah, she was so close to the golden snitch, much closer than Harry Potter, so how come she didn't catch it? That's right. Why join the team if you don't have the ability? We could have turned the tables. I could have done it at that distance. I really don't know what she was thinking at that time. Tisk, I've been annoyed with her for a long time. She must have been chosen by the captain because she's pretty. A series of harsh discussions reached Qiu Zhang's ears, making her eyes red with sadness. No, I have tried very hard. But my broom is not as fast as Harry's. No, I joined the team based on my own strength. The different looks from the Ravenclaws made her feel very uncomfortable. I have obviously tried my best. You played really well, great strategy. I saw it all. Luckily Harry's broom is faster than yours, otherwise, we would have lost today. A gentle voice suddenly came from Qiu Zhang's ear. She was stunned for a moment, turned around, and saw Xia Zhi carrying two brooms. He smiled and said, "Don't mind what they say, you played really well. Not everyone can push Harry to that extent. Harry is still full of praise for you now. Everyone who works hard should be respected. Why don't they understand this?" Xia Zhi said helplessly. Thank you, thank you." Tears finally fell from Qiu Zhang's eyes. She didn't expect the words of comfort to come from her opponent. Although this situation was ironic, these words really made her feel warm. She suddenly understood why Luna wore a lion hat and supported Xia Zhi even though she was against the entire Ravenclaw. She admitted that she was moved. P.S. Don't stay up all night to write next time. I almost died. Xia Zhi heard Cassandra calling him from a distance, answered, smiled at Qiu Zhang, turned around and ran towards his friends. Qiu Zhang wiped her tears, forced a smile, and walked towards the locker room. Along the way, although the Ravenclaws still mocked her, she suddenly found that she was not as sad as before. You'll get used to it. They said the same thing to me before. Luna's ethereal voice came from behind her. Luna was still wearing her special lion hat, and the lion's eyes were shining with a smart light. Don't you care? Luna lowered her head and thought for a while. They are not my friends, why should I care? That's right, they are not my friends, so why should I care? Qiu Zhang seemed to have figured something out. She suddenly discovered the cuteness of Luna. Roger Davis ran over and yelled at Qiu Zhang, if you had reacted a little faster at that time, we might have been able to turn the defeat into victory. If you can't, I will change someone next time. Roger Davis is the Quidditch captain of Ravenclaw. He has to find someone to take responsibility for the failure of this game. If they lost normally, it would not be a big deal. But they could have reversed the situation by just a little bit, if Qiu Zhang could have caught the golden snitch before Harry. So they all selectively ignored the fact that Harry's broom was faster than Qiu Zhang's. Roger thought Qiu Zhang would not refute, and silently took the blame, because he was the captain and he had the right to prevent Qiu Zhang from participating in the game. However, he was completely wrong. The blame from everyone made Qiu Zhang realize that joining the Quidditch team was not as happy as she had imagined before. It's a pity that we lost the game, but is it all my fault? Are you completely blameless? Then, Captain, how many points did you score? Roger Davis was speechless after Qiu Zhang's rebuttal. As a chaser of the team, he didn't score a single point. What reason did he have to put all the blame on Qiu Zhang, a seeker? Qiu Zhang ignored Roger Davis and turned to the people around her who were mocking her. If any of you are confident that you can fly better than me, then feel free to compete with me. If you can beat me, I will voluntarily withdraw from the team. She suddenly felt that it didn't matter. It was really tiring to be hypocritical with these people. After venting, Qiu Zhang took the broom and left, leaving the Ravenclaws at the scene looking at each other in bewilderment. They can talk big, but do you really want them to compete with Qiu Zhang in flying skills? Qiu Zhang participated in the school team selection seriously, and defeated everyone, and stood out with her excellent flying skills. Roger Davis was also confused. He was just talking. There was no other seeker in the team now. If Qiu Zhang quits, Ravenclaw really can't find anyone to replace her. Xia Zhi was scratching his head now. He looked at the house elf in front of him with a strange expression. On the evening of the Quidditch match, Dobby sent him a message saying that he had finally found a house elf without an owner. He always remembered the task Xia Zhi gave him, which was to find out if there were any homeless house elves who were kicked out by their owners. Xia Zhi originally planned to form an army of house elves, but house elves were too rare, especially those who were expelled. After being expelled, they usually hid themselves, ashamed to see people, and finally starved themselves to death. It was too difficult to find them. So Xia Zhi had actually put this plan on hold. But Dobby was still searching for it. He searched for more than a year before he finally found one, and then sent a message to Xia Zhi immediately. But this house elf seemed to be more special than Dobby. Xia Zhi met this house elf in the Leaky Cauldron. Xia Zhi sneaked out of Hogwarts in the middle of the night and came to the Leaky Cauldron, where he saw him. This house elf looked quite angry and seemed to be quite old. He was wearing a leather jacket, holding a big cigar in his mouth, and a big scar on his face extended from the left corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. When Xia Zhi saw him, he was frowning and pouring wine into his mouth. After drinking it, he muttered something in his mouth as if cursing something. He felt someone was watching him, so he raised his head. He squinted his eyes and looked at the person in front of him, who was only about 11 or 12 years old. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a house elf before? He said unhappily. I've never seen a house elf like you. Tisk, what does my appearance have to do with you? Where did you come from? To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Xia Zhi sat opposite him and looked at him with interest. Hey, don't think that I won't hit you just because you're a kid. In fact, if I wasn't waiting for someone and didn't want to cause any trouble, I would have thrown you out as soon as you came close. Throw me out? Are you sure? Xia Zhi gestured to his boss Tom. Tom frowned and brought him a glass of butter beer. Shouldn't you be at school? It's not good to sneak into my place in the middle of the night. Go back quickly after drinking, otherwise Dumbledore will find trouble with me. Don't worry, Tom. I'm just here to do something and will be back in a while. Xia Zhi greeted Tom with a smile. Hey, kid, are you ignoring me? Xia Zhi took a sip of butterbeer and said leisurely, you can't throw me out, because the person you are waiting for is me. 0. You. The house elf looked Xia Zhi up and down. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, where do you get the money to hire me? Pa. Xia Zhi threw a bag. There was a pleasant metallic clang in the bag, and it fell into the arms of the house elf. He opened the bag and took a look. His eyes, which were already big, immediately widened bigger than copper bells. Does it matter to you whether my hair is fully grown or not? I don't know if this thing can employ you. Yes? Since you pay, you are my boss. The house elf dropped his cigar, took out a magic contract and handed it to Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi took the contract with some surprise. This guy is quite professional. He read the magic contract carefully, and after finding no problems, he signed the contract with him. Of course, this is just a very simple labor contract. The contract stipulates that as long as Xia Zhi pays him a salary and does not take the initiative to fire him, he will work for Xia Zhi. And what's interesting is that the contract specifically mentioned that he would not do any housework. He would rather go to the Dark Lord and fight him to death than do any housework again. Well then. Nick, happy cooperation. Xia Zhi reached out and shook hands with the house elf Nick. Boss, what should I do next? You settle down in the place Dobby arranged for you first, and then I will assign you tasks. Xia Zhi stood up, paid the bill with Tom, and left the Leaky Cauldron. This Nick is very special. Xia Zhi knows that if he wants to form the future house elf army, he has to rely on him. Dobby can't do this kind of thing. Xia Zhi apparat back to Hogwarts. Among the students, only Xia Zhi, who had the phoenix, could enter and leave Hogwarts so freely. Of course, Xia Zhi guessed that it was also possible to let Dobby send him back. It was really strange. In the original book, Draco spent a year repairing the vanishing cabinet just to let it teleport a few Death Eaters into the school. It was a problem that could be solved by a house elf. But it was also true that Tom and his men had always looked down on creatures like house elves, thinking that they were lowly pests and didn't care about their magic. Otherwise, when Tom hid his locket, he wouldn't have just left Kriaker behind and left. He had never expected that the house elf could ignore his confinement magic and apparate away, which led to Regulus stealing his locket later. Xia Zhi returned to his dormitory and put away the bionic teardrop that was pretending to be him and sleeping soundly on the bed. Then he lay down on it himself. He really didn't expect that the bionic teardrop could be used to warm the bed in addition to fighting. Xia Zhi lay in bed and pondered for a moment, then turned his May 13 ring and sent a message to Dobby, asking him to give the task of finding the stray house elves to Nick. Dobby was reluctant at first, but Xia Zhi said that if Nick was not given some work to do, he would be paid for nothing. Dobby agreed. Can you get paid without working? No, I can't let Xia Zhi suffer this loss. So he immediately went to pass the task to Nick. Days passed one by one, and the weather gradually warmed up. Spring came in the blink of an eye. Xia Zhi felt something was wrong as soon as he stepped into the hall today, because the decorations in the hall were very out of place. Xia Zhi took a look at the unique decorations of the hall and roughly guessed who did it. In the hall, the four walls were covered with large and gorgeous pink flowers. There were also many heart-shaped confetti falling from the light blue ceiling. At the teacher's table, a muscle protruded from Professor McGonagall's face. Xia Zhi could see that she was gritting her teeth to hold back her anger. Professor Snape's face was even more exciting, as if someone had just forced him to wash his hair. Soon, Xia Zhi's own face fell. Because Lockhart was wearing a conspicuous pink robe that matched the decorations, and was being attentive to his mother, Liz. Fuck. This unlucky guy actually wants to be his stepfather? Take my shot first, Avida. The furious Xia Zhi rolled up his sleeves and wanted to rush up and kick him in the face, but he was finally stopped by his friends. Fortunately, Liz ignored Lockhart. After being annoyed by him, she got up and left with Professor McGonagall. Cough cough, Lockhart coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment of being rejected, and then said loudly to everyone. Everyone should know what day it is today. Lockhart said excitedly, Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. So far, 46 people have given me greeting cards, and I would like to express my gratitude to them. Yes, I took the initiative to arrange this little surprise for everyone, and there's more. Lockhart clapped his hands, and 12 gloomy dwarfs appeared behind him. What made people feel uncomfortable was that they all had golden wings on their backs and carried harps on their backs. My friendly little cupids with greeting cards? They will be wandering around the school today, delivering Valentine's Day cards to you? The fun doesn't end there. I believe my colleagues are willing to join in. Why not ask your dear Professor Snape for advice on making a love potion? Of course. Professor Flitwick must be good at psychedelic spells. Lockhart chattered in front, completely unaware of the murderous eyes of the professors behind him. Oh, I think you'll get a lot of love letters today. Cassandra sneered. I swear, if these things dare to appear in front of me, Xia Zhi curled his lips in disgust. You can't use offensive magic on them at will, you will be deducted points. Hermione pulled Xia Zhi's clothes, trying to stop him from being impulsive. Xia Zhi really received a lot of love letters, but after he used the full-body binding spell to freeze several dwarfs in place, the dwarfs no longer dared to come up and grab him to sing. They only dared to throw the love letters from a distance, but how could Xia Zhi catch them in front of so many people? Harry was in a miserable situation. He was caught by a dwarf on the spot, and even his schoolbag was torn. The dwarf tripped him directly, then sat on his knees and started singing. His eyes were as green as freshly pickled toads. Harry would rather hand over all the gold in Gringotts if doing so would make him disappear into steam right now. All petrified, Xia Zhi waved his wand and froze the dwarf. Seeing the stunned people around him, Xia Zhi said, I saw him attacking Harry Potter, why were you just watching? Harry's schoolbag was torn. Harry was so grateful to Xia Zhi now. If he let the dwarf continue to sing, it would be the ultimate social death. Malfoy happened to pass by and looked at Harry with a complicated expression. He suspected that the love letter was written by the mysterious girl to Harry. He also wanted to write a love letter to the girl, but now he didn't even know her name. If Xia Zhi wasn't right next to Harry, he might not be able to help but grab Harry's collar and ask about the girl. Oh, summer solstice, Hermione, I didn't stop him. He used magic in the corridor. Gryffindor will lose another 5 points. It's not a big problem, Hermione. Xia Zhi said quietly, I can just ask my mom to add me back in the next class. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Hermione. Now Xia Zhi knows where Lockhart's curse will come true. At midnight, the summer solstice is busy again. He let the bionic teardrop replace him, lying in bed and snoring. Then he slipped out of Hogwarts. Xia Zhi appeared in a hidden cave not far from his home. The reason why he came here was because Nick told Dobby that he had recruited many homeless house elves in the past few months. Now they are all hiding in this cave. Xia Zhi passed through the outer protective shield and strode in. This cave doesn't look big from the outside, but the inside has indeed been expanded by Xia Zhi with the traceless extension charm, and it is very large. But when Xia Zhi first entered, he was still shocked. Seeing him come in, hundreds of house elves stood up tremblingly, looking at Xia Zhi with anticipation. Xia Zhi glanced at Nick. This guy really has a way. Dobby couldn't find the house elves that he had been looking for so long, but he could find so many. How did you find so many house elves? Oh, I know where they will go after being expelled. Where else can they go? Nick seemed reluctant to talk about the past. But Xia Zhi understood that Nick was also one of them before, and almost starved himself to death, but in the end he still awakened a sense of freedom. Just like Dobby, Xia Zhi did not ask more questions, but stood on the high platform in front of the house elves. Hello, my name is Xia Zhi. I know that some of you were abandoned by your masters, some of you are homeless because your masters died of illness, and some of you are longing for freedom. I also know that some of you feel so ashamed of being fired that you wish you could die right away. But now, you don't need to worry. I, Xia Zhi, am willing to accept you. If you are willing to recognize me as your master, I will not reject you. If you desire freedom and do not want to be enslaved anymore, I can also be your boss and I will pay you a salary. Are you willing? Xia Zhi said this directly. When talking to house elves, you have to be direct. It is difficult for them to understand those roundabout ways. The faces of the house elves showed joy. They were willing to follow Nick here, so they naturally planned to find a new master. Those who had special feelings for their original families and were unwilling to find a new master would certainly not appear here. The result made Xia Zhi very satisfied. All the house elves were willing to stay and work for Xia Zhi. Of course, no house elf was willing to become Xia Zhi's employee. They all felt that being a slave to wizards and being enslaved by wizards was the right and normal thing. House elves like Dobby and Nick who actually worked for wages were freaks and were despised by all house elves. Xia Zhi is very satisfied now, but it is not good to let Hermione know that he has become a big slave owner. In the following time, Xia Zhi commanded the house elves to transform the cave. With the help of so many house elves, many small rooms appeared in the huge cave soon. The house elves were very happy because they found that they didn't need to live in the cupboard anymore after following Xia Zhi. Before leaving, Xia Zhi specifically instructed Nick to prepare some clean clothes for these elves in his name. Because Nick is the head who manages these elves, he is not their master, so he can give clothes. Although these elves despise Nick, they will still obey his orders and change into new clothes. Because Xia Zhi ordered them to obey Nick's management before leaving. Looking at his fellow elves who were happily busy in the cave, Nick couldn't help asking, "Boss, can you tell me what you want them to do? Ordinary people don't need so many house elves. I want to start a company, and they are the best workers." Xia Zhi said lightly. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, they will be safe. I will treat them well." Xia Zhi added. He planned to design a set of equipment for the house elves, so that when they really need to fight in the future, they can be well protected from harm. Of course, if they don't need to fight, try not to use them. Every house elf is very precious, and Xia Zhi is reluctant to let them die. I have no choice but to trust you. They have already recognized you as their master. If you don't want them, they will immediately commit suicide out of shame. They can't bear being fired by 2 masters in a row, Nick said with emotion, then took out a cut cigar, lit it, and took a deep puff. To be honest, I am also a selfish person, Nick. Compared with hiring wizards to do my work, it is more worry-free to raise house elves. Boss, you really don't look like a 12-year-old wizard. You are much smarter than many adult wizards. I have seen many people who are still confused when they are in their 40s. Nick took a deep puff of the cigar, then bowed slightly to Xia Zhi. If you don't mind, I'll go and supervise their work. Well, go ahead. By the way, the work of finding people like you can still continue. I can afford to keep as many house elves as possible. Xia Zhi turned and walked out of the cave. The staff is basically in place, and the company should be able to start. When Xia Zhi returned to his dormitory, it was just 1 o'clock in the morning. So, you came back so late, you must have gone on a date. Cassandra's voice came from behind him. Huh? Why are you still awake so late? Xia Zhi said calmly. So you did go on a date. Let me guess, who was it with? When I came out, Hermione was still sleeping, so it wasn't her. So it was the Ravenclaw girl? Then, was it Luna, or that Chuzhong who I just met not long ago? Oh, Cassandra, Xia Zhi looked at her helplessly. Or are they both together? Cassandra said through gritted teeth. I did go out tonight because Dobby gave me a message. Oh, if you were out on business, who were you trying to fool by leaving a substitute in bed? Cassandra crossed her arms and stared at him. Because what I want to do cannot be easily known by others. Really? So besides me, there are other girls who come to see you at night. His, Xia Zhi suddenly discovered that girls' thinking patterns were completely different from his. Okay, I'll tell you the truth, I released the substitute just to trick you. You. Cassandra was so angry that her eyes turned red. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Because I don't want to make you worry. You know, I sometimes do dangerous things. And I can't take you with me on these things. Cassandra was silent for a long time. Okay, I know it's too much to ask you to tell me everything, and I'm not related to you. You, do whatever you want. Cassandra stomped her feet and turned to leave. Xia Zhi held her back. Cassandra, it's not that I don't trust you, but there are many things I can't tell you. Remember that ghost? Sometimes, when I tell you something, it's very simple, but it will have very bad consequences. When Cassandra heard Xia Zhi mention the ghost, her body trembled involuntarily and her tone softened. This was a shadow that haunted her for the rest of her life. I know there are some things you can't tell me, but, if you can tell me, could you please not bother telling me? All right, Xia Zhi nodded. He really felt that it was too troublesome to explain it to them again when he came back, so he left a substitute on the bed. He could indeed tell her what happened tonight. I do have a date tonight, but not with a girl, but with a group of house elves. A group? How many? Hundreds of house elves. Now I am a big slave owner. I tried to hire them, but no one was willing to accept the job. It was an insult to them. Xia Zhi shook his head helplessly. So many? I've never seen so many house elves in my life. Well, I have to keep this a secret from Hermione. I thought about it and decided that it would be better to tell her about this kind of thing in advance. It would be bad if she found out about it later. Xia Zhi is a person who knows how to learn from experience. He just suffered a loss at Cassandra's hands. There is nothing you can do about it. In fact, you are doing a good deed by accepting them. If you don't accept them, they will abandon themselves and hide away, refusing to eat or drink until they starve to death. Cassandra knows what these elves are thinking. Indeed, I will tell her this tomorrow. If I don't accept them, they will all be so sad that they will commit suicide. Hermione will definitely understand. By the way, why did you find so many house elves? Can you tell me about this? Cassandra asked. It's time to start my company. As for employees, no one is more suitable than the elves. After sending Cassandra away, Xia Zhi took out the sealed diary. This was Tom's diary, Voldemort's Horcrux. The remaining soul in this diary was a completely evil Tom, 100 times more evil than the one in the original book. Because his sanity had been stripped away by Xia Zhi. However, Xia Zhi only stripped away part of the soul in the diary, not destroying the soul inside. Therefore, this was still Voldemort's Horcrux and was not damaged. He looked at the diary, suddenly smiled, locked it up again, and then fell asleep. The next day, when Xia Zhi told Hermione about this matter, she did not blame Xia Zhi for his decision. Compared to following other masters like the Malfoy family, she would rather these house elves follow Xia Zhi. At least she knew that Xia Zhi was not the kind of person who abused house elves. No one can wake up someone who pretends to be asleep. These elves have been instilled with the concept of slavery since birth, and being a slave is already engraved in their bones. If they want to change, they can only start with their next generation. Hermione immediately became motivated. Or, she can personally teach those newly born house elves and prevent them from being exposed to slave education. The potion materials that Xia Zhi asked Snape to help collect were finally collected today. This also shows how precious and rare the materials are for the potion formula given by the system. For example, the unicorn horn in the formula is simply priceless. Snape helped to find it for more than half a year before finally finding it. Thanks to his reputation as a potion master, he got a small fragment as small as a fingernail from a wizard who loves collecting. After Xia Zhi took all the materials from Snape, he couldn't hide his joy in his eyes. Although Snape was very curious about what kind of potion he wanted to make, he actually needed such a rare material as unicorn horn, but Xia Zhi didn't invite him to watch this time, so he didn't ask. Xia Zhi can finally make the super blood fusion potion rewarded by the system. This formula comes from the system, of course, it can't be seen by others. Xia Zhi attaches great importance to this potion. Although his potion level has long surpassed Snape, with a high potion mastery of 8 points, he still dare not despise it. He even spent a lot of money to buy a bottle of the best elixir from Snape. Whether it was to successfully refine this potion or to draw a good talent after drinking it, he needed good luck. Fortunately, this blood fusion potion did not need to be refined for half a year like the elixir. After leaving Snape, Xia Zhi went directly to the hall for dinner. He whispered in Cassandra's ear, "Come to see me tonight. I should be able to do what I promised you today." Because Xia Zhi was too close, Cassandra only felt itchy around her ears. She blushed and gave Xia Zhi a white look, then turned her head and pretended not to see him. Xia Zhi sat next to her awkwardly, but fortunately no one noticed his embarrassment. Of course, except for his mother who never took her eyes off him. Liz looked at him and smiled meaningfully. Xia Zhi smiled far-fetchedly, but his face was thicker than the castle wall, and a little embarrassment was nothing. After a while, he ordered a portion of twice-cooked pork and a portion of rice and started eating with relish. Midnight. Xia Zhi's bedroom door was opened on time. Outside the door, a familiar figure slipped in very skillfully. Xia Zhi sat at the table, carefully studying the potion formula in front of him. The materials this time were too scarce, so there was no room for any mistakes. Alas, no matter how I calculate it, the success rate is only 99.9%, which is still too low. If it can't reach 100% success rate, there is still a possibility of failure. Xia Zhi frowned. Have you prepared all your materials? Cassandra asked. Yes, let's go and make medicine. Want to go to the room of requirement? Cassandra asked. Well, that place is indeed a good choice. Xia Zhi nodded. The two of them cast the disillusionment charm and started their night tour. In order not to get separated, Xia Zhi usually held Cassandra's hand and walked forward. But for some reason, Cassandra's hand was a little wet, perhaps because she was too nervous, so her hand was sweating. Before reaching the familiar blank wall, Xia Zhi walked back and forth 3 times, muttering to himself. Please give me a potion-making room that only Cassandra and I can enter, please. A white door flashed on the smooth wall, which was completely different from the bronze door of the potion-making room. Xia Zhi pushed the door open and walked in. This room was much smaller than the room where Tom was helping him refine his body that day, but it was much more exquisite. It looked like a private potion-making room of a potion master. It seemed that only he and Cassandra were allowed to enter this room. Xia Zhi felt relieved and he moved a chair. Cassandra, you sit here and wait. I'll make the medicine for you. Xia Zhi asked Cassandra to sit on the chair, and then took out a small bottle. The bottle contained the fulling potion. This is the lucky potion, drink 1 drop. 1 drop of lucky potion can maintain good luck for 12 hours, which should be enough. Cassandra obediently drank a drop of lucky potion. After seeing her drink the potion, Xia Zhi nodded with relief, and then drank a drop himself. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. The moment he drank the lucky potion, he immediately felt that his mind became countless times clearer. Although this was his second time drinking the lucky potion, he still felt that this wonderful state was really wonderful, as if everything was under his control. Lucky potion is not actually a lucky potion in the traditional sense, but after drinking this potion, all of your abilities will soar, and you will involuntarily notice details that you would never notice before. Your abilities will be rapidly improved. When people do things, their success rate will naturally increase dramatically, just like being favored by the goddess of luck. Therefore, Xia Zhi felt that his current state was surprisingly good, and the success rate of making potions had reached 100%, and the quality would be very high. Xia Zhi put out the materials one by one in an orderly manner, and then processed them carefully one by one. All these processes had long been in his mind, and he had practiced them countless times, and he was so skilled that he could operate them with his eyes closed. Cassandra sat aside, watching Xia Zhi's busy back with trusting eyes. The intuition brought by the elixir told her that she'd better stay in the chair until the potion was successfully made. As time passed, a fragrance drifted in the room, and in the crucible, the turquoise potion was boiling quietly. Xia Zhi nodded with satisfaction, knowing that the potion was almost ready. In the end, only the blood of the phoenix was left. He whispered Yasili's name. Dada! Firelight flashed, and Yasili appeared in front of him. Phoenix's special talent allowed her to teleport to any place as long as she had the coordinates, even the room of requirement. Yasili, please give me some of your blood. Xia Zhi touched Yasili's head and said softly. Yasili screamed again, then tilted her head, and a drop of blood flowed out of her eyes. Xia Zhi waved the magic wand, and the drop of blood flew up from her eyes, and then dripped into the crucible with a gulp. Thank you, Yasili. Xia Zhi sincerely thanked Yasili, and then took out her favorite lamb slices from the ring. Yasili stood aside, used her claws to push the plate of meat slices aside, and ate slowly. While eating, she curiously watched Xia Zhi brew the potion. Gulp, gulp. The potion in the crucible turned from its original turquoise color to blood red in an instant. There seemed to be a shadow of flame swaying above the potion. Cassandra was sitting far away from the crucible, but she could still feel the fascinating magic fluctuations in the potion. Well done. When the strange vision ended, there was only a shallow pool of potion at the bottom of the pot. Xia Zhi filled 2 small glass bottles with it. Under the effect of the elixir, Xia Zhi accurately grasped the amount of medicine with the best effect. Xia Zhi picked up one of the bottles and opened the bottle cap. Ding! The system reminds you that as long as the host drinks this magic potion, his blood will merge with the blood of the phoenix. Strictly speaking, the host will become a magical creature. Are there any side effects? Ding! No, that's fine. Xia Zhi turned around and said to Cassandra with a smile, I'll drink first. If anything unexpected happens, you don't have to drink. I should drink first. Cassandra stood up hurriedly. She understood that Xia Zhi was helping her to avoid trouble. It would be best if there was no problem. If there was a problem. But she was sitting too far away and had no time to stop Xia Zhi from drinking the potion. Xia Zhi opened the bottle cap and shouted a line that sounded very silly. Humans have their limits, so I won't be a human anymore. Gulp, gulp. The burning potion flowed down his throat. Boom. In Cassandra's shocked eyes, Xia Zhi suddenly caught fire after drinking the potion. The fierce flames illuminated the entire room, and Cassandra felt a wave of heat coming towards her. Swish. The fire appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly, and then Xia Zhi disappeared. There was only a pile of ashes left in its place. No. Cassandra rushed over. Xia Zhi died just like that? There was indeed something wrong with this potion? Yes, you can understand it if you think about it carefully. How could such a formula that can enhance magic power be obtained so easily by a 12-year-old wizard? She regretted that she shouldn't have made that request to Xia Zhi in the first place. And when she knew that Xia Zhi had obtained an unknown formula, why didn't she stop him? Is it really that important for herself to become stronger? Is it so important that Xia Zhi needs to gamble his life for it? Or is it because I have such a selfish character? I turned out to be a bad woman. Cassandra rushed to the ashes, staring at the ashes in front of her blankly. She couldn't forgive herself. Xia Zhi, who had just been chatting and laughing with him, turned into a pool of ashes. A confident and ambitious boy died just like that under her greed. Cassandra was heartbroken. She wished that it was her who died here now. Choo choo choo. Suddenly, there were faint sounds coming from the ashes. Cassandra quickly reached out and dug up the ashes on the ground, and then she found a bald little bird lying pitifully in the ashes. Xia Zhi came up curiously, and when she saw the bald little bird, she cried out happily twice. Could it be, this little bird is the summer solstice? Cassandra couldn't help but touch the bird's head, and the touch was warm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The bird's eyes were very clear, and Cassandra seemed to see Xia Zhi's eyes in a trance. Boom. The bird burst into flames again and caught fire. Cassandra stepped back in fear. Chirp. The little bird grew up quickly in front of Cassandra. Soon, a beautiful big bird with a red body and a bright face appeared in front of Cassandra. This turned out to be another phoenix. Xia Zhi tilted her head and called out joyfully twice, then couldn't help but tentatively approached him. Oh my god, this phoenix is so handsome, but why does it give me a familiar feeling? Cassandra stared blankly at the majestic phoenix in front of her. Tears flowed down her face. Are you Xia Zhi? Is this the phoenix you turned into? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you that. Thinking that Xia Zhi was no longer a human being and would only be a magical animal in the future, Cassandra couldn't stop her tears. Her heart was filled with guilt. Wow, the phoenix in front of him suddenly caught fire again. In the flames, a figure gradually took shape. Xia Zhi slowly walked out of the flames. Call, he exhaled lightly, and then a puff of white smoke came out of his mouth. Xia Zhi was obviously taken aback. What, it's you? I thought it was a handsome phoenix from somewhere. Xia Zhi lowered her head in an instant, and walked back proudly to eat her own slice of meat. Cassandra stared at Xia Zhi's face blankly, and couldn't help but rush up and hugged him. I thought you were dead. It's all my fault. I was so selfish. Tears wet Xia Zhi's chest. She was crying with joy. When a person is in extreme despair, as long as he sees a ray of light, it is a rare hope, and it is good. Moreover, Xia Zhi, who was originally burned to ashes and she thought was dead, suddenly recovered. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. The ups and downs of life are really not a pleasant thing. I'm fine, don't worry. I never do anything I'm not sure of. I think you've forgotten that I can predict the future. Xia Zhi comforted Cassandra. After a long time, Cassandra realized that the current situation was not very good. She actually hugged Xia Zhi for so long. The most important thing is, after Xia Zhi turned back into human form. Where are your clothes? Xia Zhi spread his hands and said helplessly they were burned. It's not that Xia Zhi is being a hooligan, it's just that the effect of this magic potion is a bit strong, and it will spontaneously combust if it doesn't agree with you. You put on your clothes. Cassandra turned her head and pretended to be calm, but her red ears had already betrayed her. The scene was too exciting and not very suitable for her, and she had been holding him for so long. Xia Zhi took out her clothes and put them on again. Fortunately, the ring was not damaged. The things inside were not damaged either. All right, Xia Zhi said. Cassandra turned around and lowered her head so that Xia Zhi could not see her expression. How do you feel now? I saw you turned into a phoenix. She is still worried that Xia Zhi will have some incurable side effects. I feel great now. Xia Zhi clenched his fist. He was no longer a simple human being. He had some phoenix blood flowing in his body. Xia Zhi opened his system panel. Name, Xia Zhi. Race, human, magical creature. Occupation, bloodline mage. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 10. Mana, 16. Charm, 10. Talents, silent, parcel tongue, highest level, crisis alert, combined magic talent, unicorn shadow Sophia, druid, friendship paper plane, phoenix power. Blood talents, apparition, phoenix, rebirth from the ashes, human phoenix, can transform. Dark magic mastery, 10. Xia Zhi merged the blood of the phoenix, which directly increased his strength by 5 points. His current strength has reached 20 points. Xia Zhi guessed that he should be able to compete with giants now, and his magic power has increased by 5 points. It has reached a terrifying 16 points. Now, even the magic power of wizards of Dumbledore's level may not be as good as Xia Zhi's. The most important thing is that on the panel, there is an extra blood talent under the talent. And I don't know if it's because of the lucky elixir, but Xia Zhi inherited the best talents of the phoenix. The ability to teleport to any place is the phoenix's apparition. There is also a talent of rebirth from the ashes that is immune to black magic such as the Avada Kedavra curse. As for the humanoid phoenix in the back, it's all as the name suggests. You can tell its use by looking at the name. He can transform into a magical creature phoenix at any time. I just don't know if the tears of the phoenix he transformed into have the same healing effect. After turning into a phoenix, will the tears still have a healing effect? Xia Zhi plans to try it slowly in the future. Now Xia Zhi has something else to do. He took out another bottle of potion. Cassandra stared at the potion, and her eyes suddenly turned red again. This was the potion Xia Zhi had brewed in order to make her stronger. He almost lost his life. Cassandra, do you still dare to drink it? Xia Zhi said sympathetically. To be honest, the blood fusion process just now was not very pleasant. After all, it was spontaneous combustion and turning into a bird. Cassandra took the medicine bottle from Xia Zhi without hesitation. This is the potion you found for me. Of course I have to drink it. Even if I die, I won't blame you. Cassandra handed the ring on her hand to Xia Zhi, and then said, turn around. Don't turn your head. Xia Zhi nodded and turned his head away. The first step of this potion is to spontaneously combust, so of course you have to put your things away before drinking it, otherwise everything will burn. Cassandra still likes the dress that Xia Zhi gave her very much, and she doesn't want her clothes to be burned. Cassandra blushed and untied all the restraints on her body and put them away, then pulled out the stopper of the potion bottle. Gulp, gulp. She swallowed the hot potion in big gulps. Suddenly, she felt like a fire was burning in her stomach. And this fire seemed to be flowing through her blood vessels all over her body. Boom. Cassandra found that a ball of fire suddenly burned on her body, and an indescribable feeling came from all over her body. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her bones and flesh. Then Cassandra felt that her eyes went dark, and she lost all her senses, including vision, hearing, touch, etc. There was a dark place in front of her eyes, and there was no sound at all. The fear of the unknown kept surging in her heart. When she lost her 5 senses, she seemed to lose even the time. She didn't know how long it had passed, and she suddenly found that her 5 senses were back, but she was still unable to move. Boom. Cassandra's 5 senses finally became clear, and she was surprised to find that she had also turned into a phoenix. She saw Xia Zhi's back in front of her. He was still facing the wall honestly without turning his head. Cassandra breathed a sigh of relief. Chirp. You turned into a phoenix too. Yasili tilted her head and looked at Cassandra. She was only interested in the male phoenix that Xia Zhi turned into. She was not interested in the female phoenix that Cassandra turned into. Cassandra was surprised to find that she actually understood what Yasili said. Chirp. Hello. Boom. Cassandra felt her whole body covered by flames again, and then she felt her vision was raised. She knew that she had turned back into human form. The flames disappeared, she took a deep breath, and then clenched her fists. She felt that she seemed to have become extremely powerful now, and the magic power in her body had increased dozens of times compared to before. Now, the magic power in her body is even much greater than that of some powerful wizards. This is equivalent to raising her talent dozens of times. Moreover, she is only 12 years old, far from an adult. In other words, her magic power will still slowly increase with her age. She looked at Xia Zhi in surprise, and didn't know where Xia Zhi got the potion formula, which would have such a good effect. Is it ready? Can I turn around now? Xia Zhi's body moved slightly. Don't. You. Wait a minute. Cassandra came back to her senses from her daze and quickly put on her clothes with a red face. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Okay. Xia Zhi turned around and found Cassandra with her blonde hair and rosy face, very cute. He noticed that in the depths of her emerald green pupils, there was a hint of red. System, can you feel what talent she inherited from the phoenix? Ding. After a systematic investigation, this girl inherited the same talent as you. Because the potion she drank was from the same pot as yours. Under the influence of the elixir, the potion in the same pot has the same efficacy. Xia Zhi nodded. Indeed, this was a potion he made with the Felicis folliculum. Even the dosage was exactly the same, so it was normal that it had the same efficacy. So now, he finally didn't need to worry about Cassandra's safety anymore. With the talent of rebirth from the ashes, even if she was hit by the avatar, she could still be reborn from the ashes? And, rebirth from the ashes, isn't it equivalent to immortality? If Voldemort knew this, he would probably be envious. Xia Zhi knew very well the amplification effect of this pot of potion, so Cassandra now already had a very good foundation. With a little training, she would become very strong. You can imagine how much help a powerful Cassandra would bring to himself. How is it? How do you feel? Xia Zhi asked with a smile. I feel great now. Cassandra replied. Thank you, Xia Zhi, you did what I asked, even though it was such an unreasonable request. I drank this potion, didn't I? Xia Zhi touched Cassandra's head. I am actually a selfish person. Don't trust me too much. Cassandra's head shrank slightly, but she didn't choose to avoid Xia Zhi's hand in the end. Well, tonight's plan has been completely successful, let's go back. Xia Zhi waved his wand, and all traces of the room were cleared away by him. Cassandra walked towards the door, etc. Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi in confusion. Apparate back. Xia Zhi said with a smile. But this is Hogwarts, we can't. We have now merged the blood of the phoenix and inherited several talents of the phoenix, one of which is that we can ignore the anti-apparition spell of Hogwarts and teleport at will. Xia Zhi explained. Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi with doubt, but she decided to believe Xia Zhi. After all, if she failed to apparition at Hogwarts, she would at most stay in the same place, and she would not split into two or anything. She thought about Xia Zhi's dormitory, and then she turned around, and a flash of fire suddenly flashed, surrounding Cassandra's body, and then her figure disappeared from the spot. Xia Zhi smiled slightly, then greeted Yasili, and then her body was also wrapped in the fire and disappeared in the room. In Xia Zhi's dormitory. Cassandra was looking at Xia Zhi's dormitory with surprise on her face. She actually succeeded? You know, with her magic power, even ordinary apparition has never succeeded, but now she has succeeded in apparition at Hogwarts. The fire flashed, and Xia Zhi appeared in front of her. In addition to this talent, we also inherited 2 other talents of the phoenix, blood rebirth and human phoenix. After Xia Zhi explained the characteristics of these 2 talents to Cassandra, Cassandra was very excited. She tried to turn herself into a phoenix again. This proved that Xia Zhi's words were correct. As for the fire rebirth talent, Cassandra couldn't try it. But she still believed Xia Zhi's words without hesitation. After having this talent, she was not afraid of any black magic. Of course, she would not be so stupid as to use her head to receive the knife of someone else's avatar. After leaving Xia Zhi's dormitory, Cassandra's heart was not at peace for a long time. Now, the problem of insufficient magic power that she was most concerned about has been solved. In other words, she can become very strong at any time and help Xia Zhi. From today on, she can stand beside Xia Zhi and fight side by side with him. It is no longer like before, where she can only be protected by Xia Zhi and hide aside and can do nothing. Cassandra understands that since the magic power is enough, what she lacks is practical experience and powerful spells. Then, who else in the whole Hogwarts can teach her about this knowledge? Xia Zhi is of course possible, but he has too many things to do. If possible, it is better not to bother him. Or find Professor Flitwick. When Professor Flitwick was young, he was a dual champion, but 867 is. Cassandra subconsciously felt that Professor Flitwick's fighting style might not be suitable for her. While thinking, Cassandra walked towards her dormitory. But she suddenly stopped. The effect of the Felixer was still there. She had a strong intuition that if she went to find Xia Zhi's mother Liz now, she would get a lot. Cassandra gritted her teeth, then looked around. After finding no one, she turned around and disappeared. She appeared in the women's bathroom on the same floor as Liz's office. In the evening, no one was in class, so the women's bathroom was empty at this time. She poked her head out, and after not finding anyone, she walked to the door of Liz's office with some trepidation. She was about to knock on the door, and the door of Liz's office suddenly opened. Then a magic wand was pressed against her forehead. Cassandra's reaction was also very fast. She suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then reappeared behind the person holding the magic wand. Liz was startled. She just noticed someone approaching her office door. At this time, no professor would come to see him, let alone a student. And the footsteps were too light, and it was not her son, so she immediately became alert. At this special time, she couldn't help but be nervous. After she opened the door, she immediately pointed her wand at Cassandra, but she immediately realized it was Cassandra, so she stopped the spell that was about to come out. However, she didn't expect that Cassandra in front of her suddenly disappeared. Behind her, Liz turned around and saw Cassandra, whose face was pale. Obviously, she was also scared. Professor Lizzie, so it's you. It's so late, you should stay in your bed, Liz said seriously. She looked outside and found that her baby son didn't come with her, so she closed the door. Cassandra was still a little frightened, not because her psychological quality was too poor, but just at that moment, the terrible murderous intent emanating from Liz was too terrifying. She felt as if her heart was about to be frozen. After all, Liz was a killer, and ranked first in that terrible organization. If she really got serious, her expression and eyes were very scary. I don't know how many fierce black wizards were scared to pee their pants when they saw her eyes, let alone Cassandra, a child who had not seen much of the world. Fortunately, Cassandra was not scared to that extent. However, Cassandra finally knew why the Felixer led her here. There is no doubt that Professor Liz's fighting method is the fighting method she should learn. To read violent novels, go to Phila Novel Network. You came to see me, is there something important? Liz put away her wand. But Cassandra still felt a trace of magic power in her body, vaguely probing her. If she hadn't just completed the blood fusion tonight, she really wouldn't have noticed it. It can be seen that Liz is very cautious. I want to learn fighting skills from you, Cassandra says. Fighting skills. Liz frowned. If you want to learn dueling skills, you can go to Professor Flitwick. No, Professor Liz, I want to learn from you. I want to learn your fighting style. The effect of the Felixer was still there. She knew how to talk to Liz so that she would agree. My fighting style. You'd better not learn it. Just learn dueling skills from Professor Flitwick. Professor Liz, Aunt Liz, I want to fight alongside Xia Zhi. I don't want to be protected by him anymore and not be able to help me. I want to learn from you. I want to become stronger. I know that only you can help me, Cassandra said firmly. The words Auntie Liz and fighting alongside Xia Zhi touched Liz's heart. She couldn't refuse any kindness to her child. The girl said she wanted to learn fighting skills from her and then fight alongside Xia Zhi. Well, if you insist, Liz said after a moment of silence. Cassandra's face showed joy. However, my fighting style is a little different from Professor Flitwick's. Since you are so sincere, I am not afraid to tell you that what I have learned are all killing skills. I will not hesitate to use some black magic and other not so glorious means. After knowing this, are you sure you still want to learn? I'm sure. Cassandra nodded firmly. In her eyes, she never thought there was anything wrong with using black magic. As long as the opponent was Xia Zhi and her enemy, there was no problem with using black magic. Moreover, after fusing with the blood of the phoenix, she had great resistance to black magic. Even if she used more black magic, her mind would hardly be eroded. Then, you can come to me every night. Use your special apparition, but before you come, remember to use the ring to send a message to tell me in advance. Liz gave her a warning look, and she did not ask more about why Cassandra could use apparition in Hogwarts. Well, I understand. Cassandra nodded happily. 0.1 Well, you should go back tonight. It's getting late. Liz looked at the clock on the wall. The pointer was now pointing to 3:30 in the morning. Good night, Aunt Liz. Cassandra said sweetly. You should call me Professor, but, thank you, Cassandra, for fighting alongside my child. After sending Cassandra away, Xia Zhi took out the recipe and studied it carefully. These extremely precious materials recorded above must be replaced with something else. After all, how many unicorn horns are still in the world now? Even the unicorn has become extinct. The last time the unicorn appeared was about 50 years ago. If a replacement material cannot be found, this potion formula will be useless. Such a top-notch potion formula, of course, cannot be used only once. In the morning, after Xia Zhi finished washing up, he went straight to the auditorium. Perhaps it was because of the fusion of the phoenix bloodline, so even though he had not slept all night, he was still energetic. But now he felt more hungry than ever. When he arrived at the auditorium, Cassandra was already sitting there, eating breakfast slowly. Xia Zhi felt like he could eat a cow now. As soon as he sat down, a large bowl of noodles appeared on the table. Xia Zhi greeted Cassandra hastily, and then began to eat. Cassandra seemed to have come very early, so she had finished eating now. She put down the cup in her hand, turned her head and looked at Xia Zhi quietly. When Xia Zhi touched his round belly and put down the fifth empty bowl with satisfaction, Cassandra came over. Xia Zhi, I want to tell you something. She looked at Xia Zhi seriously. Oh, Xia Zhi took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Cassandra. I made it inside. The remaining white rings are all given to you. You know what I'm going to say. Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi in surprise. Of course I know, you think you can help me now, don't you? Xia Zhi smiled and patted her shoulder. You want me to give you something to do so that you can help me. I know everything, so I'll give you the Cassandra, including recruiting new members and training existing members, etc. But you have to remember that ideological propaganda is the most important thing. You have to let everyone know why Arda is fighting. Yes. Cassandra nodded and took the cloth bag containing the blank ring from Xia Zhi's hand. Xia Zhi stood up and suddenly said to Cassandra, I will go find Professor Snape now. I see. I have other things to do, so go and do your own thing. Cassandra also stood up and put the small cloth bag into her pocket. Snape is very distressed now. He has studied the potion formula that Xia Zhi gave him last time countless times, but he always feels that something is missing. As for what is missing, he recently figured it out. It is Xia Zhi's soul magic. But he knows that if he learns soul magic directly from Xia Zhi, he will definitely not be willing to teach him. It's not because Xia Zhi is stingy and unwilling to teach, but because Xia Zhi knows his style. As long as he learns soul magic, he will definitely want to recall Lily's soul and resurrect her. Snape knows very well that when there is no way to fight against the god of death, Xia Zhi will never agree to resurrect Lily. I can use my life to exchange for Lily's life. Thinking of this, Snape's face was full of tears. Knock, knock, knock. There was a loud knock on the door. Snape waved his wand quickly and wiped away all the tears on his face. There was only one person in the whole Hogwarts who dared to knock on his door so hard. Snape stood up and opened the door of his office. Xia Zhi glanced at Snape's face. Have you ever cried? He suddenly asked. Snape's face darkened instantly. If you have nothing to do. Xia Zhi smiled and strode in, as if he didn't notice Snape's gloomy face at all. Crying is not a shameful thing, Professor Snape. Snape was very angry now. He had carefully arranged his face color before opening the door. How could this guy see at a glance that he had cried? What on earth do you want to talk to me about? Xia Zhi pulled over a chair and conjured a cushion on it. Some ideas about alternative materials. Alternative materials. Yes, some very good potion recipes have lost their effectiveness due to the scarcity of refining materials. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Do you want to use other materials to replace these rare materials? Snape said in a sarcastic tone. You should know that although those materials are rare, they can become a formula material and naturally have magical changes. This world is not unique, Professor Snape, you have to acknowledge its diversity. Snape closed his mouth. He never liked to speak when he encountered a topic he was not good at. For example, if you want to make a hole in a wall, you can either use magic to drill it or use a chisel to chisel it. Even though using a chisel is clumsy, you can't deny that it can also make a hole, and the hole is not shallower than the one you drilled with magic. Do you understand what I mean? That's easy for you to say. Snape understood what he meant. He just wanted to use cheap materials to replace those rare materials. But is it really that simple? Potions is not such a simple subject. I studied it for a long time last night and found a problem. What's the problem? Snape knew Xia Zhi's potion level, and he could always find inspiration from him, so every word he said was taken seriously by Snape. In so many potion recipes, the materials used to make the potions are all directly used raw materials. What do you mean? I mean, if you want to use dragon liver, you just slice it up and throw it into the cauldron. Xia Zhi spread his hands. Why have we never thought of processing these raw materials before throwing them into the crucible? This is how the potions we learn are, and it has always been like this. Snape looked at Xia Zhi with some disappointment. He thought Xia Zhi would come up with some constructive words again. Is it right if it has always been this way? Xia Zhi's words were like a bell ringing in Snape's heart, awakening him. Yes, is it right if it has always been this way? Facts have proved that the world is always changing and developing. Just like the old formulas in the past, they can all be improved. Snape himself has improved many potion formulas and some methods of processing potion materials. The potions we learned have always been about adding raw materials together and then boiling them. Why can't we try adding other potions when making potions? Because that would blow your cauldron into pieces, or you would blow yourself into pieces, Snape couldn't help but sneer. Of course we can't put in conflicting potions. Xia Zhi said with some regret. Do you think it is possible for us to make some fusion liquid containing the characteristics of several materials in advance when refining a potion, so that we can directly pour it into the potion to remove unnecessary impurities and speed up the progress of refining the potion? The most important point is that the versatility of the fusion fluid is very likely to replace the medicinal properties of some rare materials. You know, for example, the unicorn horn, we only need one of its magical powers, and the rest are impurities. As long as we can create a fusion agent that only contains this kind of magic, the cost will be reduced and the impurities will be reduced. The most important thing is that we can successfully find the most suitable substitutes for these materials that are about to disappear or have already disappeared. If successful, many potion formulas handed down from ancient times, which have disappeared because some materials have disappeared, can be activated again. Xia Zhi's inflammatory words immediately ignited Snape's enthusiasm. Yes, many precious potion formulas can no longer be made because some materials have become extinct, which is really a pity. However, the medicinal properties of those extinct materials are clearly recorded in black and white. As long as a fusion liquid with the same medicinal properties is made, can't it be solved? Of course, the idea is one thing, but it is not a simple thing to do it. In case some ingredients in the fusion liquid conflict with other materials, it will not work. This requires constant trial and error and experimentation, but isn't this the charm of the magic potion science that he loves? Seeing Snape's expression, Xia Zhi knew that the purpose of his visit this time had been achieved. Snape's innovation ability has always been very strong, and he only needs to give him an idea. Xia Zhi will not leave a ready-made tool unused. I still have a few pieces of unicorn horn here. I suggest starting the research from it. Xia Zhi said calmly. Xia Zhi's plan is finally revealed. The super bloodline fusion formula rewarded by the system must be reusable. Of course, Snape was not a fool, so he knew that Xia Zhi wanted to use him as a tool. Isn't this the unicorn horn I found for you before? Snape looked at the summer solstice. Come to think of it, you seem to be a little different, but I can't tell why. It seems that your potion was successfully brewed. Let me make a promise with you, Professor Snape. Xia Zhi's pupils flashed a little red, and he did not answer Snape's question. What agreement? You know, about the person you care about most. Snape's expression changed slightly. What do you want me to do? He was used to being caught by someone and threatened to do something, whether it was the Dark Lord or Dumbledore. I won't let you do any dirty work. Relax, Professor Snape. Snape's mouth twitched and he turned his face away. His brain occlusion was useless in front of Xia Zhi. I just want you to help me research the potion combination liquid. It's no different from the potion research you did before, but focus on helping me research the unicorn horn. Xia Zhi said solemnly. The materials Xia Zhi collected were only enough to make one pot of this super bloodline fusion potion. Just enough for Xia Zhi and Cassandra. Among these materials, other rare medicinal materials can always be collected in large quantities as long as there are enough gold galleons, but the unicorn horn is difficult to collect. This kind of thing with no market may disappear completely in the world soon. Xia Zhi didn't want this potion formula to only be used to make one potion, and it would never be reproduced again. He still has many people he cares about, such as his mother. It is almost impossible to completely replicate the medicinal effects of Kylan horn. You don't need to completely replicate it, just replicate one of the effects. I will send you the detailed parameters later. In this case, I have confidence, Snape nodded. Kirin horn has many medicinal effects. It is almost impossible to completely replicate its effects. However, there is still a way to replicate a certain special effect among hundreds of medicinal effects. Is it that as long as my research succeeds? Snape's breathing quickened. As long as you succeed in your research, I will help you meet her, Xia Zhi solemnly said. Can't you just revive it? Professor Snape, at this stage, this is all I can do, Xia Zhi said seriously. You are afraid of death, but I am not. As long as she can be resurrected, I would rather die. Professor Snape, you should stay rational. If you are so anxious, not only will she be caught by the god of death again, but you will also lose your life. Snape slumped down in his cold chair. I promise you, sooner or later, I will help you get this done. You should have seen my ability. Xia Zhi said lightly. Snape thought of the remnant soul that Xia Zhi had resurrected, and his eyes suddenly shone with a light called hope. So, Professor Snape, you have to stay alive. Don't report to the god of death before that time comes. Xia Zhi stood up and said. Then, I'll leave the matter of the unicorn horn to you. Xia Zhi left Snape's office. He knew that men would not want to be seen crying. Outside the castle, Xia Zhi looked at the Whomping Willow with great interest. Harry and Ron followed behind him. Harry looked at the Whomping Willow in front of him and shrank back uncomfortably. The Whomping Willow would knock anyone who came close, if they were hit by the thick branches. Ron and Harry looked at each other and swallowed. Why are we here? Harry couldn't help asking. Because I have to give Arda a place to train today. Xia Zhi scratched his head. After Cassandra took over the DA, she told him a practical problem. It is impossible for all members of A to be little wizards from Gryffindor. There will also be many little wizards from other colleges. Therefore, Xia Zhi's briefcase is not suitable as a training ground. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Originally, Cassandra wanted Xia Zhi to take out the briefcase and put it in an abandoned classroom in the castle, but Xia Zhi suddenly thought of the Shrieking Shack. This place is much safer than his briefcase, and there is a whomping willow at the door as a cover. If someone locks the lid of the briefcase, then everything will be in vain. But, this whomping willow, Harry paused, I don't think it will welcome us. Besides, there is no place for us to train here. Ron glanced timidly at the whomping willow. You just watch, this is a place I discovered by accident, Xia Zhi said casually. Xia Zhi ignored the two people behind him and observed carefully for a while before finding a scar on the tree trunk. Xia Zhi waved his magic wand, and a stone flew out and hit the scar. The whomping willow, which was originally bearing its fangs and claws, suddenly stopped. Let's go, Xia Zhi excitedly called Harry and the others to follow. Harry and the others were a little afraid at first, fearing that the whomping willow would give them a hard blow when they got close. But after seeing Xia Zhi approaching safely, they followed carefully. Xia Zhi found the secret passage under the whomping willow. He lifted the lid on it and said excitedly, come on, this is it. Harry saw Xia Zhi sure enough, they found a secret passage and immediately became excited. He has always been a person who loves adventure, and now he suddenly discovered that there is a secret passage under the whomping willow that everyone avoids. Naturally, Harry would not give up the opportunity to explore it. The three of them went into the secret passage. It seemed that no one had been in the secret passage for many years, and a lot of dust had accumulated. When they came out, except for Xia Zhi, which was still spotless, Harry and Ron were already covered in dust. Seeing the surprised looks of Harry and Ron, Xia Zhi said helplessly, a simple anti-earth and anti-dust spell. If you hadn't been distracted in Professor Flitwick's class, you should have learned it long ago. Cough cough, Harry and the others shrank back in embarrassment. Is this the new training ground you mentioned? Ron looked around in confusion. At the end of the secret passage was a small room, but it was too shabby. The furniture inside was covered in dust. This place didn't look like a training ground at all. There is so much dust, it must have been a long time since anyone has been here, so, we can make full use of this place. Xia Zhi nodded with satisfaction. The Shrieking Shack is where Professor Lupin hid and transformed into a werewolf during the full moon. Every full moon, screams can be heard here, which are actually the painful howls of Professor Lupin after he transformed here. Therefore, this place is called the Shrieking Shack. Others say that this place is haunted and no one wants to get close to this place. Dumbledore is also happy to see the spread of this rumor. As long as no one is willing to get close to this place, the fact that Professor Lupin transformed here can be concealed. This feature is now used by Xia Zhi to hook. Alright, guys, let's start cleaning up. At least, we have to clean up the dust. You can't expect girls to do this kind of work. Xia Zhi drew out his wand and asked Harry and Ron to work. These two guys were the strong men he grabbed when he went out, and of course, Cassandra and the others couldn't do the heavy work of cleaning the house. P.S. The author had a cut on his finger, so the update was slow today. Sorry. The three of them are wizards, so no matter how messy and dusty the house is, it won't cause them much trouble. Harry and Ron are now among the best wizards in the 2nd grade. After all, they had special training at Xia Zhi's house during the summer vacation. So, Xia Zhi is very good at commanding them. Harry, move that table over there. Ron, clean up the cobwebs and dust here. Harry said helplessly. Summer solstice, why are you just looking at? You've been a little lazy lately, you need to practice your spells, and now is a good opportunity. Xia Zhi pulled over a chair, cleaned it, and sat on it, openly being lazy. Harry, Ron. Harry, you should use the levitation charm here. Ron, this place could use a whirlwind to clean it up. But Xia Zhi did teach them some spells while they were working. Soon, the entire Shrieking Shack became spotless. It must be said that Harry and Ron were very good at cleaning, just like house elves. Maybe it was because they had been detained too many times and were punished to clean too many times. Xia Zhi asked them to rest for a while, then took out his wand and 457 put away all the abandoned furniture. Soon, the entire Shrieking Shack was completely emptied. Xia Zhi began his work. He first repaired the creaking floor. After Xia Zhi's repair, the bumpy floor looked like a completely new one. Harry and Ron were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Then it was the roof and the walls. The repairing spell in Xia Zhi's hands was like a miracle. No matter how shabby it was before, it could be restored to its original state after being repaired. Finally, Harry and Ron even smelled a fresh wood fragrance coming from the floor. This is a unique smell that can only be found in newly built houses. Harry and Ron looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Xia Zhi held his magic wand and looked at the changes around him with satisfaction. This process was really healing and stress-relieving, especially for Xia Zhi, who had some obsessive-compulsive disorder. There was nothing more pleasing than seeing old things being restored to a brand new look bit by bit. Oh, so cool, Ron sighed. I've seen my mother use the repair spell, but she can't make things turn back into new ones. Xia Zhi didn't comment. This is the difference between the full-level repair spell and the ordinary repair spell. Are you going to use the stretch charm? Harry looked at Xia Zhi expectantly. He had seen Xia Zhi's stretch charm before. It made a narrow place gradually bigger. No matter how many times he watched this process, he always felt it was very novel and magical. Of course, otherwise this place can't hold so many people. There will be many like-minded people here in the future, Harry. Xia Zhi said seriously. He raised his wand and pointed at the walls around him. The 4 walls in the room immediately seemed to come alive and quickly retreated. This is the area of the floor getting bigger? At the same time, the surrounding walls are also rapidly extending in all directions? Oh, Harry exclaimed in amazement. He had tried the traceless extension charm before, but he had never been able to get started, so he understood the difficulty. But now Xia Zhi could achieve such a powerful effect even if he cast the spell silently, which made Harry admire him very much. The ceiling was also rising, and soon, the ceiling disappeared. Harry and Ron saw the blue sky outside, because it was daytime, and Xia Zhi copied the scenery of the sky outside to the ceiling. So the originally dim room suddenly became bright. Xia Zhi took out a ring, and then kept pouring out various facilities from it. There were cushions, wooden targets, etc. Harry and Ron went up to help and put these things in place one by one. In the end, Xia Zhi even made a fake window on the wall, but the scenery outside this window could be changed at any time. Then, he put down a few beautiful and comfortable sofas and coffee tables next to this window. This will be the rest area of the training room in the future. He knew that Cassandra liked to drink coffee, so he also specially placed a lot of high-quality coffee beans and a coffee machine for grinding coffee on the shelf on one side. Of course, tea sets, coffee cups, etc. are also indispensable. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Xia Zhi poured out a lot of messy things from the ring, which confused Harry and Ron. The mats and other things just now were understandable, but these coffee beans, teacups, desserts, etc., are they a bit exaggerated? Okay. Xia Zhi finally looked at the surrounding scene with satisfaction. Perfect. Harry and Ron also agreed, this place is really amazing now. Now, it's time to let the girls come over for a look. Xia Zhi pinched her ring and sent a message. Actually, there aren't many members now. Besides Harry and his friends, there are only Cassandra and Hermione. Xia Zhi hasn't tried to recruit anyone in the past 6 months. He is a lazy person after all. But now this matter has been handed over to Cassandra. With her ability, she will surely be able to successfully recruit. No, she will recruit a lot of new members. Soon after, Cassandra sent a message saying that she had come to the Whomping Willow. Because the Whomping Willow was still waving its branches, there was no way to get in. You wait here, I'll go out and bring them in. Xia Zhi said. The fire flashed, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. Harry and Ron opened their mouths in surprise. He had just operated in Hogwarts. Seems. Xia Zhi appeared outside the Whomping Willow's attack range. The girls were all startled by his sudden appearance. Then Xia Zhi himself was also startled. Because the girls waiting outside, in addition to Cassandra and Hermione, there were also Luna and Chu Zhang. This summer solstice looks at Cassandra. What's wrong? Didn't you give me the job of recruiting the members? Cassandra said with dissatisfaction, crossing her arms. Of course, I said that you don't need my consent to recruit people. Xia Zhi nodded. Humph, what's so surprising? You'll find a way to get them in anyway. Cassandra snorted. Luna didn't react, but Chu Zhang's face turned red. Okay, Xia Zhi, where is the new training ground you found? Hermione asked. Oh, here. Xia Zhi scratched his head, turned around and demonstrated it to them. After hitting the scar of the Whomping Willow with a stone, the Whomping Willow stopped moving. Xia Zhi led the girls through the secret passage that Harry and Ron had worked so hard to clear and came to the Shrieking Shack. Oh, the girls opened their mouths in surprise. After all, this place was decorated so beautifully by Xia Zhi, and there was even an exquisite rest area? There was even a place to drink coffee and afternoon tea in the rest area. Harry and Ron were lying on the sofa, eating the desserts that Xia Zhi had placed on the table. They were both exhausted. From now on, this will be our new gathering place. Xia Zhi said to Cassandra and Hermione. What do you think of this place? Harry, Ron, and I spent a lot of time cleaning it up. Xia Zhi also sat comfortably on the sofa and stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth. Cassandra looked at the summer solstice suspiciously. You really don't know that I pulled them into D.A. I didn't know, so I was shocked. Xia Zhi said innocently. Cassandra glanced at the things on the shelf next to her, then rolled her eyes at Xia Zhi. I don't believe you. Cassandra didn't believe that Xia Zhi didn't know that she had invited Luna and the others in. Otherwise, why were there Luna's favorite pudding and Chu Zhang's favorite black tea on the shelf? But Cassandra looked at the coffee beans and coffee machines on the shelf, which were the largest in number, and her face looked better. Oh, great, there's strawberry cake. Hermione picked up a piece of strawberry cake from the shelf and happily sat on the chair and ate it in small bites. Well, there's also the strawberry cake that Hermione likes. Damn, you really know every girl's preference very well. Seeing that there was still a large empty space on the shelf, Cassandra's eyes narrowed slightly. Could he be? Ahem. Cassandra, I have an attack spell that I think is suitable for you. Why don't you try it? Xia Zhi quickly interrupted Cassandra's dangerous thoughts. Oh, can we learn it too? Harry stood up quickly. He has always been very interested in this kind of combat spell. He likes dueling. Well, of course, Harry. But you may not be able to use this spell. But you can try it. Xia Zhi shrugged. Cassandra's magic power had been strengthened, so she was able to learn this spell, but Harry couldn't. He had never drunk the potion and didn't have enough magic power. However, Xia Zhi didn't mind them coming to take a look. It was good to see the world. Harry should understand this. When fighting, there are many powerful and handsome spells, not just one to eliminate your weapons? Cassandra nodded, followed Xia Zhi, and walked towards the wooden targets. She now goes to Liz's office every night to learn some powerful spells and some combat experience from her. In just a few days, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. This surprised Liz, because she found that Cassandra's magic power was very powerful and endless, and she didn't know that her son had refined an incredible potion. I know you're good at weather spells, so, Xia Zhi said this, raised his magic wand, and slid it in the sky in a strange trajectory. Thundercloud. A dark cloud suddenly appeared in the air, with lightning flashing in it. Crack. Countless lightning bolts struck out from the dark clouds, covering all the more than 10 wooden targets standing 10 meters away. After a moment, more than 10 targets were all turned into ashes, but the surrounding floor was intact. The huge sound was like a thunder, and Ron was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Hiss, Harry and the others gasped. The attack range of this magic is simply terrifying, and the most terrifying thing is that it seems to have a built-in enemy searching function. Each powerful lightning bolt accurately hits the wooden target, and not a single one misses and falls on the floor. This is much stronger than a simple thunderbolt explosion, because thunderbolt explosions do not distinguish between friend and foe. However, this spell can automatically search for enemies, which means that if you cast one in a melee, your teammates will be safe, while the enemies will be hit directly. Harry knew he couldn't learn it after just one look. It was very difficult to control each lightning bolt to accurately hit the target. Of course, this is based on the fact that he can summon thunderclouds. Hermione said worriedly, the noise is so loud, will it? Don't worry, Hermione, I've thought about this problem a long time ago, so no one outside can hear the noise here. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Oh, but, if you teach Cassandra such a powerful spell, will it tear down the house? Hermione actually wanted to say that Cassandra might not be able to learn it, but Cassandra certainly didn't like others doubting her ability. So Hermione changed her statement and didn't say that Cassandra might not be able to use it, but said that the house might be demolished. Don't worry, I've reinforced it, so it can handle it. Xia said confidently. Okay, Hermione gave up trying to persuade him, picked up her strawberry cake again, and continued to eat it in small bites. After repeating the spell and gestures to Cassandra, Xia Zhi and the others moved away. A huge armor spell was in front of everyone. Although Cassandra was strengthened, the chance of the spell failing was small, but everything was possible. Cassandra took a deep breath, then raised her wand and stroked it according to what Xia Zhi had just taught her. Thundercloud. Snap. Boom. The wooden target that Xia Zhi had just replenished was instantly blown to ashes. The surrounding floor was still intact. Unfortunately, out of more than 10 targets, only 8 were destroyed, and the others were intact. It was not that she could not hit them, but that the range of her spell was not as large as Xia Zhi's. Very good. Cassandra, you succeeded. Xia Zhi clapped his hands vigorously. However, there are still a few that have not been broken. Cassandra is a little sad. Oh, don't worry about it. Your scope will gradually expand in the future. If you want to catch up with my level, you have to work hard. Xia Zhi smiled and said. You are already very good, and I have also listened to Xia Zhi's teachings, but I can't even summon a thundercloud. Harry waved his wand and looked at Cassandra with admiration. Chu Zhang, Hermione, and others all looked at Cassandra with admiration. They had just tried it, and just as Harry said, they couldn't even summon a thundercloud, let alone smash the target. Cassandra suddenly understood Xia Zhi's intention. Sure enough, Xia Zhi struck while the iron was hot and said, how about Cassandra teach you spells from now on? Great. Luna clapped her hands. After seeing Cassandra's talent, everyone agreed. Then, you should be fine. Xia Zhi smiled and looked at Cassandra. Humph. Since you've begged me so much, I'll just agree to it with reluctance. Cassandra looked up with a look of disdain, although the corners of her mouth could hardly be concealed. I'm tired, hurry up and make me some coffee. Xia Zhi scratched his head, and suddenly remembered that he had hundreds of house elves at home, and maybe he could summon 1 or 2 to take care of this place. They can help the members teleport in and out, so they don't have to go through secret passages all the time. Of course, the most important thing is that they can help him grind coffee beans. They spent a pleasant afternoon in the Shrieking Shack. During the time, Harry kept peeking at Cho Chang, while Cho Chang kept peeking at Summer Solstice. After leaving the Shrieking Shack, Summer Solstice decisively sent a message to Nick, asking him to find 2 efficient and gentle house elves to help look after the Shrieking Shack. He didn't want to grind coffee beans for another afternoon. Then the next evening, the DA members found a house elf dressed very smartly outside the Shrieking Shack. He politely helped the DA members apparate into the Shrieking Shack. There was also a house elf in the Shrieking Shack, and he was wearing the same clean and tidy clothes as the house elf outside. After seeing the DA members, he immediately and attentively provided them with service. Hermione didn't have too many opinions, because she knew that Summer Solstice 857 was very good to them, but, can I talk to them once in a while? Hermione found Xia Zhi in the rest area and proposed the idea of talking to the elves. Of course, you can ask Andy to take you to their house, and then ask them to take you back. Xia Zhi said with a smile. Andy is the elf who picks up the DA outside the Screaming Shack. Aren't you afraid that I might tell them something? Hermione asked curiously. Why should I be afraid? I am not a slave owner. In fact, I want to employ them, but they think it is an insult, so, Xia Zhi shrugged helplessly. However, when you talk to them, you must be careful with your words, otherwise if they dislike you, many of your ideas will fall through. Hermione widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. You know what I'm thinking. Generally speaking, we can guess that the reason why the house elves become like this is nothing more than the education they receive from birth. Therefore, as long as this kind of slave education is prevented when the elves are just born, it will be fine. Hermione was so surprised that she couldn't close her eyes or her mouth. What Xia Zhi said was exactly the same as the method she had thought of for a long time. However, I suggest you gain their trust first before you say anything else, like complimenting them on a job well done. To be exact, it is really easy to please a house elf and gain their trust. Of course, if this elf is too weird, forget it. Xia Zhi thought of Kriaker from Sirius's family and his #1 general Nick. Hermione smiled sweetly at Xia Zhi. Thank you, Xia Zhi, you always understand me. Unlike other people, they always laugh at me. Hermione remembered Xia Zhi's advice, and happily followed Andy to apparate away from here. Xia Zhi took a sip of hot black tea, looked at the changing scenery outside the window, and suddenly said leisurely, "It's time." The secret room. A beautiful girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old was waving her magic wand and fighting with a vague shadow in front of her. The fierce battle blew up big holes in the walls of the secret room. Boom. After another loud noise, both sides stopped fighting. Slytherin nodded with satisfaction. You have made great progress. To be frank, you are the most talented wizard I have ever seen in thousands of years. Of course, except for that monster Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi suddenly appeared in the secret room. He looked at the messy secret room and frowned slightly. Oh, you can't destroy things without restraint just because I'm good at repairing spells. Xia Zhi waved his magic wand casually. The broken stones around flew back to where they were originally. The broken walls and ground were gradually returning to their original state. Tom, how are you now? Xia Zhi looked at the beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 years old in front of him. Seeing her, Xia Zhi felt a headache. After seeing Xia Zhi, Tom showed a happy look in his eyes and said sweetly, "You haven't come to see me for a long time." There was some resentment in her tone. Hiss. You can speak more normally. Xia Zhi felt goose bumps all over his body. Now, Tom's soul has completely turned into a woman. Every time he thought of this, Xia Zhi scratched his head. Why is it so? Tom's chance of resurrecting in the form of a normal young man is 99.9%? It was because of Tom that Xia Zhi felt that 99.9% was a very low chance. Tom had to take 2 steps back. I have a new name, don't call me Tom anymore. My name is Esther now. Esther Riddle. Esther, Xia Zhi sounds a bit familiar to me. Suddenly, he thought of a horror movie called Orphan that he had seen in his previous life. The evil girl in the movie who caused the male protagonist's family to be destroyed seemed to be called Esther. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network. That evil and beautiful girl left a deep impression on Xia Zhi. Hiss, Xia Zhi took a breath of cold air. This name really suits Tom. But fortunately, more than half of the power in Tom's soul now comes from Xia Zhi, so it is impossible for her to break free from Xia Zhi's control. Okay, I'll call you Esther from now on. Xia Zhi smiled and bowed. Well, of course you can call me Esther. We are best friends, aren't we, Tom? Esther said with a smile. But Xia Zhi still felt that her smile was eerie. So, Esther, are you ready to turn the wizarding world upside down? You mean, I can go out now? Your strength is enough. Now, you should go out and explore. The other you is Voldemort. He has much more experience than you. Xia Zhi was right. Esther only has the memory and knowledge of Voldemort before he was 16 years old. But Voldemort learned a lot of knowledge slowly when he went out to explore. So she is still far away, but fortunately there is a Slytherin to help her, otherwise she has no chance of winning. Well, I understand. Esther nodded firmly. Then, old man, you should follow her out to explore the world. Xia Zhi commanded Slytherin rudely. Slytherin was so angry that his beard stood up. You don't want your precious offspring to be cheated by others just because of lack of experience when they first go out. Summer solstice threatens expertly. Although Slytherin was very unhappy, he still agreed. He didn't want to lose any more descendants. Xia Zhi didn't need him to worry about him, but Esther still needed his help. That day, Xia Zhi sent Esther away reluctantly, and before leaving, he stuffed her with an old grandfather. As the grandfather, Slytherin finally chose to hide in Esther's ring. Xia Zhi grabbed Esther's arm and apparat out of Hogwarts. Esther only felt a flash of fire in front of her eyes, and they appeared in an alley. This is a corner of Diagon Alley. I think you should recognize this place. After all, the wizarding world has not made much progress in all these years. Wizards have not changed much except for their age. Xia Zhi shrugged, then took out a bag and handed it to Esther. There were bursts of pleasant metal clinking sounds coming from the bag. It's better to bring some galleons with you when you go out. This is the activity fund I specially approved for you. If it's not enough, ask me for it again. Esther took the purse silently and put it away. She touched the black ring on her hand and said nothing. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, you can continue to improve yourself outside, and you can also start to make trouble, but you are not allowed to kill people casually. Every wizard is very precious to us. Killing people casually is not conducive to our cause. Iset nodded. Well, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Xia Zhi took a step back and disappeared into the darkness. Esther reached out her hand involuntarily, but it was empty. Xia Zhi had disappeared into the shadows. She sighed and turned to walk out of the alley. Since the match with Gryffindor that day, Qiu Zhang's situation in Ravenclaw has become similar to Luna's. Although no one could refute the words Qiu Zhang said that day, it also offended many people. Not surprisingly, she was isolated by the Ravenclaws. Even her best friend Marietta Edgemore chose to gradually distance herself from her. So, her only friend in Ravenclaw now is Luna. Fortunately, although the Ravenclaws isolated her, no one dared to tease her like they did to Luna before. Because she is now a friend of both Luna and Xia Zhi, there is no doubt that if they dare to do anything out of line to her, Xia Zhi, the evil star, will definitely come again. However, Qiu Zhang didn't think there was anything wrong with it. 1 or 2 good friends are really enough. Those other so-called friends who need to wear masks to make friends are really not important. She likes to talk to Luna. Although she is a little weird sometimes, she is always frank. To make friends with her, you never need to hide your true self. But recently Qiu Zhang had a little trouble. When Luna came to the auditorium, Qiu Zhang was concentrating on a bowl of noodles, but she always looked a little worried. I saw harassment flies on your head again, which I haven't seen for a long time. Luna sat beside her and took off the wand from her ear. Sometimes I really don't know if you can really see these little creatures, but the amazing thing is, you always get it right. Qiu Zhang put down her chopsticks helplessly. The noodles in the bowl had been eaten. She seemed to be eating noodles just now, but in fact she was just scratching the empty bowl wall. Of course I can see them, those harassment flies flying in and out of your head, it's quite lively. Luna's eyes were unfocused, as if she really saw those annoying little creatures. Oh, Luna. If you don't mind, could you tell me what's bothering you? Luna turned her eyes away and ordered a pudding. Luna, it's not a good idea to eat dessert for breakfast so early in the morning. Thank you for your concern, but compared to my health, I am more concerned about what you are worried about. Luna scooped a large piece of strawberry pudding with a small spoon and put it in her mouth. Luna held a mouthful of pudding, blinked her big eyes and looked at Qiu Zhang, looking at her expectantly. Qiu Zhang covered her pretty face, a little embarrassed to speak. Let me guess. Luna took the spoon out of her mouth. Is it about the summer solstice? I guess, you confessed to him and got rejected. You, what are you talking about? Of course not, Qiu Zhang retorted with a red face. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Oh, so, you fell in love with someone else so quickly. Luna stared at Qiu Zhang with her big harmless eyes. I guess Xia Zhi will be sad. Luna, what are you thinking about in your little head? Of course not. Qiu Zhang covered his forehead helplessly. Oh, you're not in love with someone else, you're admitting that you like Xia Zhi. Luna put another piece of pudding into her mouth, then blinked and looked at her. Qiu Zhang's face flushed. It was impossible to chat on this day. Luna, I do like the summer solstice. Oh, that. Luna's eyes lit up. Don't get me wrong, I mean, who in Hogwarts would not like him? Qiu Zhang said cunningly. Luna stared at Qiu Zhang's face quietly for a long time, but Qiu Zhang felt as if she saw through him. Just when Qiu Zhang was about to use the excuse of attending class to escape from this awkward atmosphere, suddenly, someone said behind her, hey, good morning, Qiu Zhang. Qiu Zhang and Luna turned their heads and saw the tall and handsome Cedric. He grasped the corner of his clothes nervously, as if he had used up all his strength to say hello. Good morning. Diggory. Qiu Zhang sat down awkwardly. She had been planning to leave, but she thought it would be a bit rude to just leave when someone came to greet her. You can call me Cedric. Cedric said a little nervously. Oh, hello, Cedric. Cedric saw Qiu Zhang's bowl. Oh, 633, do you like that noodle too? I like it too, I have to say, Xia Zhi taught the elves a very good dish. Yeah. Luna stuffed her cheeks with pudding and watched the two of them chatting with curiosity. Cedric caught Qiu Zhang in a long awkward chat before finally leaving. When he left, he had a happy look on his face, as if he was delighted with the progress he had made. Qiu Zhang sat back down and scratched his head. It's obvious that Diggory likes you. Luna put down the empty plate, then touched her belly and burped contentedly. But, I don't like him. That's what Qiu Zhang was worried about. Cedric had been approaching her on purpose recently. Qiu Zhang knew what he was thinking. She had to think of a good way to wait until Cedric wanted to say something to her, so that she could reject him tactfully, so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Why? Diggory is so tall and handsome, why don't you like him? Luna blinked and asked confusedly. He is very good, but I just don't like him. Qiu Zhang lowered her head and said. A figure flashed through her mind. He was wearing the Gryffindor uniform, carrying 2 brooms on his shoulders, standing in front of her, showing her a smile as warm as spring. 5 4 3 2 1. Burst. Snap. Don't let me catch you. I know it's you, Weasley. Filch's exasperated voice came from a distance. Xia Zhi ran away with the Weasley twins. However, when Xia Zhi turned the corner, he glanced at Filch. Filch stepped on the dung ball mine made by Xia Zhi. Now he was covered with the stench of dung balls, which made him very angry. Filch smelled the smell on his body and almost vomited. However, just when he was about to vomit, he suddenly turned into a skinny canary. Oh, Xia Zhi looked at it with interest, and then continued to run. When the 3 of them hid in an empty classroom, Xia Zhi cast a small sound-isolating spell on the door, and the Weasley twins laughed loudly. They laughed so exaggeratedly that they fell down. Did you see that, Fred? Filch had no idea it was a trap. Yes? He stepped right on it. Xia Zhi, your ideas are invincible? How did you come up with such a genius idea of dung mine? Xia Zhi smiled and said proudly, as long as you can't think of it, there is no prank prop that I can't do. Yes, Xia Zhi is now taking a long-awaited night tour with the Weasley twins. Then when he met Filch, Xia Zhi took out a dung mine that he developed independently. The result was unprecedented and huge results. Xia Zhi, you are such a genius. Yeah, with this, we can play a trick on that old idiot even if we're not at the scene. The Weasley twins were praising Xia Zhi, but Xia Zhi's attention was focused on other things. He did add a potion that could temporarily turn a person into a canary into the dung mine. However, this potion can only work on wizards, because it will actively absorb the magic power of wizards, and then act on the wizards, forcing the wizards to transform. But Filch is a squib. So, it turns out that squibs also have magic power? Xia Zhi seemed to have opened the door to a new world. While Xia Zhi was in a daze, the Weasley twins took out their precious map. The Marauder's map is the magic weapon that has enabled them to accurately avoid Filch's pursuit every time in the past few years. The map shows all the secret passages of Hogwarts and the current real-time location of every wizard. The two of them gathered around a desk, whispering about something. How's it going? Is Filch gone? Xia Zhi came back to his senses and asked. Oh, that old glutton must be planning to go back and clean the shit off his body. Look, he's heading towards the bathroom. Fred and George looked at each other and saw the teasing in each other's eyes. They obviously had no good idea and were thinking about teasing poor Filch again. There was nothing they could do, after all, they were old enemies. Ah, by the way, I just discussed this with Fred. We're going to take this Marauder's map. For you. We feel that our talent for pranks is far inferior to yours, Xia Zhi. You must need this map more than we do. Fred and George said one by one, and then George handed over the Marauder's map. Really? Can you really give it to me? Xia Zhi showed a look of surprise on his face. Certainly. Although we are a little reluctant. But we intuitively feel that giving this map to you is the best destination for it. You should have known the spells by now. We won't say any more. Xia Zhi had no choice but to take the map from the Weasley twins. I solemnly swear that I have done nothing bad. A map of Hogwarts gradually appeared on the blank parchment. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. There are many small dots on the map, and each dot represents a person, and each dot has a name. Xia Zhi found himself, Fred, and George hiding in an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. Filch was in the bathroom for faculty and staff. For Filch, who could not use magic, this big dung ball that exploded on his body meant a whole night of cleaning. Xia Zhi looked at the others again. Cassandra was staying in Liz's office. I think she was training with her mother. Dumbledore paced back and forth in the principal's office as usual. Hermione was already asleep in the dormitory, and Chu Jong was still in Luna's single dormitory, and no one knew what he was doing. And in the Gryffindor attic, next to Ron, Peter's name appeared without surprise. Oh, strange, really strange. Xia Zhi said doubtfully. What's wrong? Fred and George came over. There shouldn't be any mistakes in the Marauder's map. Of course, we have had it for several years and have never seen it go wrong. Did you find anything? Xia Zhi pointed at the words next to Ron's name. We've never seen this man called Peter, have we? Fred and George came over to take a look. Oh, it's true. I remember there was no student named Peter in Gryffindor. They are. Oh, this guy named Peter seems to be sleeping in the same bed with little Ron. George and Fred were very surprised. Since they got the map, they have been looking at the corridors of Hogwarts to see if there would be Filch and professors. They have never paid special attention to the students. So until today, they found that there was a person named Peter next to Ron. Who is this guy? So he sleeps in the same bed with little Ronnie every night. Should we tell Mom about this? Oh, little Ronnie's special hobby. I think my mother will be sad. Or, do you think that the map is wrong, and this Peter is not actually Peter, but Potter? Hiss. It's good to get money, it's possible? Because we don't have a student named Peter in Gryffindor now. Yes? You see, Potter is not in his bed. Is it really like that? So, Porter sleeps with little Ronnie every night. Hiss, should we tell Ginny this news? Otherwise, forget it. Ginny will be so sad. Summer solstice. He originally wanted to guide the Weasley twins to discover Peter's existence and dig him out. I didn't expect these two to have such a rich imagination that they actually thought that Harry and Ron slept in the same bed every night. What a coincidence. I can only say, you are worthy of it. I think we'd better go and have a look, Xia Zhi suggested. Great. Fred and George's eyes sparkled. It would certainly be more interesting to expose Potter and little Ronnie's special hobbies on the spot than to tease poor Filch. Xia Zhi pretended to look at the map, then said to Fred and George. No one, let's go back. You should learn the disillusionment charm, Xia Zhi said, and cast a disillusionment charm on each of them. Fred and George were surprised to find that they were invisible. We should have learned this spell long ago. This is the disillusionment charm, why didn't we think of it? Fred and George beat their chests and stamped their feet, feeling that they had missed 100 million. If they had learned how to become invisible earlier, they would have been able to explore Hogwarts more recklessly. The three of them returned to the Gryffindor attic safely, and after removing the disillusionment charm, they climbed into the common room. Let's go see Ron. What if they found out we discovered their secret? Their expressions must be very interesting. Xia Zhi said, don't get excited, and it's best not to alarm them. If they start to make a fuss, it will be embarrassing for your Weasley family. Right. We don't want people to point fingers at us wherever we go. Oh, look, they are the gay guys' brothers. Hiss. Fred and George didn't want this to happen. The Weasley twins had no choice but to follow behind Xia Zhi and climbed up to the boys' dormitory on tiptoe. Harry and Ron's dormitory was next to Xia Zhi's dormitory. Xia Zhi took out his wand and pointed at the dormitory door. The dormitory door unlocked automatically after a slight click. Xia Zhi and the Weasley twins nodded, and then the three of them slipped in quietly, like thieves. They passed Neville and Seamus' beds and went straight to Ron's bed. There was no one on Harry's bed. Xia Zhi guessed that he had gone somewhere with his invisibility cloak. Fred and George looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then suddenly pulled open the curtain. Behind the curtain, Ron was sleeping like a pig and was not woken up at all. Fred and George looked around for a while, but they didn't see the man called Peter at all. Fred even looked under the bed, but found nothing. Xia Zhi clearly saw the bald mouse, Scabbers, who was also sleeping soundly beside Ron's pillow. That was Peter Pettigrew, an animagus who could turn into a mouse, and the traitor who betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort. But Xia Zhi did not say anything, and quietly slipped out with the Weasley twins. The three of them came to the empty common room. Fred and George looked a little pale. This Peter was like an invisible ghost. The map showed that he was still on Ron's bed, but they couldn't see his existence at all. What a hell? Encountering such a thing, even though Fred and George were wizards, they couldn't help but feel creepy. How about, we tell the professor about this? Yeah, then we'll be caught by the professor and put in detention. Fred and George were silent again, which was quite rare for them. They were very conflicted. On the one hand, the existence of the mysterious Peter might affect the safety of their brother. On the other hand, if they reported it to the professor, their night wandering would be discovered. If they told the truth, it would be okay for them to be detained, but the Marauders' map would be exposed, but they had already given it to Xia Zhi. However, Ron was their brother after all, and they decided that even if they were detained and had their points deducted, they would still tell the professors about it. But they had to get the Marauders' map back from Xia Zhi. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Summer Solstice. Sorry. Is such that map. Fred and George both felt a little embarrassed to speak up. Don't worry, have you forgotten who my mother is? Maybe we can avoid being deducted points. Xia Zhi said calmly. Oh, yeah, we can ask Professor Liz. But, what should we say? The map must be exposed. Xia Zhi shrugged. Of course I have to tell the truth. Besides, you have already given me the map, which means I can do whatever I want with it, right? All right. The Weasley twins felt that they owed Xia Zhi such an interesting map, and he had to hand it over not long after giving it to him. If this happened to them, they would definitely feel very unhappy. Xia Zhi comforted them. Don't worry, I will have plenty of ways to make maps later. You know the relationship between me and the professors. You don't need to feel that you owe me anything. Okay, Xia Zhi, we'll wait for the professor to come with you, George and Fred said in unison. No need, one person is enough, there is no need for three people to be punished together, you can go back. How can this be possible? Fred's eyes widened. We are going out for a night out together, how can I punish you alone? George disagreed. That's not true. My mother is reluctant to punish me. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong, so the punishment is not that severe. But you guys, I guess you guys have a mountain of criminal records with Professor McGonagall. If you get caught again, Xia Zhi said slowly. Fred and George shuddered involuntarily. All right. If you are put in detention and made to clean the toilets in the future, we will come to help you. The Weasley twins went back to the dormitory. Xia Zhi pondered for a moment, and did not go to find his mother Liz as he had said before, but chose to return to Ron's dormitory. He stood in front of Ron's bed and waved his wand casually, and Scabbers was knocked unconscious by his stunning spell. Then he used a levitation spell to bring Scabbers out of Ron's bed. Xia Zhi casually placed the stiff mouse on the table in the lounge, then raised his wand, and a purple light shot into the mouse's head. After a moment, Xia Zhi nodded with satisfaction. Peter's memory had been modified by him using soul magic. Memories modified by soul magic are different from memories modified by ordinary memory modification magic. Ordinary memories memory modification can be seen, but soul magic is more like a deep hypnosis. This kind of hypnosis can hypnotize the soul of the cursed person and make him deeply believe that he has done something he has not done. Strictly speaking, this is an extremely strong psychological suggestion, not a simple memory modification, and there is no trace of modification. Strictly speaking, if Xia Zhi is willing, he can use this magic to brainwash most people and make them respect him and follow him, but he doesn't like this way of using magic brainwashing to find followers. He always felt that followers like Grindelwald, who use their personal charm and ideas to attract them, are the real followers. Then, let's get started. Xia Zhi snapped his fingers, and Peter Pettigrew woke up with a start. He was surprised to find that he was not sleeping next to his little master. What was going on? How did he end up in the Gryffindor common room? Oh, by the way, I came to the common room by myself, Peter Pettigrew remembered. When he came to his senses, he was surprised to find that the little wizard named Xia Zhi was standing in front of him, holding a magic wand in his hand. Peter suddenly became nervous. What was going on? Was he exposed? But, this was impossible. No one knew that he had turned into a mouse and hid in the Weasley family. In other words, the only person in the world who knew his background was still imprisoned in Azkaban. So why did this little wizard keep staring at him, and he kept holding the wand in his hand? Peter Pettigrew. Xia Zhi said softly. Peter seemed to have heard a thunderbolt from the blue sky. He knew who I was. Why did he know? And why did I run out by myself? I remember, I got a diary of my master, and inside it is a piece of his soul. I want to revive my master. Tonight is the time for me to act. Peter Pettigrew remembered again. But this is not right. In Peter Pettigrew's memory, he met this little wizard in the Gryffindor common room when he was about to sneak out to do things for his master. After seeing him sneak out, the little wizard immediately came up to stop him and pulled out his wand. Peter thought at first that this little wizard mistook him for an ordinary mouse and was going to kill him. But this little wizard actually revealed his identity as soon as he opened his mouth. But why did he know who he was? Let's not talk about why he knew the name Peter Pettigrew. Just say that the way he looks now, he is a mouse no matter how you look at it. Peter couldn't figure it out, but he couldn't figure it out. Things for the master still need to be done, and he plans to slip away. He has been a mouse for so many years, and the thing he is best at is running away. He doesn't believe that this little wizard can catch him. Back then, he blew up a street and successfully escaped from Sirius Black. Whoosh! Peter jumped off the table and ran under it. According to his experience, if he escaped into these gaps, it would be difficult for people to find him. However, just as his body was in midair, he saw Xia Zhi stretched out his magic wand towards him. The sharp sword is invisible. What? Peter twisted his body desperately, trying to avoid the spell. Peter Pettigrew recognized this spell. He was following James and the others at the time, and had seen Snape use this spell with his own eyes. He had already seen how sharp this spell was. If he was hit by this spell, the wound would not be able to heal without a counter spell. So, he must not be hit. Bang! In Peter's eyes, the little wizard seemed to be inexperienced, so the spell was cast crookedly. The Divine Edge Shadowless Curse swept past, cut off a small part of his tail, and then split a table behind him in half. He looked at the broken table with a smooth cut, and cold sweat broke out. He almost died. He couldn't sit and wait for death. This little wizard must be subdued. Otherwise, he might die here today. Peter suddenly changed direction and stopped fleeing, but pounced on Xia Zhi. The chubby mouse, in the process of pouncing on Xia Zhi, suddenly turned into a short and fat man. He pounced on the wand in Xia Zhi's hand, trying to take his wand while Xia Zhi was stunned. No one would have expected that a mouse would suddenly turn into a man. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Sure enough, when Xia Zhi saw Peter show his true form, he seemed to be stunned for a moment. Good opportunity. Peter snatched the wand from Xia Zhi's hand. Then he pointed at Xia Zhi with a grim smile on his face, soul out of the body. Peter directly cast the soul-reaping curse. As long as he could control this little wizard, he would get a good helper. With a helper, then the task of opening the secret room and resurrecting the master could proceed smoothly. Swish! Peter's grim smile suddenly froze, because Xia Zhi in front of him suddenly disappeared. His imperious curse failed? He panicked and turned his head quickly. He found Xia Zhi standing behind him with a smile. Peter's face was full of disbelief. How could a 12-year-old little wizard dodge his spell? Avada Kedavra. Peter uttered the Kedavra curse in fear. He didn't intend to hold back. Peter had a strong premonition that something might happen to him today. Sure enough, Xia Zhi's figure disappeared again. The green light passed over Xia Zhi's figure and shot on the fireplace, creating a big hole. Tisk tisk tisk, Peter Pettigrew. Is this all you can do? Xia Zhi's voice came again from behind him. Peter turned around immediately and looked at Xia Zhi in horror. Xia Zhi was sitting comfortably on a sofa, looking at Peter with some boredom. Who are you? The little wizard can't be so strong. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that Professor Dumbledore is coming soon. What? Peter's eyes suddenly widened. If Dumbledore saw that he was still alive, he raised his wand suddenly, trying to attack Xia Zhi again. But Xia Zhi just waved his hand, and Peter's short and fat body was knocked away, hitting the wall of the common room hard. Xia Zhi slowly walked over, picked up his wand on the ground, and hit Peter's head hard, saying disappointedly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't make it. You forgive me, just forgive me, I can do anything for you. Peter Pettigrew prostrated himself at the feet of Xia Zhi. Did you kneel down in front of Voldemort and beg him like this back then? Xia Zhi said coldly. You don't understand. You don't understand how powerful the Dark Lord is? I believe that if you saw him with your own eyes, you would. Xia Zhi snorted disdainfully and turned his head away. Peter was overjoyed to see Xia Zhi relax, and immediately turned into a mouse and crawled into a mouse hole on the wall. However, Peter's joy immediately fell to the bottom because he found that his whole body could not move. You don't think you can run away, do you? Xia Zhi's cold voice came. Then Peter despairingly found that his stiff body was dragged out. Click. The Gryffindor common room was opened. Dumbledore's familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. His deep blue eyes looked around the traces of the battle in the common room, then passed by the big rat in Xia Zhi's hand, and then cast his eyes on Xia Zhi. I came here right after I received your message. So, what happened? Harry was in a bad mood tonight, so he put on his invisibility cloak and went out for a walk. But he didn't expect that as soon as he entered the Gryffindor common room, he saw Professor Dumbledore and Xia Zhi standing face to face. Harry immediately took a breath of cold air. What if the headmaster knew about this night outing? However, when he thought about the fact that he was wearing an invisibility cloak, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they shouldn't be able to find him. But when Harry thought about this, he found that Xia Zhi and Dumbledore's eyes were looking at him at the same time. Well, Harry had a sad face, knowing that he was seen through by these two people. He even suspected that the invisibility cloak his father left for him was fake. Harry, I was just looking for you. Xia Zhi's voice was very serious, as if he had something important to talk to him about. Harry didn't hesitate anymore, and lifted up his invisible cloak, revealing himself. Professor, going for a walk? Harry, I think you can go for a walk earlier next time. Dumbledore looked at Harry from above his half-moon lenses. Harry lowered his head in shame and made up his mind not to go out for a night walk again. Let's put the night tour aside for now. Harry, I think you have the right to know what happens next. Xia Zhi said. So what happened? Is it this rat? What's the problem? Dumbledore asked doubtfully. I think we'd better go to your office to have a chat. Xia Zhi looked around and saw many little wizards peeking around the stairs. The fight between Xia Zhi and Peter Pettigrew just now had made some noise, and some little wizards who were light sleepers were woken up. Oh, then let's talk in my office. Dumbledore frowned as he looked at the messy surroundings. He saw Percy appear at the stairs. Prefect, tell the students to return to their dormitories. It's best not to come out tonight. Percy saw that Principal Dumbledore had spoken, and hurriedly drove the awakened little wizards back to the dormitories. Dumbledore used the repair spell to repair the broken tables, chairs, and benches. When he saw the holes on the fireplace caused by the killing curse, his expression immediately became serious. The three of them left the common room and headed for the principal's office. None of them spoke along the way. Harry followed Dumbledore and Xia Zhi in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Well, I think you can say it now. Dumbledore sat down at his seat. Xia Zhi put the petrified mouse on the side of the table. Then he took out a piece of parchment from the ring. This is what Fred and George gave me today. Last night, I found something strange on it. He spread out the parchment. Dumbledore and Harry came closer and found that it was a piece of old blank parchment, nothing special. They all looked at Xia Zhi in confusion. Xia Zhi took out his wand and touched the parchment. I solemnly swear that I have done nothing bad. Peter, who was lying stiffly on the table, felt cold all over when he heard these familiar words. He has the Marauder's map? Did he find me through the Marauder's map? Xia Zhi's words had just fallen. In an instant, thin ink lines spread out like spider webs from the places where the tip of Xia Zhi's wand touched. They connected to each other, crisscrossed, and extended to every corner of the parchment. Many green cursive letters also appeared on the top of the map. Moonface, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Gentlemen who specialize in providing assistance to magical prank makers, grandly presenting the Marauder's map. Dumbledore and Harry were surprised to find that there were countless small black dots on this map of Hogwarts. There was a name above each small black dot. These little black dots actually represent people in Hogwarts. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network. Then Dumbledore discovered that there were 4 little black dots in the principal's office. His eyes narrowed, because he found that in addition to Harry, himself, and Xia Zhi, the name of the little black dot is Peter Pettigrew. Wasn't he blown to pieces when he fought against Sirius Black 12 years ago? Peter Pettigrew should be a hero who had died long ago. Why did he appear in his office? Dumbledore suddenly remembered something and immediately cast his eyes on the mouse on the table. Harry also noticed the mouse. Isn't that Ron's pet, the mouse Scabbers? Could it be that Peter Pettigrew shown on the map is this mouse? So, Dumbledore looked at the mouse and sighed. He thought a lot. Yes, Professor. When I got this map, I found that there was a man named Peter Pettigrew next to Ron. Xia Zhi sat down and narrated slowly. I know that there is no student named Peter in Gryffindor, so I thought the map was wrong. The one who slept with Ron was not Peter, but Potter, because Harry happened to not be in his bed either. Harry felt a little depressed when he heard this. How could he sleep with Ron, and he was so unlucky to go out for a night out tonight and was arrested on the spot. Xia Zhi continued to narrate, then I was curious, so I quietly sneaked into their dormitory. I pulled open Ron's curtain and found that he was already asleep, but the scary thing was that there was no one else in his bed except him. I was a little scared, so I went to the common room and reopened the map, and then I saw Peter Pettigrew running out of the dormitory. So I took out my wand, looked at the map, and waited. Unexpectedly, what I waited for was a rat. I was surprised and didn't understand why Ron's pet rat Scabbers was shown as Peter Pettigrew on the map. Just as I was surprised, Van turned into a short and fat wizard. I was stunned, and he snatched the wand from my hand. When Dumbledore heard that the mouse turned into a wizard, he looked at the mouse on the table. So he's an animagus. That makes sense, Dumbledore muttered to himself. Professor. Xia Zhi looked at Dumbledore in confusion. Oh, nothing, go on. Harry looked at the big mouse in surprise. He had heard Xia Zhi talk about animagus. Professor McGonagall was an animagus, and she could turn into a cat. In other words, the pet that Ron slept with every day was actually a wizard? Ah, if Ron knew. Harry couldn't imagine what kind of expression Ron would have after knowing this. Harry was a little confused. Xia Zhi said that what was going to happen next was related to him. But what did this Peter Pettigrew have to do with him? Why did Xia Zhi say it was related to him? Professor Dumbledore, you know my strength. Although he took my wand away from me, he can't hurt me at all, Xia Zhi said lightly. Indeed, with your strength, Peter can't hurt you at all. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. When Xia Zhi hadn't even entered school, he was already able to sweep away a team of aurors. And Harry agreed with this. He thought of the hound steps that Xia Zhi taught him. With this magic, it would be really difficult for Peter Pettigrew to hurt Xia Zhi. However, it was still quite dangerous to fight a dark wizard with a wand without a wand. He thought of the hole on the fireplace made by the killing curse. Dumbledore said solemnly, next time if you find anything unusual, you can contact me first. I am very worried about the safety of my students, so I won't find you annoying. Xia Zhi nodded. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, I thought I could handle him myself, so, oh, you can indeed deal with him, but don't take such risks next time. You have tried this many times. I don't want to experience the pain of almost losing you again. Dumbledore sighed. You should think more about your friends. Last year he thought Xia Zhi was killed by Quirrell. He was so sad at that time that he didn't stop and cast a spell to turn Quirrell into ashes. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, I will definitely inform you next time. Dumbledore nodded. I hope you can really do it. Okay, let's continue. So, I subdued him. A wizard turned into a rat and lurked in Hogwarts. I thought he might have some conspiracy, so, while waiting for you to arrive, I used legilimency on him, so, I know something. Xia Zhi looked at Harry and said, these things are related to Harry, so I suggested that he come with us to the principal's office. What is it? Harry looked at Xia Zhi in confusion. Dumbledore sighed and looked at Xia Zhi quietly. He probably guessed what happened, but the specific details were still unclear. I saw that. It was he who betrayed Harry's parents' hiding place to Voldemort, which led to their death. Xia Zhi said succinctly. What? Harry looked at the big rat on the table angrily. He had never known that this great enemy had been so close to him. He wanted to rush up to him and cut him into pieces right now. But, why did he know where my parents were hiding? What's his relationship with my parents? Harry finally did not lose his mind. After barely suppressing his impulse, he asked. I can answer that question, Harry. Dumbledore looked at Harry with pity. When your parents were at Hogwarts, Peter Pettigrew was one of their best friends, Dumbledore said. Then, Dumbledore told Harry some things that happened in the past. Harry was a little confused. It turned out that he had a godfather, and this godfather seemed to be imprisoned in Azkaban because of Peter Pettigrew. It's just, I don't understand. The secret keeper of the Fidelius charm should have been Sirius Black. Why did it become Peter? Dumbledore asked puzzledly. I think it's better to hear what the person himself has to say about these things. Xia Zhi looked at the big rat lying stiff on the table. Well, we should really listen to what he has to say. Dumbledore's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Peter Pettigrew and went to the open space in the office. Xia Zhi pulled Harry and protected him behind him. The portraits of the headmasters on the wall had been pretending to sleep, but now they stopped pretending and stared at the big rat with bated breath. They were secretly listening to what Xia Zhi said just now. Please, call Severus and Minerva for me, Dumbledore said to the portraits on the wall. Among the portraits on the wall, two headmasters whose names were unknown nodded and disappeared at the edge of the frame. Dumbledore took the mouse and looked at it carefully. His eyes stayed on his foot with a missing toe for a moment. Dumbledore did not change him back to his original form immediately, but waited for the two professors. Professor McGonagall and Snape came quickly. They looked at Xia Zhi and Harry in the headmaster's office with confusion. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. She thought Xia Zhi and Harry had violated some school rules together and were caught by Professor Dumbledore on the spot. Thinking that his Gryffindor house would be deducted another wave of points, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Harry was glared at by Professor McGonagall and felt a little puzzled. You guys are here, Dumbledore said. Albus, you called us here, what's the matter? Professor McGonagall couldn't help asking. I want you to bear witness. Next, we need to meet an old friend. Dumbledore put the mouse on the ground. Snape frowned and looked at the mouse Dumbledore put on the ground in confusion. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it was not Xia Zhi and Harry who made the mistake. Dumbledore waved his wand and lifted the petrification spell on the mouse. Peter wanted to escape immediately, but a red spell hit him. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Swish. Snape and Professor McGonagall saw the fat rat suddenly transform. Professor McGonagall immediately recognized that this was the transformation of an animagus. This rat was a wizard. Peter returned to his original form and lay on the ground. His short and fat body is not as flexible as when he was a mouse. Professor, long time no see. Peter's face turned pale. Professor McGonagall recognized him immediately. You, Merlin, you are Peter Pettigrew. Aren't you dead? Snape's surprised expression immediately turned into disgust. It was an expression of deep disgust. Then, Xia Zhi told them what had happened before again. So, it was you who betrayed James and Lily. Professor McGonagall covered her chest. She almost fainted with anger when she heard the news. Because of the betrayal of this cowardly traitor, 2 of her students died, and another student was wrongly imprisoned in Azkaban until now. Oh, when I heard you died in battle, I was proud of you. I was ashamed that I thought you were a coward. Professor McGonagall glared at Peter Pettigrew angrily. How dare you do this? Aren't James and Lily your best friends? When you were in school, everyone looked down on you, but they were the only ones who helped you. How could you have the heart to do this? No, I didn't betray James and Lily. Sirius did. Peter Pettigrew still has a glimmer of hope. If you have done nothing wrong, why did you become a mouse and hide in the Weasleys' house without showing your head? Xia Zhi said leisurely. Peter Pettigrew's trembling body froze immediately. Professor McGonagall nodded immediately to show her agreement. Yes, if Peter was innocent, then why did he turn into a mouse and hide? I guess you don't dare to let Sirius know that you are still alive. Xia Zhi said jokingly. The whole world knows that you are dead, including Sirius of course. I guess, if he knew you were not dead, he would definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth? Instead of surrendering and being locked up in Azkaban for more than 10 years. No. I'm scared. You have no idea how terrible the Dark Lord is. That war cannot be won. Peter Pettigrew was overwhelmed by Xia Zhi's words and started to self-destruct. Everyone looked at him angrily. In fact, we won, we are still alive, and the person you feared, failed. Professor McGonagall said angrily. Everyone gathered here tonight has faced Voldemort face to face, especially Xia Zhi and Harry. Last year, they were just freshmen, but they dared to confront Voldemort, whom you fear. Dumbledore's blue eyes flashed with anger. Peter was speechless in the face of what Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall said. In fact, he couldn't understand why the Dark Lord, who was at the height of his power, couldn't even kill a child. Otherwise, why would he have turned into a mouse and hid for more than 10 years? How could this sure win suddenly collapse? Please forgive me. Harry, your eyes are exactly the same as your mother's. You are a kind child, right? You will forgive me, right? I am your father's good friend. I believe he will not kill me. Peter crawled over, hugged Harry's thighs and begged. Harry kicked him away in disgust and roared, Forgive you? Then why couldn't you forgive my parents? You betrayed them? How dare you say you are their good friend? Snape looked at Peter as if he was looking at a dead body. Lily, his beloved Lily, died at the hands of the Dark Lord because of this cowardly guy. If Xia Zhi hadn't been pulling his robe just now, he would have rushed out and cut the bastard into pieces. Fortunately, Lily still has a possibility of resurrection. Snape tried his best to comfort himself. I ask you, why did you become the secret keeper? I remember that the secret keeper at that time was Sirius Black. Dumbledore asked. He felt that he was too conspicuous. Everyone knew that he was James' best friend. He was afraid that if he was caught, he would be tortured with truth serum to find out where James and Lily were hiding. So he found me. He thought I was so timid, so no one would think that I would be the secret keeper. So Sirius secretly replaced the secret keeper with you. Dumbledore sighed. Sirius had undoubtedly trusted the wrong person. This cowardly fellow turned around and betrayed James and Lily to his master. This idiot, Snape said with gritted teeth. Everyone knew who he was scolding, but no one refuted him. Seeing that everyone in the headmaster's office was silent, Xia Zhi said then, should we take Sirius Black out of Azkaban next? Oh, of course. He has suffered for so many years. It's our fault. We should have thought of it earlier. How could he betray James and Lily? Dumbledore sighed again. Professor McGonagall's eyes were red and she sobbed from time to time. What happened tonight had a great impact on her. Dumbledore wrote a letter and asked Fawkes to send it away. He had to tell the Ministry of Magic what happened tonight, and let them send someone to take Peter Pettigrew away, and negotiate to quickly pick up the innocent Sirius Black. Minerva, I have opened the fireplace connection between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic will come by Flipowder soon. You can go and greet them. Professor McGonagall nodded, wiped her eyes, turned around and hurried out. Peter, I have another question for you. What are you planning to do by hiding at the Weasleys' house and sneaking into Hogwarts with Ron? Dumbledore looked at Peter again. What am I going to do? Peter was a little confused. He didn't plan to do anything. He just hid in the Weasley family and didn't dare to show up. But he suddenly heard a voice in his heart telling him that things were not like this, and then he heard himself speak. I got a diary. It once belonged to my master. There is a remnant soul in the diary. I recognize it. It is a part of my master. He asked me to take him to sneak into Hogwarts, help him open the Chamber of Secrets, and help him revive, Peter Pettigrew said with his head down. Dumbledore asked nervously, where is the diary now? Is it with Ron? A diary with the remnant of Voldemort's soul. That's really too dangerous. Such a dark magic item is extremely dangerous for any young wizard. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. No, he's not with Ron, Peter whispered. Where is the diary then? Dumbledore asked seriously. I don't know either. You don't know? Didn't you bring it in? Yes, but after entering the school, he asked me to put him in an abandoned classroom and then let me leave. When I went to the classroom for the second time, the diary was gone. Dumbledore looked closely into Peter's eyes, as if to confirm whether he was lying. After a moment. So, the diary is still in Hogwarts? Dumbledore frowned, looking unhappy. Someone took the diary away. Hogwarts is so big, it is too difficult to find such a diary. But he must get this diary? This is Voldemort's thing, it is too dangerous. I don't know who took the diary, but no matter who he is in extreme danger now. This person was obviously chosen by the diary and successfully bewitched. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become the helper of the residual soul in the diary. Dumbledore's expression is very serious. He must find him before the diary does anything to hurt the students. When the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, a student died. He can't let any student get into trouble under his nose again. Tom, you really make me feel uncomfortable. After a long silence, Professor Dumbledore said to Harry, you guys go back first. It's very late now. Leave the rest to us. Xia Zhi, fortunately, you found Peter and saved Sirius. At the same time, we were able to know their conspiracy. Really? Fortunately, you are here, Dumbledore sighed. Then, Professor, can I take the map away? Xia Zhi asked cautiously, as if he was afraid that Dumbledore would not want to return the map to him. Oh, I guess I'll have to keep this map for a while. Summer solstice. Dumbledore looked at Xia Zhi with a smile and said, I will return it to you later, but before that, I may need its help. Hall. Dumbledore wanted to use this magical map, hoping to find the person who tried to open the Chamber of Secrets and find the diary from him. Professor, you want to find that diary, right? Yes, there is no doubt that it belongs to the Dark Lord. It is really too dangerous to leave such a thing in Hogwarts. Dumbledore frowned. It is really not an easy task to find this diary. Professor, I mean, I might be able to find that diary, Xia Zhi said hesitantly. Do you have a way to find the diary? What are you going to do? Dumbledore didn't think Xia Zhi was joking. He knew Xia Zhi well, and he wouldn't tell anyone unless he was absolutely sure. Well, this requires the use of one of my talents. Your talent? Dumbledore narrowed his glasses and said, but, will this cause any harm to your body? There will be a little bit, but compared with the possible harm caused by the diary, the little damage I suffered is nothing. Xia Zhi's expression was very firm. Dumbledore nodded. Well, since you said so. Severus, do you have enough potions? Snape looked at Xia Zhi deeply, then nodded, and said word by word there are all kinds of potions. What he meant was that he brought many kinds of potions, and no matter what kind of injuries Xia Zhi suffered next, he could take out the corresponding potion to treat it. Xia Zhi nodded and was about to say something when suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the principal's office. Come in, Dumbledore said. Creak. The wooden door of the spiral staircase was opened, and several people walked in. The first person to walk in was a short and fat middle-aged man with a slightly bald head and a polite hat in his hand. It was the Minister of Magic, Fudge. Behind Fudge followed Kingsley and Dawlish, both of whom were Aurors following the minister. Fudge frowned and glanced at Peter Pettigrew, who was still lying on the ground and trembling. This matter was actually very serious. A war hero who had been awarded the first-class medal of Sir Merlin and had died in battle. Now he suddenly appeared, and as a traitor. If this matter is not handled well, the credibility of the Ministry of Magic will suffer a huge blow. Kingsley and Dawlish also saw Peter Pettigrew. They had met many years ago. They confirmed that this person was indeed Peter. They looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the matter. Traitors were awarded the title of heroes, while real heroes were imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years without trial. They could already foresee how explosive the headlines of tomorrow's Daily Prophet would be. Albus, I came here as soon as I heard the news. Fudge shook hands with Dumbledore. At this time, Fudge still relied on Dumbledore's support and was not as hostile to Dumbledore as he was later. Fudge, I'll leave Peter Pettigrew to you. Perhaps you can get other information from him. But, obviously, Sirius Black is innocent. I suggest you release him immediately, Dumbledore said. Of course, this despicable traitor will go to where he belongs, and the real hero will be released. Fudge looked at Peter with disdain. When Peter heard where he should go, his body shook involuntarily. He thought of Azkaban and the terrible Dementors in Azkaban. After I bring him back, I will immediately send a message to Azkaban to release Sirius Black tonight. You have to send a reliable person to pick him up. You know, few people can walk on their own after suffering so many years of torture in Azkaban. Fudge shook his head. Okay, I'll send someone. He glanced at Snape, then turned to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, thank you for the trip. You and Hagrid go together to pick up Sirius and send him to St. Mungo's for the best treatment. I think, the Ministry of Magic won't mind paying for his medical expenses. Of course, of course. Fudge nodded repeatedly. Anyway, it was not him who was concerned about Sirius. It would be good for him to be a good person and establish a fair image in front of the public. Kingsley, Dawlish, take him back to the Ministry of Magic and interrogate him thoroughly, Fudge ordered. Kingsley and Dawlish nodded, walked forward, picked up Peter Pettigrew who was almost frightened to death, then nodded to Dumbledore and prepared to leave. Xia Zhi suddenly interrupted and said, he is an illegal animagus. You have to be careful that he may turn into a rat and escape. Yes, his animagus is a rat, and he escaped by crawling into the sewer in the same way. Yes, Xia Zhi is right, you have to be careful about this. Dumbledore nodded. Peter screamed in pain, as if he knew that his last chance of escape was gone. Dawlish stretched out his wand and used 2 petrification spells and a stunning spell on him, and then used a floating spell to drag the stiff Peter out. Kingsley followed him out. Fudge ignored Peter who was dragged out and his eyes fell on Xia Zhi. Long time no see, Xia Zhi. You should still remember me. Fudge shook hands with Xia Zhi excitedly. This is a great prophet of the future, and we must have a good relationship with him. No matter who I forget, I will never forget you, Mr. Minister. Xia Zhi said with a smile. Fudge cast his gaze on Harry again. You. Could it be that you are the famous Harry Potter? He shook hands with Harry cordially again. The famous savior who personally ended the rule of the Dark Lord, Harry Potter. This is similar to Xia Zhi, a person he must make friends with. So Fudge behaved very humbly, or rather, as the Minister of Magic, he was a little too humble to two little wizards of 11 or 12 years old. Harry shook hands with Fudge somewhat stiffly. He was not Xia Zhi. It was his first time meeting a big shot like the Minister of Magic, and he couldn't keep calm. Xia Zhi looked at Dumbledore. Professor, I think I can start. You know, the sooner the diary is found, the sooner Hogwarts will have peace. What diary? Fudge asked in confusion. Dumbledore told Fudge what happened before. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network. Fudge said excitedly, I knew you must be extraordinary. You captured a Death Eater single-handedly? I have to help you apply for a Merlin medal. I guess, Albus, you should not object. Of course I won't object, I support it. Dumbledore said with a smile. In Dumbledore's eyes, Xia Zhi's achievements so far are enough to win a Merlin medal, second class. Think about it, even an idiot like Lockhart can get a Merlin medal, third class, which is really ironic. Professor, Mr. Minister, I am very happy that I have the honor to be nominated by you. So, let's get started. Okay, if it doesn't work, don't force it. Fudge said with concern, and at the same time he was full of expectations. If he, the minister, was present when Voldemort's diary was found, then. Xia Zhi took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, and finally opened his eyes suddenly, took out a pipe from the ring and took a deep breath. The pipe, which seemed to be always lit, suddenly lit up. Call, summer solstice breath. A large amount of thick smoke drifted out and condensed on the ceiling of the principal's office. Everyone held their breath and watched, afraid to miss any details. In the portraits on the wall, the principals stretched their necks and competed to look at the fog in the sky. The smoke suddenly changed shape and formed a clear picture. It seemed to be a bathroom with a cylindrical wash basin. A cloaked figure with no visible face walked slowly to the front of the wash basin. A hoarse hissing sound came out of the cloaked man's mouth. Crack, crack. The cylindrical wash basin split into several pieces, and then began to jump to both sides, revealing a dark pipe opening. Dumbledore's pupils shrank slightly. This should be the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened once, and he never knew where the entrance was. Unexpectedly, this entrance was in an ordinary bathroom. In the picture, the figure suddenly jumped down the pipe opening, but before Dumbledore and the others could see what was inside, the picture suddenly disappeared. Plop. Xia Zhi fell to the ground, his eyes closed, blood gushing out of his 7 orifices. It can be said that he looked as miserable as he could be. Summer solstice. Harry hurried over to check. Get out of the way, Potter. Snape pushed Harry away, then squatted down and carefully checked Xia Zhi's condition. Then he was stunned. He had prepared a lot of potions, but he found that Xia Zhi seemed to have problems all over his body. He was a potion master, not a healer. Teacher, I didn't know what to do when I encountered this situation. Dumbledore was anxious when he saw Xia Zhi's miserable condition and Snape who was helpless. Fox the Phoenix flew over. Let's go to the school hospital first. With a flash of fire, Dumbledore and Xia Zhi disappeared from the spot. The rest of the people looked at each other and hurriedly followed them out to the school hospital. They didn't have a phoenix, so there was no way to teleport. Professor McGonagall covered her chest with heartache and ran to Liz's office. Something happened to Xia Zhi, and she had an obligation to tell his mother. In the school hospital, Dumbledore suddenly appeared and gave Madame Pomfrey a big shock. After she saw Xia Zhi bleeding from all 7 orifices, she exclaimed and took Xia Zhi. Merlin, how come this child is always injured? And each time it gets more serious than the last time. After all, Madame Pomfrey is an excellent healer, not comparable to Snape, a half-baked one. She pushed Dumbledore away, and then hurriedly gave Xia Zhi a series of examinations. Oh, his mental exhaustion is too severe? It's like he hasn't slept for a week. Oh, no, he's run out of magic. If you'd come a little later, he might have died. Madame Pomfrey worked for more than 10 minutes before finally letting Xia Zhi breathe again. Dumbledore looked at Xia Zhi lying miserably on the bed with a sad face. Oh, Xia Zhi, is this the little bit of damage you mentioned? You almost lost your life. Summer solstice, the door of the school hospital was opened, and Liz walked in anxiously, followed by Cassandra who was also anxious. Madame Pomfrey frowned when she saw Professor Liz rushing in, followed by a large group of people. Dumbledore stopped her and said, she is the mother of this child, so. Oh, okay, just keep them quiet, the kid needs some rest right now. Pomfrey wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was heartbroken when she examined and treated Xia Zhi just now. My goodness, a healthy child, but when he was sent here, all the organs in his body showed strange failure phenomena. If this was in a Muggle hospital, the child would have died. Seeing that Xia Zhi was sleeping and breathing steadily, Liz breathed a sigh of relief. She grabbed Madame Pomfrey's hand and said gratefully, thank you. This is my duty, no need to thank me. Hey, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he gets seriously injured every year. Seeing Liz's even more worried face, she realized that she might have said something wrong. It's okay, Professor Liz, he's safe now. He just needs to rest for a few days and he'll be back to full strength soon. Cassandra bit her lip and looked at Xia Zhi quietly. She originally thought that she could help, but unexpectedly, it would be like this again. A feeling of powerlessness surged into her heart. After seeing Snape, Madame Pomfrey quickly called him over, and then asked him for several bottles of potions. After seeing Xia Zhi was out of danger, Professor McGonagall hurriedly left with Harry. She had to find Hagrid to pick up Sirius Black. Harry was Sirius Black's godson, so Professor McGonagall thought that he could go with her. Minister Fudge saw this scene and did not stay for long. He said hello to Dumbledore and went to Azkaban before Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore, what happened? Liz asked quietly. This is my fault. I failed to protect him. Dumbledore told the story of how Xia Zhi had found Peter and captured him successfully, and then used the prophecy to read the diary. Those present were all trustworthy people, so Dumbledore did not hide the fact that Xia Zhi had the gift of prophecy. So, he was injured because he used prophecy. Liz said. Yes. It should be that the prophecy was too detailed, exceeding the capacity of his celestial eye. So, Dumbledore sighed and said guiltily, I should have seen it earlier, but I was too concerned about the content of the prophecy at that time, so I ignored his condition. No one noticed that there was a hint of doubt in Cassandra's eyes. No one knew Xia Zhi's prediction ability better than her and Hermione. In the beginning, he had spent a whole day and made countless predictions to save them. His body was not affected at all. And now, he was injured just by predicting a scene? And such a serious injury? After a long time, the professors left one after another, and Liz took Madame Pomfrey to her office and asked about Xia Zhi's condition in detail. Cassandra looked around. At this time, she and Xia Zhi were the only two people in the ward. She looked down at Xia Zhi, and then met Xia Zhi's open, shining eyes. You are fine. Cassandra breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xia Zhi's injuries were all fake. Cassandra, thank you for keeping it secret for me, Xia Zhi said softly. Cassandra pulled a chair next to the bed and sat down, looking at Xia Zhi quietly. Can you tell me why? Xia Zhi looked up at the ceiling and did not directly answer Cassandra's question. Instead, he asked a somewhat confusing question. Cassandra, if in the future, I do something that everyone thinks is very bad, will you blame me? Xia Zhi tried to express his thoughts by choosing words and sentences, which caused him to stutter a little. Cassandra was silent for a while. Xia Zhi, I know your ideas, and to realize these ideas, some not so good means are inevitable, and, so far, I haven't seen you do anything bad, right? Even the people you kill with black magic are bad guys who deserve to die. So, when I drank the potion with you, the answer to this question was already there, summer solstice. No matter what you do in the future, I will always follow you, Cassandra said softly. If it weren't for Xia Zhi's sharp ears, he would have almost missed it. Xia Zhi looked at Cassandra's emerald green pupils with bright eyes. Since you are okay, then I will not care about you anymore. I am leaving. Cassandra ran out of the school hospital with a red face. In the cold cell, Sirius Black curled up in the corner as usual. In his hand, he held the small silver ball tightly. Thanks to this small ball, the Dementors seemed to have completely forgotten him in the past few months. They never came to him to eat again. This made Sirius Black feel much better. At least his face finally had some color as a human. The little wizard named Xia Zhi had promised him that he would rescue him. However, the evidence of his imprisonment in Azkaban was irrefutable. It was impossible to overturn the verdict, so it was impossible for him to get out through normal means. Either he would find a way to escape, or someone would storm Azkaban and rescue him. Read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. So, when the little wizard said he would help him clear his name and prove his innocence, he didn't really believe he could do it. However, even if the little wizard couldn't prove his innocence, it didn't matter. Thanks to the little ball he gave him, his spirits had recovered a lot. His magic power had also recovered a lot. In a few months, if the little wizard couldn't prove his innocence, he could try to escape by himself. He would remember the favor that the little wizard named Xia Zhi had given him. Click. In the distance, the iron door of the corridor was opened. Sirius was unmoved. This must be another new person coming in, he thought. Someone walked into the corridor, and all kinds of crazy shouts rang out in the cells on both sides. Those prisoners have been locked up in Azkaban for so long, and they have been ravaged by Dementors every day. Their spirits have collapsed long ago. If Sirius had not firmly believed that he was innocent, he would have become crazy like them. He heard the Aurors roar a few times, and the weird shouts gradually subsided. The footsteps came from far away. It seems that the newcomer this time should be locked up next to him, Sirius thought so. However, the footsteps stopped in front of his cell and did not move. Sirius raised his head in surprise and glanced at the door. It was a short and fat middle-aged man. Sirius had seen him before. Isn't this the current Minister of Magic, Fudge? What is he doing here? Fudge covered his nose with a handkerchief and looked around with some disgust. Come on, I don't want to stay here even for a second, Fudge muttered. Behind him, several strikers came over and opened Sirius' cell door. Sirius looked at the iron door that had locked him up for 12 years in surprise and opened in front of him. The strikers came over and held up his thin figure. Where are you taking me? Sirius heard himself asking in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry. I mean, the people who arrested you, put you in Azkaban without trial, were really negligent in their duties. Fudge walked up to him and said. You mean? Sirius' eyes widened in surprise, and an indescribable ecstasy surged in his heart. Yes. Congratulations. Mr. Black, you have been proven innocent, and now, you are free. Fudge tried his best to make his tone more cheerful, but the oppressive environment and unpleasant smell here made it difficult for him to control his tone and emotions. Sirius Black was completely stunned. He clenched the small silver ball in his hand. The little wizard named Xia Zhi told him that he would help him prove his innocence. Unexpectedly, it has only been a few months, and he has really been proven innocent? He didn't lie to me? Sirius knew that if no one helped, he would never be released. So, all this must be Xia Zhi's doing in secret. Help yourself? At this moment, Sirius' heart was filled with gratitude. How did you prove my innocence? We can tell you slowly after we get out, or you may prefer to let your godson explain the whole story to you. Fudge finally managed a smile. Oh, Harry is here too. Yes, he is here to pick you up too. Sirius was still very weak, and 2 strikers, one on each side, slowly walked out. Seeing that Sirius was about to be released, the other prisoners in the cell began to make noise again. Let me out. I'm innocent too. Ahahaha. The Dark Lord will come back and kill you all. My master will come back to rescue us. Sirius glanced at these people with disdain. Most of them were Death Eaters. During the time when the Dark Lord was rampant, they committed countless evil deeds, but they were only imprisoned in Azkaban. If he were to judge these scum, he would sentence them all to death without hesitation. You know, you can't apparate in Azkaban. Fudge turned back to Sirius Black and said, we can only leave here through flue powder and fireplaces. Your godson is waiting for you at the Ministry of Magic. I don't think the environment here is very good, so I didn't ask him to come here to pick you up. Oh, thank you, Mr. Minister. Harry should stay away from these dementors, Sirius said. This fireplace is temporarily connected to the Ministry of Magic. I'll let a striker take you. Fudge nodded to a striker. The striker quickly grabbed a handful of flue powder and helped Sirius into the fireplace.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.